Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's Guerrilla Cricket. Good morning, day 2 of a bloody hot... We're having a heat wave, aren't we? That's official.
It's supposed to be.
Yeah, we're officially having a heat wave. It's boiling in here. The computers are crapping out in the middle of the day because they're too hot. And
wasn't that Rodgers and Hammerstein having a heat wave, the tropical heat wave?
I don't know. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not that old.
Okay. We've heard of Mozart, haven't you? He's old.
Yeah, I know.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I know. I've heard of that. Well, who did you say? Hammerstein and...
I'm sure it was. Wasn't it from South Pacific?
Yeah, I'm not a South Pacific man, you know.
But it was, which was either Rodgers and Hart or Rodgers and Hammerstein. I can't remember.
They did musicals, didn't they?
They did.
Yes,
they did.
Musicals kind of died out by the time I was born.
Fair enough.
Probably not. Anyway, England fucked up. Basically, decided to. Now the Tone's going to whistle up a whole bunch of statistics to say why they didn't, but I think everyone in the world, including Michael Vaughan, thinks that Stokesy made a big mistake. Now, it's not to say that England couldn't recover. As I said to Tone whilst he was sitting on the couch, there's a chance that, you know, India declare at tea on about 600, and if England bat Bazball style, they could be close to them by tomorrow at tea, and after the end of day 3, we'll be close to parity with 2 days to go. But maybe a pitch that's not deteriorating.
Well, while you do that, I will do that. I think Anindu's trying to say, let me in, or
but he's not there.
Oh, does he appear on that?
Yes.
Okay, well...
oh, no, he doesn't, because I haven't made him co-host yet, so you go.
Right, well, that's what I thought. So, yes. First of all, I will say, Bear, that I think, like everyone else, with the wonders of hindsight, that it was not a great decision. So I'm not necessarily defending it, but I can see a lot of the reasons behind it. Let's not forget Stuart Broad looked at the wicket and said they thought there was plenty of moisture underneath and he definitely would have bowled. So here are some reasons that may well have been in Ben Stokes' mind. Headingley, in 51 tests historically, teams batting first have won 35% of those tests. Teams batting second have won 41% of them. The past 6 tests have all been won by the side bowling first. Yes, there were some exceptional performances. Australia 2023, England beat New Zealand in 2022, India in 21. But it's not just England. West Indies beat England by 5 wickets in 2017.
I remember that. Gary sitting here going, never going to score 340 runs or whatever it was they were required to win on the day. And when they required 120 with 2 wickets down at tea, he was going, they're never going to score 120 in the last session. Everyone looked at Gary and went, you're fucking mad.
So
and he was.
The evidence is there that the pitch doesn't deteriorate. Headingley, this was a really interesting one, you've got to credit Andy Zaltzman for unearthing this one. Headingley's the only ground in the world, test ground that is, in the world since 2011 where overall batting averages rise innings on innings from the first innings to the fourth.
Well, yeah, that does suggest that it's better bowling conditions earlier on and it flattens out.
Yes. Stokes has had success in winning matches where teams have been allowed to rack up some pretty good scores. Let's remember Trent Bridge 2022 against New Zealand. New Zealand got 553. India themselves at Edgbaston in the 2022 leg of what was the 2021 series.
They got like 400.
They got 416. They're going to go past that, by the way, today.
Well, they might not do.
Ooh,
something miraculous could happen this morning.
I think that would be in miracle territory, but they do happen. Here he is. He's here. Yeah. He's expecting me to answer my phone.
I've been here all the time, Tony. If you just let me in.
Well, unfortunately, the configuration of the new studio in Indo means that you're actually around the corner and invisible to us. However, the man who designed the configuration of the studio, looking at a screen you were never going to appear on, that I can't explain.
Well, no. See, if I make this computer co-host, I can see people coming in, but I've got to make it co-host this morning. So I assumed you weren't there. Sorry, Indo. That is entirely my fault.
No problem.
Blame me. It's too hot, Dan. It's too fucking hot.
We're going through reasons.
Let's hope it remains that way.
We're going through reasons in Indo why England did choose to bowl.
Yes, I did figure that.
Of 19 instances of teams chasing down 250 or more in England, so 19 in all overall time, 6 of those have been at Headingley and 4 of those in the past 6 tests. So I still think should have batted. but that's a fairly convincing body of evidence that Ben Stokes will have been aware of.
Go on, and
it's also I believe it's the highest opposition single day score in England in 22 years.
I didn't know that.
I knew that,
but they scored at a pretty healthy rate. I mean, it does look a pretty flat deck. It has to be said. I mean, there's a little bit of movement in the air.
2003 of South Africa, I think, maybe.
Sorry?
2003 South Africa.
Oh, okay.
Since 2003 South Africa, I think.
I don't know about that, but it's funny that Shubman Gill apparently said he'd have bowled as well. I just find it really fucking odd on a day like this in England that both teams they would have bowled. Purely looking at stats, I mean, surely you look at it's like that stupid game that England decided to bowl in the World Cup in India when it was 45 degrees.
Well, that is the one thing that I think you would have looked at. You've got a rookie bowling attack. It is apart from
when we started yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the other thing. When I look at this, I think you look at England's bowling attack and you go, well, surely we're better off getting runs on the board with a batting attack that we trust and runs pretty deep.
Get some scoreboard pressure.
And give the bowlers something to aim at. Whereas this way round, I mean, Josh Tongue looked pretty inept yesterday. I don't like his pace. His control's abysmal, right? He bowls both sides of the wicket, short, shit, down the leg side, no balls, not great. Bryden Cast, I thought, bowled pretty well. Stokes himself bowled pretty well. Wokes was okay. So those 3 were okay, but then it just wasn't enough assistance.
So where do you stand? Tongue in or tongue out?
Yeah, when we
tongue
started
out.
yesterday, I think there was There was Messi, Hendo, and me. I think when we started yesterday the test match, and that's what we were saying. That why on earth would you bat first, and why are both captains saying the same thing? Just doesn't seem to make sense.
No.
Looking at the weather, looking at the pitch, it just didn't seem to make sense.
It was from an
I mean,
Indian
notwithstanding
perspective.
all the reasons that you gave.
Yeah, well, from the Indian perspective, who Shubman Gill would have had a body of analysts all working away, coming up with the same stats that England had at their disposal. But I think he might well feel it was the classic good toss to lose.
Yeah. Well, if he was thinking the same thing, exactly that, you got to think, it seems a bit mad. I mean, England could.
Anyway, today, I think the first session is when they really need to get going, because once Messi was telling us that it's supposed to rain around lunchtime, so you want to get as many runs as you can before that, and then go at England, I guess, whenever they get allowed.
Well, exactly. Well, let's have some jingles to open things up. We got this man reprieve.
Stand up behind the stumps.
But he wasn't facing. And that wasn't the jingle I was going for. But hey, the first ball was faced by Shubman Gill. He pulled it down to long leg. He gets himself a single and immediately off strike. He is.
Gilly, gilly, Austin Pepper, cats and Ellen Bogan by the sea.
And opening for England is.
Stick your hopes of victory up to broadcast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half-mast. When the bribing comes a-calling, all your blues will be falling. Stick it all right up your bride and cast.
I do have a question for an Indo, which he's not allowed to look up the answer to. Shubman Gill's the 5th youngest captain of India ever. Who are the younger 4 who have captained India at a younger age than Shubman Gill? Can you name them all? Ooh. You get a beer in the Bishop and Bear for every one that you name.
Naming them all would be difficult.
Brian Carl's
for sure.
Second ball short at Rishabh Pant. Didn't look particularly comfortable. Dabs it out on the offside and there's no run. This ball is only 5 overs old. So England will be reasonably happy that they got a new ball in hand.
To be honest, I'd have got 3 of them. There's one name on the list I wouldn't have got. I'd have definitely got 2.
Sachin was younger, wasn't he, when he captained?
Well, yeah, but you don't need to get a beer in the Bishop and Bear.
Yeah, I know. But
you don't need to win one of those.
I want to be involved too, because that's the only answer I know.
Well, fair enough. Yes, Sachin is one of them.
Tiger Pataudi and Sachin. Yeah, those were the only 2.
No, not Tiger Pataudi.
That one's left alone, through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Not Tiger Pataudi. Of course he was. He was 21.
Well, I've got. Okay. Do you want me to tell you? This was the names I got.
And you've got a problem with your list.
Okay, possibly. Yeah. I've got Mansur Ali Khan, Sachin, Kapil Dev, and Ravi Shastri.
Yeah, that's Pataudi. Mansur Ali Khan is Pataudi.
Well, I beg your pardon. Then there you go. He is top of the list. And then Kapil Dev and Ravi Shastri with the other 2. Yep. So there's your 4, and then Shubman Gill being the 5th.
Right.
Well, Barmy Army will be getting pissed up in the sun today, up in Yorkshire. That one is defended back down the track, and there is no run.
Ooh, Super Chat has arrived already.
Yeah. Let's get it down.
YouTube Ride, Super Chat.
Well, it's the Amazing Messers who departed the building yesterday. For now, hopefully he will be back before.
In his little window in the corner by Sunday.
Bunch of Catholic bishops there. Marvellous, good lads. Anyway, $5 Aussie just to demo how to do a Super Chat.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much. Of course, GPL's open today, £199. Again, it was missed out by 2 runs yesterday. Short. Rishad doesn't seem to like it early on short. And he looks uncomfortable patting that one down. Could have quite easily got inside edge back onto his stumps there. But there is no run. Run rate 4.19, pretty healthy. There's a bunch of pharaohs.
We got the... so it's Saturday's fancy dress day on the old Western Terrace, isn't it? So we've got Where's Wally's, we've got members of the Catholic Church.
It's going to be fucking hot in there today, isn't it?
It's going to be... And we've got some pharaohs who, to be fair, should be used to the heat.
Yeah. You'd think so. Well, after a few pints, I don't think anyone will care. with your beer snakes and everything. That one lifts a little bit, comes back in a little fraction against Pant, but he leaves it through to the keeper and there's no run. Now his was an odd innings yesterday, wasn't it? There was flashes of Pant going ballistic Pant style, and then just real odd sessions of play where he just looked pretty disinterested in playing shots.
Loads of people joining us. Flashes of Pant, of course, being what we often get when you're doing technical adjustments. Right. Leah, good morning all. Quality
Pant does do that. Sorry,
that's all right. No,
go ahead.
Quality decision to bowl, then, says Leah. Morning old salts and sea dogs. You know that's Pirate Badshah. Mutters. Woof, morning Primites. Are we in the boring middle overs yet? Love and sausages. Sai Sandeep, will Stokes over bowl himself? Don't know. He's bowling Chris Wokes next. Jessica the Transmetal Alchemist. Josh Tongue looks a really exciting bowler if he can just get control over his line and length. Sai Sandeep says, need Archer for the second test. This attack is toothless without a genuine quick bowler.
Well, Josh Tongue and Brian Carter are genuinely quick, I'd say.
Walks and spit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net, found this way that his heel had healed, passed the test and he went to the team.
Wokes in first ball. It's just patted out to gully, and there is no run. Again, I think it just comes back to the decision. I mean, I don't think, I think three of England's bowlers are okay. I just think the fourth one needs to be upgraded. But the problem being that the wicket's not particularly helpful, and it was the right decision to right decision to bat. Oh, him, that man, this guy.
That's the fellow.
That's the one. I have to change this Rishabh Pant jingle as well. Wokes in full, driven beautifully. The outfield's pretty quick, it has to be said as well. And that one is the first of the morning of one of these.
It's me, says she. It's me, says she.
That was just
That was
too
a
full.
floaty half volley, wasn't
Yeah,
it, Andy?
well, it was.
Human Gill's alongside about 4 Indian captains who've made century on debut.
He is, indeed.
That's the one we want. That was a lovely shot, though. Was it not?
A few more runs and he might be the highest scoring one.
Well, maybe. That's defended up to mid-on and there is no run. And the annoying thing here, what annoys me most, more than anything, is the fact that we have let India's batsmen, without any real pressure, establish themselves in England. You've got Shubman Gill with a paltry average overseas, is newly installed as captain. You got Jaiswal, who looks like increasingly like a world-class talent, who's never batted in a test match in England. The only one we did get was Sai Starson at number 3, who didn't last more than 4 balls. But I mean, by letting them bat first and actually getting scores, they're now set up for the series, aren't they?
Well, as far as Jaiswal's concerned, you join Australia and West Indies there because he scored a ton in his first test in each of those countries.
Well, that's what I mean, and he looks increasingly like a world-class talent. I mean, everyone has dips in forms, but currently he looks amazing. Anyway, Wokes comes in. That one's full and too full. Clipped nicely by Shubman Gill, but can't beat Carth, who's at mid-wicket.
England persisting with that man very short on the offside, I think, isn't it, to the right-hander. So a very sort of not silly mid-off, but a very short one.
Off Hayden.
Off Hayden, you would call it, yeah.
For the drive, yeah, but I don't know. Unless it stops a little bit in the pitch.
I think Stokes was by far the best bowler of the day yesterday, by far.
Yeah, I think so too. That one's played square on the offside and there's no run, and that's a bit of an issue, isn't it, when you're basically captain / all-rounder is your best bowler.
Headingley is up and down. There is a slope on it, and it's not easy to get used to if you're not used to bowling there. And don't forget, bar Wokes, there really isn't a lot of experience in that England bowling attack.
Yeah, but to Stokes' credit, he did try Wokes the first 2 spells from 2 different ends. And I don't think he was any better from any end.
Well, he's bowling from the Kirkstall lane this morning.
I thought he bowled some decent balls in his first spell.
Yeah.
often, I mean, the thing about Wokes is that one is defended back down the track and there's no run because he's not express pace. He generally tries to get it up there to get the swing and a little bit of nibble closer to the bat. Whereas if you over pitch, you're just begging to be hit with a half volley, aren't you? So
Yeah, he was just inconsistent.
Yeah.
That was the problem. It was not that he wasn't moving the ball.
yeah, as we see the Indian boys coming back after yesterday's play. That must have been very cock-a-hoop in the change room. What are the Indian papers saying? It's going to be 5-0 to India?
No.
No.
Who's the Indian equivalent of Glenn McGrath? He predicts every Ashes series to be 5-0 Australia. Even
Well, when
they're
he's when they're in Australia, he's usually
not.
correct.
He's usually right. Yeah, well, that's true.
Or close to. Did we manage to draw in the last one? We lose 4-0, didn't we? We've got a draw somewhere. Didn't we?
We drew the last. Yeah,
Was it in Tasmania we drew or
I
something?
think we did.
Cast down the track comes Rishabh Pant, misses it, and it drops short.
God Almighty heave.
That was a heave, head in the air, big slash.
Let me get a couple of messages in.
Admonishing himself.
Greetings from the parish fete, says Stephen Kell. Rick Myfrap says it's 8 p.m. here in Queensland, but this is too funny to miss. I don't think he means our coverage. I think he means England making a Horlicks and things.
He got an under edge on that, didn't he? Actually, could have quite easily
Chopped on.
chopped on.
He could have done.
Yeah, just there, only a fraction. But bit of a heavier one. He would have chopped it down. Cast in again. That's down the leg side. Pant essays a little flick at it and pulls his bat back. No run.
Good morning as well to Rich Turner Music. Another man hunted down by the relentless Elliot Ness, a.k.a. Messers.
Yeah, he's done a good job, hasn't he? Really, of hunting down gorillas.
So we hope you enjoyed your evening avec Messi, Rich. Not fancying England's chances, he says in this one. Self-inflicted fuck up. Yeah.
Well, I will say, I will say.
I mean, you're into the second day of a 5-test series.
Exactly. Oh, that's down the leg side, pulled fine by Rishabh Pant. Got an off on it though, and it's 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
But that ball looks a bit more than 7.5 overs old already.
Well, yeah. I mean, there was a little bit of reverse swing yesterday, which probably Bumrah will expertly use later in the test. But you're right. I mean, the thing is, we're at the top of day 2, and if it's this easy to score, England are perfectly capable of scoring at this pace and quicker.
Yeah.
You could end up with 2 days, 2 innings to go, and anything could happen. But might well be a draw, which would be interesting. And one knows for a while. That's played out on the offside, and there is no run.
I've had a couple of people in one of the other WhatsApp groups and one calling for a draw. I'm just not convinced these days it's that easy to get a draw.
The only thing might be some weather that seems to be receding as a threat, but there had been some talk of thunderstorms this afternoon and also tomorrow. Oh, it's Sir Geoffrey.
Well, it's Sir Geoffrey.
I mean, he looks better than he's done in the recent past, which is good.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, cast in. Pant jabs that out on the leg side, and that is no run. Yeah, I mean, the question is, if there's weather and the pitch is pretty flat, will that just hasten the draw along? I mean, can't remember the last time we had a draw in England. When was the last time we had a draw in England? You'll probably know that.
Don't off the top of my head. I'm trying to.
Did we have
think.
one last
Yes,
time?
we did. Hold on. We certainly had one against. Well, we had one against India in 22. Australia. Won't it have been the Ashes?
Oh,
it would
yeah,
have been the Old Trafford Ashes
Old
test,
Trafford,
which was
yeah,
heavily, of course.
heavily rain affected.
That was our moral victory.
That
if
was
you
our
remember.
moral victory. Absolutely, that was our moral victory. We were about to splatter them. They were still.
Well, I'm not.
Oh, come on! They were fucking 40 runs behind with 4 wickets left in their second innings. Oh, beastly outside edge cast
That was a ball of the day.
through the keeper, and there's no run. What? And we still had a day and 2 sessions to go.
More messages. Let me tell you. Envoy 0.5 hard point. England's bowling is toothless. It's not just tongue. Nitin Deshpande is with us. He said yesterday England's attack looks very ordinary. Farong says wibble. I don't know if he's got a hanky on his head and pencils up his nose, but he says wibble. Cosmic Seer, any chance of rain today? Some hint of thunderstorms this afternoon. We think that threat receding though. Cosmic Seer.
Well, if it does, it'll come down short, sharp and heavy. And with modern drainage, I imagine they'll be off for an hour
Now
or
here,
two.
this is an interesting one. Nitin Deshpande says, Jeremy, I think that being Messrs, I invite the commentary team to India.
Oh, yes, please.
With my driver and 3-star hotel meal. This is my limit, or Kaz at the UN Heritage Centre.
Oh, well, we could take it up on that next time England playing India. That'd be fantastic. Mind you, we'll probably get thrown out.
The
country.
guerrilla army.
Yeah, defended out into the offside and there's no run. I think aren't we a bit illegal in India? And they don't like us in India. They keep fucking knocking us off.
They make up different rules.
You could have the guerrilla dads army.
Yeah. I have joined us onto the lawsuit that's supposedly going to the Indian Supreme Court, but I think I've been joined to that since about 2019 or before, and it still hasn't made it there, as far as I can know. Wokes in, bowls defended nicely by Shubman Gill, who looks very correct, and this pitch is doing nothing really. There's certainly no sideways movement, which does beg you to differ. Well, I mean, again, that kind of plays into Indian hands. If England are going to have to bowl last, if the pitch does break up, Jadeja is a pretty handy spinner in there, isn't he?
Well, interestingly enough, that's exactly a question that Pranav Anand has been asking us. Will it get better to bat, or will it break up? As I've read, it's been unusually dry this summer so far. Has. Well,
the thing is about the cricket pitches and sports arenas is they'll be heavily watered anyway. But I mean, the fact is that the heat beating down on it will dry it up. It's not allowed to be watered during the match, obviously. That's defended square on the offside and there is no run. And so with this heat, it may well break up. And it may well break up by the end of day 3, in which case England want to be at parity on day 3. And then we could, well, exactly that. If it does break up, we could have a fascinating last 2 days.
I don't know if our friend, if Pranav, you were with us right at the start. We went through a number of reasons behind Ben Stokes' decision. One of them being that Headingley is the only ground in the world since 2011 where batting averages have got better from the first to the fourth innings.
That one is in at the pads from Wokes. Tight over. No runs from it so far.
That said,
no run.
Conditions are exceptionally warm here, and that might make an exception to that rule because there always is one. And the simple answer is we don't know.
Yeah, but those batting averages started at 26.1 or something. That's what I was telling Barry yesterday. Right?
Yeah, since 2011.
Yeah, 26.1 isn't particularly high.
No, but on day 1. So you got more from there.
Up to 40 on day 4, wasn't it?
But still,
day 5.
Any ground
so
in the
it's been
world.
Substantially higher yesterday.
Yeah, and well, the other question is there, defending up to mid-on, there's no run. I think the increase was up to about 32 or 33 on day 4, and then went up to 40 on day 5. Now you got to consider how many tests went to actually day 5. The only one I can think of would be the West Indies one, where they scored 300 runs in a day.
How do you calculate that? Divided by the number of wickets, in which case yesterday.
Well, we didn't get to the bottom of that, did we? Yeah.
Exactly. It's 100 plus, but that's not going to get much higher than that.
No, exactly. We didn't get to the bottom of that. Was it an average per hour, average per wicket, or whatever? Wokes in. Last ball of the over. I'm going to go and let Krishna in whilst you do some.
Okay, you can certainly do that. For wrong, rain or drizzle on the radar may get some annoying short interruptions. Yep. Hombre Nuevo, morning, wonderful GC. Morning to you, Hombre. Bangladesh need 8 wickets according to Farong. 29 overs remaining. Let me see. The Harriman, morning and afternoon, Gorillas. Cracking day ahead, hopefully. Leah says, tongue being fast is fine, but without control it's like taking a dragster to Le Mans.
Well, exactly, that was my point. I don't think he has the control. He's a bit of a lumber in the field as well. Not convinced by tongue, I have to say.
Not yet. From the weather cave, although he's transported the weather cave with him to wherever he is today.
Some park
on his
in
back,
London in Bromley.
like a turtle. Turtles carry shells on their back. Messrs carries a weather cave. There is likely to be some rain, mostly showers between 12 and 5, with lunchtime the peak. In addition, there is also a risk of some thunder. Nitin Deshpande thinks the Bangladesh game is likely to be a draw.
Well,
hello, what was that rattly noise?
Next door, wasn't it?
The seamstress is having a fight.
Yeah.
I went in there this morning. I popped into the studio next door to see if they'd like a cup of tea.
Oh, that's very nice of you.
I thought it was very nice. They just thought I was some dodgy old pervert
trying to
maybe.
Well,
no, they didn't. That's actually a lie. They were terribly gracious and said, no, thank you, but that's so sweet, they said.
cut. Late decision to prod his bat at it by Pant there.
Nice shot.
But he did get his bat on it, and it did go down to the boundary, and it is 4 runs.
Well, it's a 4 for a boundary, well, here's the rope. The bowler won't like it, but it has to go.
Tell you what, they've got a fabulous little setup in there,
Yeah, I know.
and they've got loads of.
That's
They're
a
all working
beautifully
on.
played shot.
They're all working on a Saturday.
Well, when I spoke, this bug next door is her name. I don't know what her real name is, but I met her. She came in with her daughter last week, a sweet little child. But she does speciality stuff, I think, weddings and that kind of thing.
That last one was a beautifully played late cut between second slip and
Yeah.
punch.
Down the track
Whoa,
comes
whoa.
Pant, and if Carl saw him coming, he decided to bang extraordinarily short, so short that it was a wide.
Well, Punt's not a very tall man.
He's not a very tall man, it's very true. But Pant's decided, well, I mean, it's understandable. 373 for 3.
On scale of not very tall, then, where is he between Bumrah and Ducket?
I think he's Ducket size, isn't he? He's about 5'7", 8.
Ducket's what?
5'8".
I
He's a
think Punt's
towering
shorter.
5'8".
Yeah.
I think Punt is shorter than that.
Okay. And that's into the hip. He works that down the long leg. Get himself just the one. I mean, Pant, if someone's going to go, Pant should go, shouldn't he? And Gill just play Gill's game. And, and they're at 400 now. I mean, another 80, 90 runs, and they've probably got enough for a first innings. Well, maybe not on this pitch, but certainly be looking to get up to nearly 500 by lunch.
He's 1.7 metres. What's that?
1.7 meter, yeah.
What's that in old money?
That's the same as me. It's about 5'8".
5'7", something like that. 5'7".
Well, I think
maybe?
an inch is important because if he's 5'7", he's shorter than Ducket. If he's 5'8", he's the same height as Ducket.
No, he's not 5'8". He's definitely not 5'8".
Okay.
Because,
Okay.
I think 175 is 5'10". So yeah, between 7 and 8 somewhere. I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Left alone outside the off stump this time to Gill from Cars. And there is no run.
So he and Ducket would almost see eye to eye.
5'7". He's 5'7".
Okay. Yeah. An inch in it.
So yeah, he's an inch shorter than me.
And you and Ben Ducket must be the same height.
Yeah. Gill facing up, Cars. Steaming in, he's only bowling with a bit of pace and aggression this morning.
And your chances of bowling for England are about the same.
Yeah, defended, no run.
But for all of Punt's stroke play in this particular partnership, I think Pant and Gill have pretty much scored almost the same amount of runs.
Well, yeah, they have, and that was a weird thing. I mean, Pant came down the track to Stokes' second ball and smashed him over the top, and you thought, here we go. And then he just...
He's done exactly the same thing to Anderson in the last series.
And then
The
proceeded...
first ball we ever faced from Anderson.
And then patted back Bashir all afternoon, which is kind of weird. Occasionally essaying large shots. Cart in. Oh, attempted cut by Gill, maybe a bit too close to him for that. Gets an under edge, it goes through to the keeper. After bouncing, and there is no run. He looks at the bottom of his bat. But it's probably a little too close to cut. Didn't really move his feet, just stood there and tried to bash it. Stokes is looking quite gaunt in the face these days, isn't he?
Hey, he's certainly working to keep himself fit. Hasn't he given up alcohol?
Yeah, he said he'd given up alcohol.
That can make a...
That's amazing. I mean,
That can make a
remember
quick difference.
strokes in his bar and arrest and all of that.
Cass in, nice, lovely back foot forcing shot from Gill, but can only hit cover.
What's it, the
Unfortunately, there's
embargo?
no run.
Is it the embargo bar in Bristol?
Something like that.
Yeah, I can't remember the actual name of it.
Now I'm going to go and get Gary in.
Oh, and you've got to answer your phone. Jay Grover, 5'8", he says, is the optimal height, and that's a fact in big capital letters, capital F. Let me see. Hombre Nuevo just opened up the Warwickshire studios with your YouTube feed as my backdrop, so maximum fun and filth today, please. Well, we'll do our best, obviously.
Are we due for a change now?
Yeah. No, are you? No, you've got 10 minutes, yeah. unless my watch is wrong.
More like 6-7 minutes.
Nitin Deshpande,
Probably
my
going
wife's at Boston in Boston, the US. I'm here near Mumbai watching. Oh well, I'm sorry if you're so far apart from your wife, Nitin. Is she not a cricket fan? She's gone all the way. What did you do to upset her that she's gone all the way to Boston?
Yeah.
That would be. That's probably the question we all want asked. Mr. Handjob. Oh no. Did I miss one earlier? I'm going to have to... He's feeling... Yes, he did. Why do you keep misattributing the drive I say to Leah? She's smarter than anything I say, he said. But he also said, I'm feeling terribly snubbed on the messages today, Tony.
Who's that?
Well, a Mr. Handjob of Melbourne.
Oh, right. Defended by Richard Pant.
Who I've now unsnubbed.
Yes.
He's been reinstated into the twittering realm of greatness.
Of course. Well, he deserves to be. Richard Pant facing up. Stoke Wokes comes in. Again, just outside of stump, just pushed into the offside. They get through for a single.
Well, a big thank you to Simon Hawkins. Sorry I'm so late, was cooking dinner and he puts me in my place. We're Having a Heatwave was written by Irving Berlin for the Marilyn Monroe film There's No Business Like Show Business.
Oh. There you go.
Thank you very much, Simon, and more importantly, what are you cooking for dinner? We need to be told.
And I'm sure English...
Where are you and what are you cooking? Those are our key questions.
And genuinely, English heat waves aren't as hot as a lot of other people's
Well,
heat
they're not
waves.
tropical, are they?
No.
But they're not far off, to be honest, at the moment.
Well, they don't. They feel a bit like it, but it doesn't genuinely get up to about 40. That one is defended into the offside, and there is no run. What? Oh look!
You're going to have to jingle up a super chat.
Okay, I can do that. I'm going to play this one.
YouTube Prime Super Chat. No shipping, unlike the bucket hat.
Do I have time? Yes, it's a Mr. D Handjob of Melbourne who's paid a full $5 Aussie to say no more super chats, you bastards.
Come on, Mog. That one again is defended. It looked very resolute in defence this morning as Gill. He's not taking any stupid chances. Leave that to Pant.
When I met Mog in Melbourne, he was on a 3-week holiday when Poti and I met him. So he must be back at work now, although not today, of course.
Yeah. Well, civil servant, aren't you, Mog?
Ooh.
Is that right?
We found out what Simon's having for dinner.
Ooh. Is it good?
Oh, well, you have to wait until the end of the over.
Wokes defended by Gill. No run.
Well, Gill's really playing himself in this morning.
He is indeed, isn't he? Apart from that one attempted cut last over and the 4 that he beautifully drove down the ground. Was it him who drove it down the ground? Wasn't it? Yeah, Gill.
Yes, he did. He did.
Beginning of the day.
We haven't seen a lot bar one ball from Cass, who's been used pretty sparingly by and large, isn't he?
Yeah.
We haven't seen a lot in the first half hour to suggest that there's going to be anything different to more runs for India today.
No, and it'll be interesting to see what happens when England bats. That's defended and there is no run. I mean, that's the funny thing, isn't it? Anyway, go on. I'll end this after.
Right, yes, okay. Damon Lewis says, greetings from Dublin, Ireland, chaps. Will you be covering England's visit to Ireland? Yes.
I think so, yeah.
Absolutely, we will. Simon Hawkins says, I'm in Australia, so curious why the 26-degree forecast is a heat wave. Dinner is cauliflower cheese with fillet steak and green beans. Ooh, that sounds all right. Well, Tony, I'm making a kind of satisbasi latte. It's a Lithuanian cold beet and kefir soup, says Leah.
Ooh.
Which sounds marginally less appealing than the cauliflower cheese and fillet steak, if I'm perfectly honest.
I'm not a big fan of cauliflower cheese, I have to say, but fillet steak, nice.
It's also known in the West.
Well, it's probably
as pink
delicious
soup.
compared to German cabbage.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I always like coleslaw. The pitch is flat, says Nitin. Yes, very.
Yeah, but the point is here that whilst the pitch is flat, if you've got a shed load of runs on the board, things can look an awful long way away and mistakes can be made. That's worked down towards long leg and as a single. And the fact that you have to chase down 550 on your first innings to get to parity can cause a few brains to get scrambled, and therefore it's probably wise to get the runs on the board. Well, it'll be a recurring theme in this Test match. Probably England having decided to put India in. I mean, 376 for 3 is a pretty bloody commanding position to be in at the beginning of day 2.
Yeah.
Cast.
It's very unlikely India would have believed they would be here.
No, exactly. And that's defended into the offside, and there is no run as it goes out to point. And that's probably why England should have been. And they would have probably, if it had been the other way round, maybe not wanted to, but probably would have expected to be on the back end of maybe 400 in a day 1, and therefore in a position they kind of knew where they were going to be. Whereas here, they must be cock-a-hoot. We're ahead of the game, boys. Look at the position we got ourselves into.
Yeah, but then I mean, it's really hats off to them, because it's a young team, primarily white ball players. Coming in here and really playing like should be.
Yeah.
Test match.
Exactly. Short arm jab pull by Shubman Gill. You got 1 run for that. Out to deep mid wicket.
And like we were discussing, in the last time when England was in India, Shubman Gill had a huge gap between bat and pad, and honestly, over the last day or so, he's just kept the bat so close to his body every single time. Maybe as I speak, he's going to get bowled through the gate, but he has done a great job for the past day doing that, which is commendable.
Exactly that. Such is the way. Cast in, and again into that hit of Pant, who's legged it off down for the first one, thinking about a second, but it's not there. And he'll end with a single. But looking completely untroubled this morning, this Indian pair. And the runs keep on rolling.
Well, except that one ball from Kars, which was unplayable on the off stump, pitched up, and left Rishabh Pant. I mean, for the rest, there's been no bowling which would genuinely trouble the batsman.
No, and this is where you wonder whether a world-class bowler like Bumrah could be the difference here.
We'll find out soon.
We will find out soon. Siraj seems to like bowling in England as well.
It suits his kind of bowling.
Really well cut by Gill. I'm not sure it wasn't a catching chance. He just chopped it square with great timing. It's half stopped by Crawley. I don't know whether it was in the air. But it burst through him. They still got back for 2 runs. It looks like it might have been aerial. No, it wasn't.
No.
The Michael Portillo of Bus Journeys, aka Jason, is giving us updates on his.
I know, I noticed.
He's providing I make the 11:38 connection at Elmer's End. I'll be there just before my midday stint.
I don't know why you can't leave just a little bit earlier and catch a slightly earlier.
You can ask him that in a bit.
Not being such a rush when you get here. That's defended square on your side. And there is no run. It's in a 9-2 overs. We're due a change.
We are indeed. It should be. Is it Gary?
Okay.
It's Gary.
See you soon.
You will indeed, an Indo. I'll be off to work on tomorrow's rota. Now I know David. 2nd and 3rd sessions, David, tomorrow, did you say?
Yes. Gary is going to be giving us our ball by ball. Krishna, you're on.
Hi, how are you guys?
Very well, thank you.
Lovely to be here again.
Our pleasure to have you along again. Can you change the picture, Tone? 2 Zoom, 1 person in the studio. You know the score.
Well, not much has changed since I was in the studio yesterday. India are still piling on the runs. England are still looking a bit toothless. And more discussion of whether Ben Stokes was right to invite India to bat, even though history says that if you bat second at Headingley, and indeed history says that if this England side bat second at Headingley, that they stand more at any ground, they stand more chance of winning. But England need to make things happen, and quite soon, because this Test match is getting away from them.
Gary, I couldn't help to think about Nasser Hussain and the infamous decision he made in Brisbane so many years ago.
Yeah, there was far less evidence for that. that one than there was for this one. I mean, I think everybody kind of looked at each other and said, what, in a kind of, Oliver Hardy face or whatever. There wasn't quite the same reaction this time. It's the grey-haired Chris Wokes who's on the hip of Rishabh Pant. They seem to be targeting that hip, and every time he just knocks it off and takes two to long leg. A slight misfield there from Shoaib Bashir, who did a lot of work yesterday. I ought to warn you boys that in tooting I've got a jerky feed, which is something that you associate more with Brixton just up the road. But if my ball by balling occasionally drops out, it's because I'm waiting for something to happen on the television.
Yeah, the feed gets choppy when the computers get hot, and on days like today, Gary, it's bad news, I'm afraid.
Yeah, too hot in London. As this is cut by Rishabh Pant, and there is no run. Your comment there about Jason leaving a little early, I'm tempted to say this with machines, as in supermarkets, the chillers break down and everything else once the temperature gets above about 25. Why can't they make them so they can tolerate 30 instead of just 22 or something?
Yeah, I don't get it as well. I mean, I did notice it a couple of years ago, even when we had new computers, when we had a heat wave a couple of years ago, just basically everything clunked out.
No, it's just, in Vegas, I've been in Vegas at 45 degrees of heat and everything works. As this ball is defended into the offside, and there is no run.
Well, as long as the temperature inside, the ambient temperature inside the room is okay, they're all fine. But we got no aircon here as well, so the room heats up, and then the heat can't escape, and then basically the CPUs basically can't chunk it out quick enough. They all just overheat.
There we are. 56 years since we put a man on the moon, and we can't make a computer CPU work. But there we are. As this is wide of off stump because Chris Wokes can't get his radar to work at the moment, and there is no run. Gill has 135, anchoring the innings with some style, it should be said. Pant has 79. Krishna, I was looking at the all-time top averages for Indian Test batters because I was looking to see where Jaswale was, thinking he'd be towards the top, and of course he is actually top. I'll come back to that in a moment. As Wokes is in, and this is sort of half cut, half driven, but well fielded by Brook at point. There is no run. But what surprised me was that Rishabh Pant is quite up the list, an average of 43 or something. He's not quite with the greats, but he's certainly in the second rank. Not bad for a wicketkeeper.
Not bad for a wicketkeeper, but I do think, I've always felt for a long time that he's batting too high at number 5. If he comes in at 3 for 50, you're very quickly 4 for 50, or you could be 3 for 150. I think he's too much of a risk at number 5.
Well, I remember Adam Gilchrist being described in a certain way, which I'll come back to, as Panton gets another on the hip, takes another single down to Shoaib Bashir, who this time fields without mishap, and he goes to 79. Adam Gilchrist was described once as a number 4 batting at number 7, and I have to think that Rishabh Pant is a number 5 batting at number 5, but the question is, can he do that as well as keep wickets in the 5 test series that come in 7 weeks or something? I do take your point that he's not always the man to come in at 50 for 3, but didn't he do that in Australia in one of those winning series and made a blitzing 100 that completely turned the match?
He did. So he'll do it once a series, but it's the consistency, I guess, we're looking for, or I'm looking for. And I don't think you get that with him. And this series just completed in Australia, he had some very embarrassing dismissals.
Yes, he did.
Style he plays.
But it's a bit like you have to take the rough with the smooth if you've got a game changer. I mean, I could see him at 6 just, but I think he'd be wasted at 7. He's just got too much to offer with the bat. As Wokes is in, and this is late cut, but it was a little too close to Shubman Gill. He gets a bit of a bottom edge on that, and it just ripples away to Gully. It's the end of the over, 384 for 3. No, it's not, because there's another no ball. For God's sake.
Well, while
Sorry,
we wait...
Go on.
Super chat, yeah.
Oh.
Super chat, yeah.
Well, Lucky 6 just has the simple question. Give the lad a bowl. Have a great day, gorillas. And I presume he means Mr. Ducket. Nitin Deshpande wants to know, how much score is enough for a declaration?
Well, Wilkes is in, and this is late cut. That was the shot he was trying to play the previous delivery. Lovely shot by Shubman Gill. It's going to go all the way to the fence, despite a enthusiastic chase. 4-4. India 389 for 3.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Krishna, I'll come back to you after the YouTube comments.
Well,
Sure.
well, there's plenty of calls for Ducket to bowl. I'm not going to do them. And that's about it, really. I'm kind of up to. Oh no, there's a couple here. Leah's. Yeah, I don't think Nitin needs a timeout, Leah. Chill out.
Yeah. So, Krishna, what would you do with Rishabh Pant? I mean, it's a nice little problem to have. Where do you play a wicketkeeper who averages 44?
So I mean, to me, Adam Gilchrist was a generational cricketer, and being in Australia, I watched his whole career.
Yeah.
And it was a luxury to have him at 7, but it was just so brilliant. And maybe it was because Australia had a great top 6.
And
to play him at number 7.
The thing about Australia, they've always genuinely been able to get by somehow with 3 genuine quicks and a genuine spinner. I mean, for the last, well, apart from the period where Shane Warne
Was injured.
retired and before Nathan Lyon became the stick-on, where they tried God knows Michael Beer and God knows how many others, but
Xavier Doherty.
Xavier Doherty, yeah, exactly. I mean, so you know, that's how Australia likes to play their cricket. So you could have Gilchrist at 7. Other sides need a genuine all-rounders to be able to do
Correct,
that.
that's true. That's true. I have a question for you, gents. Chris Wokes, is he going to make the tour of Australia? He just looked very pedestrian yesterday.
I think it's highly unlikely, as this is Brydon Cars who's in, and Pant gives him the charge, the way you do to a fast bowler, and plays a short arm pull round the corner, goes down to deep square leg for 4 runs.
I mean, Rishabh Pant here could go ballistic and rack up a big score very quickly.
Well, what he does, though, Pant, is that, and there's nothing mysterious about this, is that he likes to attack the first ball of a new spell or a new over. Yes. He wants to impose himself, and now he's done that, he'll think, well, I'm on top here, the bowler's worried about conceding 4s, not taking my wicket, and I can sit in the game a little bit now. And, you know, it's an obvious strategy, but it works. Here's Carson again, this will be a bouncer. And no, it's full outside off stump. That's a beautiful delivery. And Pant was a little late getting across. He's nodding his head there. I think he's acknowledging that was a good ball from Cars. He was a little late getting across. Legs were together. I think he was expecting a bounce too. So that's a good bit of bowling from Cars. Bit of wobbled seam, and it did kick away past the edge. So a bit of encouragement then for Cars, having been clattered for 4 off the first ball. He's now beaten Pant with the second. There's a leg slip in, but not as far as I can see a slip. After that delivery, I might be inclined to put a slip in.
I liken Rishabh Pant a bit like Travis Head in the way Travis bats as well.
Yeah, as this is on the hip, and he just knocks this down to the short mid-wicket. Yeah, it's all action stuff, isn't it? I'm going to get on top of the bowler. If you bowl short, I'll cut and pull. If you bowl full, I'll drive.
Very true. Very true. So who's going to be England's bowling attack in the first test?
Well, you just can't tell. It used to be a fun game to play that. But the best you can do now is to name 10 and pick the 3 who were least injured.
If they're all fit and available, who would you pick?
Well, if they're all fit and available.
Here is Cast. That is the bouncer that was inevitably coming, and Rishabh Pant, as he does like a slightly melodramatic evade as Rishabh Pant. Yes. He doesn't just squat down. He usually ends up on all 4s and makes a big play of it. But this is personality, and personality in batting, personality in sport counts.
Well, if they're all fit and firing, I would go. I'll stick with Bashir as a spinner. Stokes will be your all-rounder, and if they're all fit, I'd go Jofra, Wood, and probably Cast.
Ahead of Atkinson.
I definitely have Atkinson in there.
I'm not convinced by Atkinson. I think you got off to a fine start, but
this ball is defended. There's no run. I don't think they'll play Wood and Jofra.
I would.
I think they'll play one or the other.
Well, that's because one of them will break down, so it's quite handy. It's quite handy to have one of them not playing when the other one is playing, just in case one breaks down.
You can't have two of them, because two of them might break down in the kind of first morning, so you're only ever going to risk one at a test.
Well, I don't know, because the first test is important, and you go in hard in the first test and try and get a win. I mean, the first test is at Perth this time as well, which is a good flat, fast track.
Yeah, not with Harry Brook filling in the second innings, but anyway, here is Carsten's taken on the pad, is Rishabh Pant. Krishna, what would you have?
Oh, I'd have Atkinson, Cars, and either Wood or Archer, whoever is fit.
I would.
I just think Cars is going to be the guy who can bowl all day in the hot Australian climate, 40-degree heat, and just keep banging it in all day long. He seems to be. He's got that kind of physique. He looks unbreakable to me.
Yeah, although he had a massive blister problem, didn't he, in Pakistan?
He's more breakable than he looks. He's like most fast bowlers, to be honest. I think he's 29, so he hasn't got that many miles on the clock, and he should know his body. But if you're still getting injured at 29, it kind of is a bit worrying. But that's the way of England since they brought in all these strength and conditioning coaches, and you see not hundreds, but you see many of them on the outfield before the start of play, and they're coordinating the stretching and everything else. The more you have of them, the more injuries we get. Of course, they've got to do something, haven't they? So, a little cynical there, but I think there's something in it. What I'm interested in, and I don't think we'll see it before the end of this series, as England go to an umbrella field here. There's a off Hayden, a short mid-wicket, and a short extra cover to Gill, so they're telling him he's going to pop one up in the air, perhaps off a leading edge, as Chris Wokes comes in, and he just lets that go outside off stump. With Pant at 5, is there a temptation to play him as a specialist bat and bring Dhruv Jurel in? Because every time I see Jurel, I think this is a test match quality bat, and he could keep wicket and release Rishabh Pant, or the other way round.
Correct, yeah. And when they had that England-India series in India, when Pant was injured, Jurel batted beautifully in that series.
He did. And he does whenever I've seen him bat. Of course, it's never easy getting into the Indian batting lineup. This is beautifully driven, but one of the many extra covers that England have at the moment. Has fielded it.
Strategy here seems to bowl pretty full on a roundabout off stump, let him drive to his heart's content, but hopefully not hit any gaps and dry up the runs and try and force him to make a mistake.
Well, you look at this field, he's not going to get many on the leg stump, that's for sure. I was surprised to read that Jaswale only scored 10 runs on the leg side yesterday.
Yes.
I mean, we know he's an offside player and he likes to say leg side of the ball, but I thought he scored more than that. This is way outside off stump and well taken by a sprawling Jamie Smith, and Gill treats that with a bit of contempt, really. He's going to wait for the bowlers to bowl to him.
Try and bore him into submission.
The game I was playing last night was to try and come up with adjectives that describe Shubman Gill's batting, and the kind of language I ended up with was laconic.
Yeah. Princely, yes. Elegant, graceful. It was just superb batting. Yeah, and a bit of a throwback to Indian batsmanship of the 60s and 70s. This ball is let go outside the off stump. There is no run. Yeah, there wasn't much in the way of power hitting. For every attempt at power hitting, there were 100 caresses backward of point or to the left hand of extra cover and so on. It was a delight to watch. But he looks like a very good batsman, whereas Jaswale appears to me to be touched by genius. I think that is the difference between the two. And their test match records might bear that out, as he's full with complete elegance defending that ball into the offside is Shubman Gill. 5 dot balls here. They'll be working on that, will England. They'll be hoping for a rush of blood from Gill, but he doesn't look like a man who's likely to have a rush of blood, and he's got 393 on the board. England's job to take wickets, not India's job to score runs at the moment.
So they showed a graphic yesterday of how the runs per wicket increase at Headingley over the 5 days of the Test match, of course.
Here's Wokes again, and this is just defended to the Jonty Rhodes position. It's the end of the over. It's a maiden. India 393 for 3.
Lockie 6 says, does Gary have any thoughts about humans colonising Mars? Interesting.
No.
No.
Is the answer to that one. Good film in Total Recall, and even better short story. We can remember it for you wholesale, but other than that, no.
No.
Martian. There was a
Martian, yeah, that was about living on Mars, wasn't it?
Yeah, wasn't so keen on that one.
Roy Mainwell says, well, it'd be interesting to see Bumrah bowl on this wicket. I'm sure he thinks he's going to get more from it than his disappointing English quicks. I'm not sure he will, but his action and his pace might help him a little bit more.
As well as Yorker. His right inside bottom.
Looking like a rock star.
Yeah, Pendleton shirt. Perhaps a tribute to the late Brian Wilson. I don't know. Krishna, you were in the middle of a point. So
the average runs per wicket goes from 25 on day 1 to 45 on day 5. So was that behind Stokes' decision making yesterday to say we'll chase whatever we have to chase?
Well, I guess so, but the 45 on day 5 is probably a smaller sample and therefore not so. It jumps up quite a lot, doesn't it? Anyway, we're going to have a change of bowling. It is this man.
Bashir likes to attack. Bashir now in an England cap.
Yes, is the right arm over the wicket, Bashir, and Rishabh Pant. The histrionics are extraordinary. He does that shot. He plays it too often for it to be by chance. I think he's actually lying prone on the floor by the time he gets the scoop onto the ball, hits it over his shoulder, over the keeper, down to the boundary fence for one of these.
It's like he's almost doing a roll whilst hitting it, like a forward roll.
There's an element. Yeah, there's an element of the camp about it in the tremendous effort to get the slightest contact, but he gets 4 runs and it works for him, so why not? Inevitably, the next ball is forward defensive. Yes, I mean, it tells the story for England that the man who bowled the previous over, Chris Wokes, had none for 103, and the man bowling this over, Shoaib Bashir, slightly unlucky, but still none for 70. But there was a bit of turn there, hit the sides of the bat. And when Bashir gets turn, he gets overspin as well, which is why he's really in the side. Pant has 88, as he sort of charges that and then decides to stand at his crease and thrashes the ball to extra cover. And this is a problem that all England's bowlers, but especially Bashir, had yesterday, is that the pitch is so slow that the Indian batsman can make a poor decision and then just wait for the ball and make a perfectly reasonable shot. As Pant is back to this one, defends a little bit of French cricket.
Who's the number 2 spinner in England behind Bashir? Is it still Leach?
It's hard to say because they've gone with Bashir now. I suspect it would be Jack Leach if Bashir gets injured, but I think they're looking to move on.
Is Liam Dawson still a chance?
I'll come to that in a moment. As that is an enormous slog on the leg side, but a controlled slog. It's gone halfway to Manchester, and 6 runs is Rishabh Pant. He goes to 94. India go to 403 for 3. They're not going to let Shoaib settle. I mean, Rehan Ahmed has played for England, the leg spinner, but he seems to be playing more as a batsman.
He's a batter now, right? Yeah.
Leicestershire, but his brother is getting a lot. Farhan is getting a lot of good press, and I think England will certainly stick with Shoaib to the end of the Ashes. But if he's not doing what they want him to do, I suspect the next cab off the rank at the moment would be Farhan Ahmed, who's still, I think, only 18. So he's got a lot to come. He doesn't play it again, does he? He does, but he didn't get as much of it, and it goes along the ground instead of out of the ground to deep square leg. And Pant keeps the strike from his captain. Got 11 from that over, 404 for 3. He's within one blow of a century.
Isn't that a very famous score? 404 for 3 at Headingley?
I think not. Was it Headingley? But it was it what Australia chased down? I'm not sure if it was at Headingley, but for a long time it was the highest fourth innings chase in cricket. If it was at Headingley, 1948, I think.
Right, yeah, I thought that was one of Bradman's invincible tests.
Yeah, I think it was one of the
Which, of course, if England hadn't got on a bloody boat in South Africa in 19 whatever it was, the highest total chase in a test match would have been 900 and something. But
I think any records about chases are always a little confusing because the highest chase at this ground is 220, and you realise there's been 10 chases of 200 plus for 2 or 3 down.
Yeah, exactly.
But with change of bowling, much needed change of bowling. I'll wait for the jingle as the bowler is in and round the wicket to Pant, who lets it go, no run.
No, it's this man.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
Can I just address Grigor McCord? Yeah, the bowling on our scorecard, unfortunately, picks up the latest spell. It doesn't pick up the total, and I don't know why that is. So often bowlers seem like they've gone exceptional economy rates, but that's not true. It's just their latest spell, unfortunately.
Not sure of Bashir though. As a good bouncer from Ben Stokes, he does have a excellent bouncer, and Rishabh Pant slightly got ahead of himself there and pulled out of the shot. As some encouragement round Headingley for Ben Stokes. They know he can work miracles at Headingley. We've seen that before. That was with a bat though, rather than with a ball. And he has 243. I thought he was much the pick of England's bowlers yesterday by an absolute mile. Although Shoaib did bowl well.
He's looking very lean, isn't he?
He is. He's in again, and this is on leg stump, and the Rishabh Pant just pushes it to the short mid wicket, and it is no run. Yeah, sometimes he looks a little too lean, doesn't he? I think it might be an element of fragility, but I suspect he's taken some of the muscle out of his core strength because he doesn't want to have too bulky a upper body to protect his knee and ankles and joints that have to carry it. So it kind of does make sense that he's 5 kilos or whatever below his fighting weight. But those compromises will appear elsewhere. But here is the Vincent van Gogh lookalike, and gets that on the stumps as Rishabh Pant, and he just turns the wrists on it. It goes down to deep square, where I think that's Harry Brook doing the fielding. Ben Stokes. Ben Stokes suits blonde highlights more than most cricketers, certainly more than Jacob Bethel or the young Jimmy Anderson. Now, there's a question as to whether a man in his 30s really needs blonde highlights, but it's his decision. Let him have them if he wants them. But for once, they don't look like an absurd splotch of peroxide stuck on top of his head. They actually do sort of work well with the look in total.
Speaking of Jimmy Anderson,
I'll
pause.
I've got something to say about Jimmy Anderson as well, as this is very full and it's just driven with such grace from Shubman Gill through extra cover, dot after dot after dot. They're trying to bore him out. He gets one full on the off stump and he does that to it. What a player.
Lazy elegance.
It was a lovely shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, had a bit of VVS Latchman about that. Minimal movement, maximum return. Yeah, Jimmy Anderson. Go on, Krishna.
Yeah, my comment was, what's your thoughts about the renaming of the trophy? You might have already discussed it yesterday. I'm not bothered either way. I think the Tawdry Trophy didn't make a huge amount of sense to many people in this country for sure. That nice ball from Stokes, moved away but left alone by Shubman Gill. And you know, if you're going to name trophies after players, Anderson and Tendulkar have got as much claim as anybody. I'm actually more interested in the fact that Jimmy Anderson, I understand, is captaining Lancashire tomorrow in the county championship.
Wow.
Now, I may be wrong in that. It may have been in the T20, but
I think it was the T20, wasn't it? Someone was saying
Was
it's
it?
captain of the T20, yeah.
Yeah.
Anthony Henderson says, Stokes made a terrible mistake to send it into bat. Whoopity-doo. Stephen Kirk says, totally agree. Lockie, if I say that people think I'm obsessed, asking for 4 spinners offers a political cover. Shut up. That's asking about probably Duckett's bowling again, funnily enough. Envoy 0.45 hard point says, with Karen there and Jadeja still to come, this looks grim for England. It certainly kind of does.
yeah. Here's Shoaib Bashir to Rishabh Pant, who's on 96, and he gets one short, which he sort of clubs, there's no real other word for it, into the leg side, but without any timing, and Joe Root does the fielding, so he's on 97 now, is Rishabh Pant.
Did they use Joe Root yesterday?
No.
They're unlikely to risk Joe Root ricking his back bowling in the first test of the series, so I suspect they might have done in other circumstances, but I don't think they want that to happen. Gill on 143. Bashir over the wicket to the right-hander. It's met with the deadest bats. It is no run. One of the things I quite like about Shubman Gill is that he's got 2 double letters in his name. It's a double N, I think, at the end of Shubman, and double L at the end of Gill. Always nice to see some double letters in a name. As this ball takes a little bit of the inside portion of the bat, but it's played under the eyes and there's no risk at all as it dribbles into the leg side. I thought Bashir varied his pace and his flight very well yesterday. He got a bit of drift, not much turn, but he showed he was a thinking bowler and a much more rounded bowler than the one we saw last year.
He's on a
this is the
very steep learning curve, isn't he?
Yeah.
English spinners
He's
tend
very young.
to do that. They do tend to be on steep learning curves because it's hard to always get the amount of overs you need in unless you're counting T20 overs, firing it in at the leg stump. Bashir is in a game and that's a slower ball. He has to wait for it and therefore gets it backward of square. Does Shubman Gill.
Does he have a county home now? Every time I hear about him, he doesn't, and he's the second bowler.
Yeah, he can't get in county sides. He went off on loan, and I think he's still at Somerset, but he doesn't get in ahead of Jack Leach. I think he was on loan and couldn't get in at Leicestershire or whatever it was. And
that's unprecedented, isn't it?
Well,
he plays for England more than he does county cricket.
Well, he's learning on the job.
Yeah.
You know, he gets 12 games a year, maybe 17 games a year with England.
Here's Bashir, and this takes the edge, but it's not really a catch. There's a bit of a sprawl in Joe Root, and a quick single as Ben Ducket ran round and attempted to throw down the stumps. It was Harry Brook, I think, who attempted to field that ball.
No. Ducket threw the ball at the stumps, but hit Brook.
Hit Harry Brook.
On the back.
Oh, yeah. On the back.
Wow, yes.
And he would have been well in. So, I mean, England is not only getting hammered by India, getting hammered by
That's
England
painful,
too.
Man.
It is. Liam Dawson would be an interesting choice. I think Liam Dawson's been the best spinner in county cricket for a long time now. And he offers plenty with the bat as well. And if anything, you know, if Shoaib is dropped or there is a problem, it would be simply perverse not to pick Liam Dawson in my view. But it's the end of the over, it's drinks and it's a change in Gorillas.
It is a change in Gorillas. Christian, you're going to do some ball by ball.
Soon.
Jason is going to join me if he's made it on from his bus stop onto the. Yes, he has. He's going to come in the middle. And
So
what's your feed like? Because as I said, the computers get really hot here. I don't know if you've got it on TV there, but it might be a bit clunky over the Zoom.
It's okay at the moment, and
Okay.
it is a little bit clunky, but I'm in real time to what you're actually seeing, so that's good.
That's good. Yeah.
So good first hour for India. They've gone from 360 to 412, so 60 odd runs, no loss of wickets.
Yeah, it's
2 seconds. I just need to check whether or not the studio's set up right.
Oh, that's a good point. It's just a terrible decision for England to bowl yesterday. I just don't. I think everyone can see it, and I guess even Stokes sees it now. But you got to live with it, isn't it? I mean, they are going to be on the back end of chasing 650 here, if not more.
Yes. Did he have a press conference last night? What did he say?
If he did, I didn't see it. Did he have a press conference yesterday? Did he explain himself, or did he just say, no, that's the way we want to play?
I don't know. I was elsewhere. I was watching Surrey versus Middlesex.
Oh, yeah. How did that end up?
I'm not going to say too much about it because Tony will get apoplectic.
Oh, really? Middlesex lost then? Was there some shenanigans that went down?
I think the most shenanigans was when Dom Sibley remonstrated with the umpire because he couldn't see the bowler because of the sunlight off the sunglasses that were perched above the cap of the
umpire.
Umpire, yeah. Which looked very weird.
Oh well.
But yeah, Will Jacks batted really well. He should have got a ton.
Well, no.
Hold out on 97.
That's the way of T20, eh?
Yeah, but he could have had 150. There were another 5 overs to go when he did that.
Well, yeah.
Anyway, that's by the by.
So a comment
but
at least regarding over.
No,
go ahead.
Go on, Krish. No, go on, Krish.
I was just going to talk to you about over rates. What were your thoughts about over rates yesterday? 85 overs for the day, only 3 wickets, and Bashir's bowled 21 overs of the 85.
Well, my view on that, and I don't know whether Bear agrees, is that was a price that England were prepared to pay to stop the damage, and they will take whatever sanctions come their way as a result.
I don't think it was entirely that as well. I think before he was out, Dryswell had some lengthy stops for cramp twice in the space of about 10 minutes.
But that should be factored into the rate calculation.
Well, yes.
Time out for injuries. And they're still 5 overs short.
Well, no, because they bowled a total of 85 in a day, and those probably took up 4 of those overs, to be fair.
No, the point is that the timekeepers will take account of that time when they assess how many overs should be bowled in a day.
Well, yes, but I mean, if the hard total is 90 and we bowled 85, there were 3 wickets, which is 2 minutes a wicket, which is 2 overs probably, and then those 2 stops for him should have made up the other 3 overs at least.
Maybe.
Interesting. I mean, they might start this WT cycle with another.
I honestly, my thing about this over thing. I mean, look, have fines and do all you like. It's never going to change, and if I think it unfair. I mean,
it only matters when the game goes on to the 5th day and it's a potential draw.
There's that for a start. Although if they bring it down to 4 days, then
but it's 4 days with an extra half an hour per day.
Well, yeah, but whichever. But, at the end of the day, if you shorten a test match's total time, then it will become more relevant. However, after I'll let you get on with the commentary, Christian, and I'll have my say.
Sure. So Stokes is back after the drinks break. First ball is left by Rishabh Pant, and it goes through to the keeper. Pant is on 98. Seems very unfazed that he's getting closer to his century.
Yeah,
that's his nature, I guess.
I don't think he cares whether he's on 2 or 102.
Yeah,
he's going to play the same way. Well, actually, he was very responsible very early on yesterday, and then he
wasn't second ball. He chanced down a wicket, and smashed Stokes over his head, but then he got sensible. Yeah, it was weird. And now my point about that, Chris, is I really don't think that teams should be punished with points in the terms of a table for that, because currently the way it's configured after this ball.
The next ball is full, and Punt's squeezing it out to third man, and he'll pick up a single and move on to 99. Seems to have a bit of a grin on his face. There's some chatter going on between him and Stokes, as there was yesterday.
I mean, the way it's configured at the moment is completely unfair. If the fact that you only get points deducted for slow over rates if you bowl over 80 or 90 overs, right? So if you bowl a team out, you can bowl as slow as you like and get a team out for under 90 overs and you won't get fined. But if the other team bats really slowly and you happen to bowl at them for 140 overs, you can get fined. That seems a massive anomaly to me. It shouldn't really matter. If you're going to do slow over rates, it shouldn't really matter how many fucking overs are bowled, right? It should be how many overs you're bowling an hour sort of deal.
Stokes into Gill, and he's leaving that outside the off stump through to Jamie Smith.
And
Score remains 413.
And in
Sorry, go ahead.
totality, if you're having a league thing, that just shouldn't come into a league table. It should just be on wins, draws. And you can have bonus. You want to bring in bonus points for rates of play or runs scored in an innings, like the county championship. You could do, but I think you should just keep it as a win, loss, draw scenario. Points for that, and just go like that, and then try and even up the amount of tests that every nation plays, so that it's more of a regular table. That seems the obvious thing to do.
Stokes is in again on the pads, and Gill is driving that straight down to the ground, fielded at mid-on, and there's no run.
I mean, what do you feel about it?
My personal view is I like the WTC as it is. I said on a podcast recently that in Australia, AFL football is a very compromised competition. There's 18 teams and there's 24 weeks of competition. And it works fine. Like, everyone recognises that, but it doesn't upset anyone that, oh, we only played this team once and this team twice. It works okay. Stokes is in again. And that's a lifting delivery that Gill is trying to evade, but I think he's got an outside edge and it's gone through to...
No, it's not gone through.
Point.
I think Ducket has potentially dropped that.
No, it bounced before him.
But yeah, it certainly leapt off a length.
Leapt off a length, yeah. Got a bit of a top edge.
It's a great ball by Stokes.
Didn't carry to Ducket by a long way. It's a good stop in the end. It was going pretty quick.
So maybe there is a little bit of menace in this pitch that they're just not able to extract often enough.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's a pretty benign pitch, really.
Stokes is in again, and that ball is being cut defensively by Gill through to backward point again and to Ducket, and there's no run.
We have a super chat there.
Oh, do we?
We do. And I don't know where we finished off on the tweets, but I'll do the super chat first.
Okay.
Super chat game, super chat game, super chat game, super chat game.
Jay Grover says it's £2. Says it's now 80 overs in the World Test Championship, apropos of, I'm not sure what we were discussing beforehand. He also asks, am I banned again? To which Lockie 6 replies, yep.
What?
And Nick Slayer says, nope. And Jay Winker says, huzzah. And Jeremy, Messi Jez, our own Messi Jez, who's getting prepared,
in a park in Bromley,
getting prepared to go home, says every captain is aware of the cost of slow over rate. They need to take responsibility for their failure and cop it sweet instead of the constant whining.
No, I just disagree with it. I just think it's hardly ever have I seen. I mean, it depends where you play in the world as well, to be fair.
Sasho Bashir bowling to Punt on 99, and he's lofting this over mid-wicket, and he's going to clear the boundary for 6, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, and there it is. That's 100 for...
Yeah, he's a centurion.
20,
Back
40,
what's that?
60, 80, 100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
I wonder how long he's been
Quite a celebration by Punt.
preparing
He's
that.
doing flips, he's doing all sorts of things on the ground.
I mean, it's really quite impressive that, given he was in a car crash, 18 months ago.
Yeah, and he's not exactly as slim as the figures either.
No, there's a certain amount of athleticism there beneath all the muscle.
Yes.
And flexibility as well.
Now, is it all muscle? That's the question.
Well, there's some heft, but I think the way he hits it, there's more muscle than fat, put it that way.
Certainly in the shoulders and the biceps and the forearms.
Well, he's resetting here, he's taking guard again.
England are getting pumped here, seriously pumped.
Yep. I'm wondering how many people who went England win 3-1 or 4-1 are now ruining their potential.
Well, no,
bets.
this can be the one. This can be the one.
Well, I mean, I reflect back on the series where India was here over the summer, and they beat Australia handsomely in Perth, and everyone thought, oh, this is the end of the Australian era, but the Australians fought back incredibly well from there.
The problem is I'm not sure that England can, because I'm not sure they've got the bowling resources to come back.
Well, I still believe that Jofra is going to bowl in the next test.
And be cropped in the next test.
No, I don't fucking... Why?
And this ball is lofted again by Rishabh Pant, and he's clearing mid-off again, deep mid-off, who's run valiantly to try and catch it, but I think it's gone for 6.
I think just cleared, actually. I don't think the fielder was on the boundary. I think
he caught it and then dove over the boundary with the ball in hand.
He might have done. I don't think he could let it. He couldn't get it back in, could he?
No.
Anyway, I believe it's going to be one of these.
Oh, it's just beyond his hands, riding past.
And it landed on top of the sponge. If it had been on the edge of the boundary, he probably could have put his hands up and caught it and been in play, but for some reason
he was the usual 5 yards in from the road.
Yeah.
It really looks like Rishabh Pant's starting to tee off if he hadn't already.
Yeah, well,
good, because Gill's been virtually a passenger for an hour and a bit. He's gone maybe 15 runs in an hour, and Pant's gone from just under 50 to 111 now.
And this partnership is now 204, which I think is what they
Pant was
celebrated
on
about.
66 this morning when he came out, I think. He got his 50 last night.
She is in again, and this ball is played defensively by Rishabh Pant onto the onside. No run. And sometimes I feel as if he's playing by numbers, but he's just an eccentric genius, isn't he?
Yeah, it kind of feels a bit like that, doesn't it? So I'm going to hit this ball, and he's certainly got the ability to do it. So, I mean, he's exciting to watch.
Shobashi is in again.
And
this time again, Rishabh Pant is trying to sweep it, and he's just top-edged it over mid-wicket, and they'll come back to take a single. Very lucky to get away with that again.
Yeah, I mean, he did a couple of times. He hit it into sort of spaces in the outfield yesterday afternoon off missed hits. A bit lucky, but you know, you make your own luck in this game, I suppose.
Yeah, and when it's going your way, it really does go your way.
Yeah, exactly. A nice little flip he did there. That's pretty impressive.
Yep.
There's a West Indian fast bowler who does that too, right? Shobashi comes in again,
Used to be,
this is played defensively by Gill.
I'm trying to remember who it was. It wasn't Sheldon Cottrell, that was a salute.
That was a salute, yeah. What happened to Sheldon Cottrell? You don't see him anymore. Did he get injured and then become crap, or did they just fall out of favour?
I think he's fallen out of favour, but...
Yes, of course, that's the other series that's going to start next week. The Australians are in the West Indies, and they've already said that they're going to drop Marnus Labuschagne.
Yeah, that's interesting.
61 career.
Is that coming in for him?
So Constas will come back in as an opener, and with Steve Smith's injury, they're bringing in
Josh Inglis. Yeah.
So Inglis will bat probably at 4, and they'll keep Green at 3.
Okay.
That'll be Khawaja and Constas
to open. Okay.
So Stokes is in again, bowling to Rishabh Pant, and he's driving neatly to the offside, and they scamper through for a single. There's a quick chance of a run out, but he's home safely at the non-striker's end. Stokes had his hands in his face there, and I think he thought that was closer than what it looked like.
Nah, he was home.
It's good single. Well judged. That's well judged by Pant to drop and go.
Yeah, so the Australian selectors have painted themselves into a corner by not making decisive moves with the Australian team until now, and now they're forced to. So Stokes is in again, bowling to Gill. And Gill's leaving that short-ish ball outside the off stump. Thought about cutting it, but I think it got a bit big on him, and Jamie Smith's taken it.
Seems an odd thing to do, to drop Marnus when Smith has been injured, to be fair. I mean...
Correct.
I think they're probably asking Khawaja to be that glue role from the very top of the order.
Khawaja looks a busted flash.
Yeah, I'd be really surprised if he plays out the whole Ashes series, because he's just gone against good fast bowling.
Yeah, it just gets stuck on the crease every time, doesn't it?
Yep. Stokes is in again, and Gill's playing that glide shot that he does beautifully through the offside. There is a deep point. He runs around to his right and fields it, and they pick up 2 runs. Score moves on to 427 for 3.
Although I would still probably expect the Aussies to win in that series in the West Indies.
Well, I think
Oh, yes. I think so.
we've got some more super chats on the way, by the way.
Oh, have we? Lovely. I love a super chat. Keep coming them in. We'll play a jingle.
YouTube right, super chat.
Lockie 6
No shipping, unlike the bucket hat.
sends us $2 Aussie for the donation to the Bring Back Messi Fund, and Jago sent us £2 English pounds, saying that people demand Messi. Well, you've had him for a whole month in the studio.
Well, exactly. Krishna, tell us what happened there, and then we shall explain.
Yeah, the next ball was flicked off his pads by Shubman Gill down to the onside deep mid-wicket, and they'll pick up another 2 runs. So Gill's moved on to 147. He's reaching another milestone for him. And Pant has quickly skipped on to 113. It just seems like a moment ago we called this century.
Yeah. Well, Messi is going to be back in his little box in the corner. Hopefully on day 5 when he'll be back in Perth.
Stokes is in again, and Pant is trying to swat that down the ground, and it's just makes it off to mid-on and doesn't take any runs there. It's hard to actually describe some of these unorthodox shot making punts, doesn't it?
It's a baseball swing.
It is a baseball swing, and he just caught it on the splice, really, and it went nowhere. Would have been caught by an on Hayden, but we don't have one of them.
All right, last ball of the over for Stokes, 2 for 53. He's bowling to Pant, who's patting this down at the offside, thinks about it single, but it's fielded at mid-off and there's no run. End of the over, 430 for 3 after 101 overs.
That's Sam Cook, isn't it?
Yeah. Sutahu says afternoon. Indian vlogger says 3 centurions. Yay. Sutahu also says, what a legend Pant is. It's hard not to like the lad.
It's true. It is hard not to like him. This is quite frustrating. But
And now 19 Deshpande says, welcome Sutahu. Pant was bed for bones. Crumbled. Look at the mindset. And the performance of making Gumby looks suave, says Lockie 6. I'm not sure what that's in aid of. And we are reminded there's 40 minutes left for the GPL, and it's over £200 now.
Well, I can tell you exactly how much it is now, currently. We have had 7 entries, so it'll be £202 currently. Messi Jez is in there on his 3, and Messi Jez is the only man in. He's desperate to win that money.
To minimise his losses.
To minimise his losses, exactly. He has won it about 5 or 6 times, it has to be said.
So Bashir is starting a new over, bowling to Gill, and Gill is flicking that off his pads. It's fielded close to the wicket at short leg, and there's no run.
I'm going to try and do reverse psychology here. Say one of these two is on for a double ton.
Please be right. And the only problem with that is one of them still
one
can
of
get
them
there.
One of them will get there. The other one will just get out.
Bashir is bowling again, and Gill's on his back foot, just patting it back to the bowler, and there's no run again.
Bashir's nose seems to be getting bigger, but I kind of like his haircut. He's sort of growing a sort of mank 1990s kind of Manchester haircut.
He's in again.
Oh,
that's close.
That isn't bad, but no one's
Gill
appealed.
tries to flick it off his pads in a kind of sweeping movement, but it's got, maybe got the outside edge, but it's just rolled onto the offside.
I think, and I'm Darth Bear, I think that's just outside the line.
Yeah, there was one yesterday that I thought about reviewing. Oh, it's come off his glove actually, so it can't be out.
That's it.
If it's caught.
Well, it could be out if it's caught, yeah.
But it's too high.
Yeah, but we were all thinking LBW, weren't we? So, yeah.
Next ball is played off the back foot by Gill, and it's just patted out to the offside, and there's no run. So he's being very patient. I mean, he must be getting tired. He's been out there for quite a while.
Yeah, I guess it's overnight. I've only been out there for an hour and a bit this morning. Hendo, turn your picture off, Hendo.
She's in again, and Gill is flicking that off his pads onto the onside, and he's been caught. He's been caught at deep mid-wicket, so Bashir gets a breakthrough. Finally for England, 430 for 4. It looked like a lazy shot, but it's hard to tell with Gill with the way he plays.
Well, go on.
No, go ahead.
Well, he's just out. I was going to say a jingle. We got a wicket. Hendo, turn your picture off, mate. Hendo.
No.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I don't think he was intending to hit it there. I think it's intended to hit it straighter, and it's just turned very slightly in the bat in his hand as he played the shot. He didn't get to the pitch of the ball, so he's picking it up on the...
Well, I don't think it particularly matters, does it? They're 430 for 4. And,
no.
Feeling quite copper. Your reverse psychology did work, though. There's the one that didn't get a double century. In fact, he didn't even get to 150 after all that. Thank God. But they're still on for 600 quite easily.
Alright, so the incoming batsman is Karun Nair, and
and the fun goes on for England.
Well, yeah, the last time we played him, he got a triple century against us. So
yeah, well, how long has it been since he played a test match for India?
6 years, 8 years.
Yeah, I don't know if he's played in between.
Well, he's played a lot of county cricket for was it Leicestershire or Derbyshire, and he played in the England A game.
Yeah,
and he got a double ton in that. So.
Yeah, and he was also. The leading run scorer in the what is it, the
Ranji Trophy?
Ranji Trophy, that's the one. Yeah. Anyway, let's give him a jingle.
Give me a bow and naya, cool stylish naya, swinging, slashing, classy batting action. Gurun Karanaya, triple century holder. He'll maybe one day, maybe he'll play away from Indian naya. Against England, he spanked him. Oh yeah, it's naya.
So 7 tests, average of 62, and a top score of 303, not out.
I remember watching that.
Bashir. And he's playing it nicely down the onside, and Bashir's fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run.
That was one of those typical Indian matches where the first team batting first scores 500, India reply with 750, and then England lose.
Yeah. Which could be this game. Yeah, the other way around. Well, maybe.
What's the weather forecast over the remaining days?
It's generally pretty hot. I think there's it's quite humid, so there's the odd break maybe for thunderstorms, quick showers. But because of the heat and the dryness of the ground, I imagine once they go, they'll get on pretty quickly.
Yeah. I mean, they always talk about the significance of knocks at the start of a series, and that's a very powerful knock by Gill. If it's a statement knock for the series, we'll wait and see. But
well, again,
really great start.
One of the reasons why England probably should have batted in these conditions.
Stokes is in again around the wicket to Rishabh Pant this time, who's leaving it, and Smith's diving to collect that ball.
Well, that was a good leave.
That was a very good leave. I can't have missed by much.
Yeah, Stokes has got his hand on his mouth thinking, how the hell did that miss?
Oh, that was a wobble seam, and it hit the seam and nibbled back in, actually. Went over the top of off stump.
So it's left on height more than anything else.
Yeah.
You can't quite believe it, Ben Stokes.
We got an absolute cracker to get rid of Jaiswal yesterday, to be fair.
He's in again, and Punt's on the back foot, just defending that down to the offside, and there's no run.
Leah says England look cooked. Lockie says English people struggling in blistering 25 degree heat makes me laugh like a hyena. Well, yes, how hot is it where you are, Lockie? And it's when we've got 2 fans going full pelt at the moment, which is making it roughly okay, at least if you sit on air.
Yeah.
But it's not for us, it's for the computers, I think.
Well, no, those computers, I don't think it really works on them. I can get some cold packs underneath them, maybe, if they start getting really clunky.
Stokes is in again around the wicket, and Punt is cramped, but he's cutting it onto the offside, and it's fielded there at deep point by Ben Ducket, who does a great job there in that position. And there's no run. Score remains at 4:30 for 4.
England should be looking forward to batting on this pitch eventually, you'd have thought. I mean, I guess they won't have any fear when they come out, England. I mean, we all just know how flaky English people can be. But they shouldn't really, and this team is used to getting big scores and getting them quite quickly.
It does look a bit cloudy today, doesn't it? Must be humid
Well,
there, I'm guessing. Stokes is in again, and Punt's leaving that outside off stump, and there's no run.
Yeah, well, they did say there might be some storms around about lunchtime, or at least a break.
Well, it's definitely sort of light cloud overhead because the ball is moving around. I mean, no one swung away from the left-hander. And Stokes is getting movement almost every ball, just not enough of it to beat the bat.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's all predictable, isn't it? I think you can see it's not late.
It's very
swing,
easy out of the hand,
it's always out of the hand and quite simple to see.
Stokes is in again, and Punt is swatting that down the offside, and he's picking up 4 through deep mid-off. Again, not much footwork, but a nice swing of the bat.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That was just stand and deliver, wasn't it? Big swing of the bat. I don't think his feet didn't really move.
No.
All hand-eye coordination.
That's all one-day blast with a good base technique.
Yeah, exactly that.
Leah says that wicket was against a run of play, I have to say, but good on the lad.
Wow.
Last ball of the over is cut by Punt, and it's gone to deep point, and they've quickly scampered through for a single. That'll be the end of the over. It's 4:35 for 4 after 103 overs. I think we're due for a change.
We are indeed. Hendo is on with Tony and Anindo.
Nice talking to you, gents. We'll see you next time.
See you next time. Morning, Hendo. Morning, Anindo.
Morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, we can. Hello, Hendo.
Hello, Anindo. I guess you're a very, very happy man, are you not?
Yeah, I think they've played as well this morning as you could have expected them to. So Gill was very correct. It was unfortunate that I think he was probably due for a double 100 here the way he was playing. So England must consider itself fortunate to have got him.
Yeah, I think he was. I was enjoying, in a way, watching him bat more than I've enjoyed.
Yeah.
It's been a weird little innings. It's absolutely moved into overdrive now. He's gone down on his knees to this first ball from Shoaib, and he's swept that.
That's in the centre of Leeds.
Into the centre of Leeds. Now, someone's playing. So I think it's unlikely. But wow, what a shot. 124. I just kind of remember saying yesterday late evening how the fact that he was getting away with quite a bit yesterday on his way to his 50 is down the wicket. Oh my goodness me! And he would have been stumped. Had Jamie Smith taken the ball cleanly, because he threw himself almost completely off his feet, and he threw the bat about 5 yards from him. Maybe that distracted Smith, the fact that the bat came out of the hat.
It's extraordinary. I mean, the bat went to first slip, which isn't there. Punt was mid-pitch.
I think he'd be over generous to Smith there because the ball was already in and out of his gloves before the bat went flying. So unfortunately, that's a missed opportunity.
It wasn't a missed opportunity. It was poor keeping, I would say.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I think Tony, I'll come back to that. Bashir in again, throws it up.
Yeah.
He just have a
I don't think he even saw the ball at bat. Yeah. Jamie Smith, I don't think he saw the bat. It was just he just didn't collect the ball.
No, but I think he's still so far down the wicket had Rishabh gone, then losing control of the bat. I think had he not lost the bat, Jamie Smith had almost a second chance to to execute the stumping. And I think this is pushed up to mid-on. There is no run. And I think that had the bat not flown out of Rishabh's hands, he might have taken that second opportunity.
That won't stop Surrey fans everywhere moaning and then going, oh, hang on a moment, though.
It did bounce a bit as well, didn't it? So he was taking it quite high, up almost towards his sort of rib cage. This is played into the offside and there is no run, but for sure Bashir deserves to have a second wicket. But Pant has really chanced his arm in this innings, and it's paying off tremendously well. Pushes into the offside, goes through for quick singles, fielded. Stokes still alive, still full of competitive spirit, tries to get that onto his right hand and hurl down the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Pant will get there comfortably.
I love Pant's celebration every time I see it. I don't think any other batter in the world has ever done cartwheels.
It'd be more impressive if it was a backflip, though.
No, it wasn't a backflip.
No, it would have been more impressive had it been a backflip.
And what I think people forget more seriously is the
replay now.
1 or 2 years ago, the kid was involved in the horrific accident, and who would have expected him to be doing this?
Absolutely. Stokes in again. Sure, that's pulled. That's more orthodox, and that's 4 runs. Beautiful shot on this occasion. Oh. I'm having trouble hearing the jingles. I know you were okay with them yesterday, Tony.
Yeah, I was. Okay,
I can hear them.
Give you hand signals, Hendo.
Yeah.
Now, I was just checking on what Pant ended up on last night. It was 65. He's now moved to 129. 64 runs in this session. Could he get 100 in a session? This is a better ball from Stokes. Comes into him, just keeps on coming. And he waits for it, plays it late, out into the offside. There is no run. My feeling is that his luck is... I'd hate to use the word luck with someone like Rishabh Pant because of what you just talked about, the accident that he had. And you kind of feel, well, he deserves his luck. But
he makes his own luck in a way. I mean, it doesn't matter how many times. He's got out, don't forget, he's got out in the 90s 6 times. And he honestly just doesn't care. I mean, he's just going to play the same way.
Stokes again, cut brutally. But Brook, I think it is now, Crawley out there at deep backward point. Stokes is having a little bit of a chat with Pant as he gets to his end.
And the only batter who I know from my living memory who had the same attitude as Virendra Sehwag, he just didn't care if he was on 90 or 190 or 299, whatever. It didn't matter. He would just play what he would play.
Yeah, which is it's a great freedom to have in a way, if you've got the kind of ability to back it up.
Of course.
447 for 4 is the score. What did we start on this morning? 359. So it's 88 runs. Yeah, 88 runs now for just the single wicket. Well, they're going to have a go at Karen there. They've got 2 slips in now. Stokes is in, bowls to him. He's onto the back foot and he's in trouble here. He drops it down, and to his alarm, he felt in his bones that it might bounce back onto the stumps. I think it's bounced over them. So.
That would have been tragic, given Karun Nair's story, and how he's got where he has now after being dropped from a triple century, and then this year virtually not getting out in the entire domestic season. I mean, it was extraordinary seeing him bat in the Ranji Trophy.
He must have hit quite a few hundreds then.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think he got dismissed. I can't remember now, but I think he got dismissed in the entire tournament like 3 times or something. It was ridiculous.
Here is Stokes again, bowls down the leg side. This time it loses any carry and is bouncing before Jamie Smith, but he takes it comfortably enough.
He went for some 6 matches. Sorry, he went 6 innings or 11 innings without getting ridiculous like that.
I suppose it's hard not to get bored when you're playing like that to some extent. When it's all seeming relatively easy, I guess.
But he's gone through very, very tough years when it was all going wrong. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He even did that tweet, didn't he? Saying, "Please cricket, find me a job," or words to that effect.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, here he is, trying to do a job, and he's driven that, and he's brilliantly caught.
Oh.
Brilliantly caught.
No.
Oh my word! Yes, he drove at one that was quite wide, perhaps too early in his innings, and Ollie Pope at extra cover has pulled off a stunning, I tell you, stunning one-handed catch. And well, cricket is just so cruel, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
You could argue that he might have left that alone. You'd certainly be arguing that.
That would have been a 4 any other minute.
And for any other player, perhaps, yes. You know, 4 balls. I mean, the thing is, he's come in and India.
It's an extraordinary catch.
600, and they've got to keep. He may think he's got to keep the run rate going, but
Well, I
mean,
hope
when
he
you've
makes
got
a few
into
in the
other
second
end-
innings, because I had loads of things to tell you about him. I'll give you one just for fun. He's the 4th longest gap between innings, between Test caps for an Indian player. Jaydev Unadkat was the longest gap, 118. Dinesh Karthik, 87, between 2010 and 2018.
That's in months?
That's years. 87 tests, 2010 to 2018. Dinesh Karthik didn't play a test. And 83 tests between 2018 and... hang on, I've lost it. Hold on. For Partith Patel, 83 tests, the 4th one. 77 tests, Karen there.
I suppose sometimes those statistics might be dependent on how many tests a team plays in those periods. Now, you never quite know.
Well, they do 83 tests for Partith Patel.
So that's probably
87 for
5
Karthik.
years, right?
Yeah. And 18. It's in both years and in tests. So for Jaydev Unadkat, it was 118 tests between 2010 and 2022. And similarly for the rest of them.
He played his. I think he made his comeback when he was well into his 30s.
But you've got to say that was just an unbelievable catch.
Oh, he was very, very unfortunate to get out with.
I think Ben Stokes almost looked slightly embarrassed to go, well, if I'm going to get a wicket, I probably wanted one that bowled him or got him caught behind or something. You feel that
nobody will know when you read the book, will they?
They don't draw pictures in the scorebook, Endo.
Maybe they should.
Yes.
Actually, if they drew pictures in the scorebook, I think I would have looked a much better player. But there you go.
Someone like Glenn Phillips would have probably taken that every single time, but other than that, there are very few people who do.
Yeah.
Roston Chase is pretty good, isn't he, at taking the spectacular. But if you're Karen there, and as you say, you've come back to a test after so long, you've got out there, you've watched 3 men hit hundreds, and your 4th ball, you go for the drive, and Ollie Pope pulls off a worldie. I don't know. I run out of words to describe how cruel cricket can be.
Well, I tell you what, I've got a little question for you before we jingle up the new batsman. Only 2 other batsmen, bar Karen Nair, in the history of the test matches have converted their first maiden 100 into a triple 100. Who are they? That'll give you something to think about. Or indeed anyone else who's listening. Only 2 players in the history of tests have made effectively their first 100 being a triple 100. Who are those players?
Well, we'll come back to that. Maybe someone can answer that at about 4:30.
When they've had time to look it up.
We're going to see a first bit of tongue this morning, if that doesn't sound rather rude. And yet another weird shot is produced by today. The weirder the shot, the more likely it is to go for 4. Actually, this only goes for a single. I mean, I don't know whether you were watching last night, Anindo. You were probably asleep by then. But,
I didn't watch the last hour, yeah.
but he went to his 50 with an attempted heave into the sort of square leg region that went off the toe of his bat through mid-on for 4. I mean, what are they putting on the toes of bats these days?
Socks.
Utterly extraordinary.
Shall I jingle up the new man very quickly? Here he is.
Rough introduction. Who's that spinning?
I hope we're back with the jingle having finished, but I'm not 100% sure. Jadeja is off the mark with on his first delivery, just pushing the ball back past the bowler.
I was giving you hand signals, Hendo. I was literally indicating the lilt of the jingle, and then when it stopped, I cued you back in.
I didn't see you, sorry.
Oh.
I was looking at the screen, funnily enough. Sky are just calling his shots pantomime. Cricket
Pantomime.
Pantomime.
Oh, I like that.
Pantomime.
Pantomime.
Do you think they worked that out?
He's an Irish cricketer, Pantomime.
See him on the pad. Appeal from tongue.
That was going down.
Probably going down, yeah. And possibly high. Pant is on 131 from 170. Jadeja has a single. And India are one shy of their 450. 449 for 5. And they'll be looking to get 600 here, I would say. And
but they're going to be disappointed with losing these 2 wickets. One, Karun Nair. I mean, there's not much you can do about it.
He's hit on the
Gill.
pad again.
Plain ball.
Pretty similar, but I think a little bit straighter. But again, too high.
And the angle's just going down. He's bowling at this angle where the ball's just going down the leg.
Well, he is if it continues on. If he can get it to straighten, which is what a lot of bowlers bowling to left-handers are trying to do from round the wicket. That's true. But he is a big guy as well, isn't he, Tongue? So chances are it's going to be bouncing quite high unless it's very full. He's in again, bowls, he gets in behind that one rather uncomfortably, defends slowly up to mid-off. How are we doing on the tweets, Tony? Is it,
We're plenty of people, I can tell you. Steve Bruce says, I think we should bring back David Willey. Willie and Tongue's a nice duo. Dan De Castro, who says, pity there's no one called Cheek. Steve Bruce says, we can baseball this score in one session.
Of course.
We might try.
What the fuck is this duck or 100 batting, says Suter Who.
Now he's, answered by Jadeja, I think, seeing a quick single as that was dropped into the offside. It's his boot! That's why he couldn't get going. Pant. His boot came off and he's in the crease at the other end, but he still managed to get down.
Bear, have you adjusted the screens?
This is one of the most hilarious innings.
It was extraordinary.
It is.
It came off as he started to run.
Yes, that's right. I thought he had just sort of.
I think he's got stuck in the crease.
Who's the footballer who does the backflips, Hendo?
There have been quite a few.
There have been quite a few, but was it Mbappe?
Oh, didn't what was his name? Asprilla. Didn't he do them? The guy who played for Newcastle.
Oh yeah, Faustino Asprilla.
Yeah.
Steve Bruce said, I hope the Bishop has company. I think that was what prompted me to ask about the screens, but they're all there. Hendo not in the studio, says Steve. No, you are. You're not at home either, are you?
No. I can say no more.
Oh, it's also yes. Okay. In case
I can say no more.
The wrong people are listening. Quite right.
Anyway, yes. So I'm incognito later. Anyway, Stokes has 3 for 63. Rishabh has kept the strike. He's had a new boot brought out to him. So far he's lost his bat during a stroke. He's lost his boot during a run. He scored 132 with half a dozen sixes, I think, pretty much. He's gone to 50 with a toe-ended pull shot that has gone too long on. What else can he do? And to add to that single brought up at 450. Two left-handers then are at the wicket. Stokes is round the wicket. Oh, he's beaten him on the outside edge. Survives again. 450 for 5. More tweets. Let's get some more in.
Yeah, Philip Shaw is postulating that you might be on jury duty. That wouldn't really be on a Saturday, though. Pantomime, says the Harriman in full capital letters. Lockie 6 said it looks grim, but then a hero comes along with the will to carry on. They won't let him bowl, but he will bat, and bat like a god. He must be referring, I assume, to the Duckster. Who else?
A very squat and tiny god, has to be said.
He's 5'8".
Well, so am I, mate. I don't enjoy it, but everyone's decided that 5'8" is minuscule.
Well, you're going to have to introduce you to Tembo Bethune, so you could be a giant.
Well, it's not. It's not all about size, is it? Let's be honest.
Steady.
Then Don Bradman wouldn't have existed, right?
I mean, Steve Smith, he's not exactly.
Well, all the greatest batsmen in the world have been short, more or less.
Yes, there is that argument, isn't there? I'm trying to think of a tall one. I suppose KP was tall.
Shubman Gill's pretty tall, isn't he?
Shubman Gill.
Well, he hasn't joined the ranks of the greatest batsmen in the world.
Well, no, fair enough. Neither did Tony Gregg, of course. Neither did 2 metre Peter for New Zealand.
Here is Stokes again. Bowls always chipped in. Yeah, Pope can't this time pull off a brilliant catch. It's just out of his reach as he tumbles at mid wicket. And Jadeja gets away with that one. Moves on.
We need another conclave.
I've heard of flying pickets, but never flying popes.
Well, and he doesn't even need an aircraft.
No.
He went reverse-handed, didn't he?
Yeah, he tried to take it with the reverse hand. The goalkeepers, who's the bottom hand is going down as you fall to earth, so you're trying to catch it.
I think he'd have had a better chance if he'd gone more conventionally with that, but what do I know?
Might have done. But he was trying to make it look even more spectacular, presumably. He's got to have a bit of fun out there, hasn't he, when you're looking at 452.5. Stokes in again to Pant. Pant plays easy enough with the angle, plenty of room for a single. Jogs it. He moves to 134. 10 minutes to go until lunch. I did sort of pick up some rather darker looking cloud over one area of Headingley, or sort of approaching maybe Headingley, which is going to be quite worrying for England, I think. If they do get to bat later on and there has been rain, Stokes in again. Oh, he's really got that to do all sorts. It starts to duck in and it just keeps coming at Jadeja, who does everything humanly possible to keep it out. Just about does. Fabulous ball. Stokes just, I don't know, just seems to have deliveries that other bowlers just don't have. This is just a corker, and bounced as well, so took him up almost on the handle of the bat from a fullish length. Now 2 slips. Headingley looking pretty full as Stokes runs in again, and he straightens this one from round the wicket, and Jadeja has to be very circumspect in defending that off the back foot.
But this time, what do we have? Three test matches in the north of England, more or less.
We got Old Trafford, Headingley, and Edgbaston, Lords
as well.
Well, so 2 in the north, 2 in London and 1 in the West Midlands. So
Yeah.
and of course we had the Zimbabwe test in Trentbridge, which is East Midlands. So it's only really the far north and the far south missing out, the likes of the Matthias Bowl or Durham, which occasionally have been used for test matches.
Well, that's more or less the area where you'd find the most Indians anyway. The 5 tests.
There may be some reason to it, as you say. Now that's hit again, and now he's limping. Just about everything that you can imagine in one innings has happened.
Yeah, but I think he hurt his ankle a little bit when that boot came off. So he's got a bit of thing going on with various parts of his lower body at the moment.
Well, if he does any more damage, I mean, he's going to be struggling to keep wicket, isn't he?
Well, there's always KL Rahul too.
Well, there is, yeah. That's true. Tongue continuing, none for 78. Into
Tongue looks a bit like Jimmy Anderson from afar, other than the height.
Yeah, someone said that yesterday. That's a great ball. That's got to be out, and it is.
That is
oh my word, he's done by
that is an
vicious late from Tongue. Well, is he going to review it? He probably is, but he ended up playing no shot. So Paul Rifle was well within his rights to lift his finger, and he did it very rapidly indeed. He's having a little word with
that would have hit me stump, I think.
Can't see how that isn't going to take a wicket, but how late has that gone? And it just keeps coming. Oh yes.
Somewhere up in a balcony though, Jasprit Bumrah's looking at that going, oh hello.
Well, absolutely. He's doing a bit at the moment.
He has reviewed it. He might as well use the DRS.
Yeah, well, he got three reviews, and he's a valuable wicket. Height is surely the only thing. Oh, it's hitting. It's hitting. It's hitting the top of middle stump, the very top of middle stump, and Pant's quite extraordinary, exhilarating.
LB, struck in front of the stumps.
I'll fade that down, Hendo, because
it's only right that an extraordinary innings comes to an extraordinary innings.
Yes. Absolutely. And I think, all those people, and I have to say I was among them to a certain extent yesterday because he did have a poor day, wondering why Josh Tongue is in this team. That is a good example, because when he gets it to go, he really does get it to go. It went so far that he couldn't play a shot. It went too quickly, it moved too much. It was just so unexpected, I think, for Pant. And
it was a leg spinner, if you like, a fast leg spinner.
Yes, into a left-hander. Yeah, absolutely. Cracking delivery. And actually now, England a little bit back in the game. First ball since the dismissal is pushed up to mid-on.
Should be Shardul Thakur, isn't it? Yes, it is.
It is Shardul Thakur. Do you want to jingle him up?
I will do. I gave the impression that I knew where his jingle was when I said that, didn't I?
Well, he's got an average of 19, but he has got 450.
It sounded like you were waiting for Shardul Thakur to come in.
I can tell you where it is. He's not here.
He's over the wicket now to the right-hander. This is left alone through to the keeper. I'm just wondering whether England can slip in another over. It's 3 minutes to go till 1 o'clock. And I think probably Thakur is trying to use up as much time as he can. He wanders away to square leg, takes his time in getting back into his starting position. In comes Tongue, bowls him a horrendous bouncer way down the arse, as we call it. And well taken by Jamie Smith. 2 balls to go. No, 1 ball to go in the over now, is it, seemingly? So we might actually get that that extra over, which I imagine Stokes will want to bowl. And while it's doing this, they definitely want to stay out there. They got 2 new batsmen at the crease, and suddenly, you know, the game has changed a little bit. The impetus is for once with England. That comes back into the batsman. They go for a quick single. It's a wonderful throw that's clipped the top of the stumps.
Yeah, he was well home though.
I think he was well home. He's
well
going to
home.
go upstairs just for the check. But
he was past the wicket by the time that hit.
Yeah, they didn't look in any real danger. I think it was Bryden Coss from whom the throw came. Picked it up very well. Hurled it in.
He's home by a country mile.
Well home. I, you can understand umpires as they try to move away from the stumps and get a view of it going upstairs.
But you know that dismissal of Pant, the instant LBW decision which Paul Rifle gave, being a former tall fast bowler himself, I guess he had a very good view of where he thought that ball was hit.
Well, I think it's one of those that he felt, you know, you can give it out anyway, and he will review it. And
very little downside to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Or 54 for 6. Little birdie has just landed outside my window with a morsel of it could be anything around here.
It's not Dicky Bird, is it? Landed on your windowsill?
Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
Bit of discarded kebab. Stokes in, bowls. Ooh, now right at the last minute, Tucker takes his bat out of the way of that one.
I found jingles for Shadow's Thakur.
Good stuff.
There's a choice.
Well, the pitch is just a road, need to share the workload. I got 7 players on my mind. All the lack in pace, 2 team in disgrace. One looks like he might be fine.
That's one of them, and here's the other one. Which one?
Yeah.
Oh, the other one's still going.
This happens. And that gives further clues, doesn't it? Stoke bowls, looking for that loopy full one. It actually doesn't do anything. And although Thacker waves a drive at that one, he misses it completely. So we have, 4 balls till the lunch interval.
By the way, Hendo, just very quickly, you challenged me yesterday on the basis of stats for Headingley. And we went through them in some length before play today, not least of which it was the last 6 tests have all been won by the side who bowled first at Headingley.
Well, you know, stats are there to give you some sort of guidance. This is left alone outside the off stump, but I think that I would err on the side of looking at the conditions that confront you.
I agree with you, by the way, 100%. But
I do think that, you know, we've said it, Gary's said it. I mean, what hasn't Gary said? But you know, it is a really difficult thing to work out pitches. You know, whatever people say, you cannot judge a book by its cover necessarily. He's gone for the drive there. He's got an edge, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, he has.
Yes.
And Smith has taken it. That will be lunch. And, well, you might argue that England are well back in this game. They've had a really
You silly little guy. What on earth were you playing at?
Gotham shaking his head.
Well, it's a really fantastic. I was about to come on air. It was 25 past 12 when Shubman got out, and then since then we've had.
Shit.
Yeah, I mean that wasn't a good shot, was it?
This is how India was supposed to be batting.
Yes.
Well, Hendo, if you don't get a call from Rob Key to say whatever you were planning, can you not do it, please? I'd be very surprised. I think they might need you for the afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe India have got a little overconfident after their really good day yesterday and their really good hour and a quarter or hour and 25 minutes this morning. And then right at the end, it's got away from them. And, England, I think you'd have to say that England, though they didn't bowl particularly well yesterday, they didn't have a great deal of luck. I think Pant was very fortunate in the early part of his innings. And as I said at the time, England could come to regret the fact that he's getting away with a few things, because if he actually finds his touch, he's going to be massively dangerous. And that's what he did do this morning, really, mixed in with Pantomime. So a really excellent. It's not two halves of a morning, but it's like India won 2/3 of that, and England won the last third, or even 3/4 to a quarter. Let's put it that way.
Well, like I say, just it's interesting how the conditions seem to have suddenly changed. What, about 30 odd overs on the ball, if I'm right, and all of a sudden it's hooping everywhere. That thought is rather shared by Paul Stratton. Let's hope the clouds stay away when England bat, otherwise I feel the worst. Lots of other people putting in their 2 pennies worth. Dan De Castro, India should just declare before the conditions change. Well, yeah, they're not scoring anyway. No, they're too busy getting out at the moment. Viper says, after the lunch break, some more quick wickets and it's on. Yeah. Viper also said, nice bowling, a great time to get a wicket. It's an implosion, says Lockie 6. This collapse is somewhat concerning, says Leah. Viper, wow, the ball's definitely moving. Lockie 6 says, a super chat cost me exactly the same as a cigarette. Does that mean super chats are cheap, or ciggies are expensive, or both? All I would say to that is, you can play what you like for a super chat, whereas a cigarette, you don't go in and negotiate with your tobacconist, but you can pay what you want for a super chat.
Is that super chats,
I have done that in the past, though.
Super chats are hugely better for your health.
That is true. You get a feeling of just immense well-being. You get our fantastic gratitude. You have contributed to keeping commentary free across the internet for all of those people who can't listen into radio stations, who do refuse to let you listen if you're not in the right country. You don't get that by smoking a cigarette. That's a very good point. Bonjour, chaps, says Peter Coleman, who's listening from a cabin by Lake Annecy in the French Alps. As always, great works. Ex Pete the Happy Chef. I don't quite know. Is that a kiss for Pete the Happy Chef? Or are you Pete the Happy Chef? You're Pete the Happy Chef. Okay, I've got it. Plenty more. Plenty more. But, we'll just say one more here. Roy Mainwell. It always swings at Leeds, no matter the weather. Just got to hold the seam up. Well, England didn't find a way to do it for the first day and a half. That's all we can say.
They did it for a little while, I would say, between sort of overs 6 and 12 yesterday. I mean, some people were talking about the ball swinging all day. I thought, as I was going home last night, listening in the car, and I just thought, again, what game are these people watching? But there you go. It's all about opinions, isn't it? Some are just wronger than others. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, this is true. Right, we should probably head off to our lunch.
Yes, I'm going to have a...
Oh, hang on. Apparently we have one more super chat,
I'll probably see you on Monday.
All right, see you then, Lindo.
Yeah.
Just let me find the new super chat. It's from Pirate Badshaw. Cuban cigars for all, he says, for $2.
Oh, excellent.
Thank you, Pirate Badshaw. Gotta love a Cuban, says Muttley. Viper, nice one, Pirate, supporting the channel. Yep, thank you again, and I really mean that about our gratitude. Without sounding too grovelling, I mean, we are just wonderfully grateful. Lockie 6.
But we will grovel if necessary.
Oh, we'll grovel too. Which was the disappointing sequel to Grovel 1. Go. Okay.
I'll catch you later. All right.
See you after lunch.
All right.
Cheers. Bye. Bye.
What you got for a spare? Oh, good.
Visit drinkaware.co.uk. Real. You'll feel every game-changing moment. Add a soundbar to hear the dramatic details, a subwoofer to absorb the rumble of every play, and speakers to surround you in the action. Visit Sonos.com and bring the power of stadium sound home.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring? Not associated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station. The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire. The Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear, and we've got a very special guest today, an author who has written literally the history of England. He's moving on to that. He's of India, Indian spin bowling. He's written about spellbinding spells. He's a man who knows his Indian cricket upside down and inside out. It is, of course, Ajit from Armchair. Oh no, sorry. It is, of course. It is, of course, Anindo Dutta. Hello, Anindo. How are you?
I'm well, Johnny. Thank you.
Other than complaining, already complaining that there weren't enough people on the show. It's always one guest.
Where were you? I don't know.
You know. You obviously wanted Ajit, and I'm a poor substitute.
Well, then we tried to. Well, we got an armchair and we've got a sofa slouch or something.
He pulled out at the last minute.
Yes. Anyway, what can we get you to drink?
I don't know. It's gin and tonic would be fine. It's the middle of the afternoon for me.
Well, we could certainly give you a gin and tonic. Fever Tree.
Although since I've been in India, there's a gin I've fallen in love with.
Tell us about it.
It's called Samsara Pink. It's made in India. It's fantastic. I mean, I used to be a Bombay Sapphire man for many years, and the Samsara Pink is just an amazing gin.
Well, next time
if you can get it, you should try it. Next time I'm there, I'll get a bottle. Yeah.
I've never been a fan of gin. I don't get gin.
You're obviously not English.
Well, I like. Maybe I'm Scottish. I like whiskey. I don't know.
I'll drink gin with you. Maybe that's the day I finally get a train to the studio. Right. Oh, anyway, we've got a lot to talk about. We'll start very quickly, chaps. Obviously, the other voice you heard was our landlord, the bear. We'll start chatting about, very quickly, a quick well done to South Africa. And then, of course, we've got looming in front of us 5 magnificent tests against twice WTC final losers, India. But who are hoping to start the next cycle. Okay, here's my first question, chaps. Suddenly, it seems out of nowhere, everyone's talking about the cycle. I don't remember it being called the cycle for the last 2 World Test Championships. Suddenly, the phrase is everywhere. Has it always been there? Or since the start of the World Test Championship?
No, but maybe it's a sign that actually it's starting to have, like all these things, they start off as a little bit of a joke, don't they? I mean, I do think there's a lot of things that they need to do to make it more of a thing. But the fact that we had actually a great final, and it's the 3rd one we've had, and people are starting to get the idea that we're going to have a Test Championship final. You've got to start somewhere, right? And it grows. So I think it becomes relevant. And I think it becomes relevant at the end of one cycle and the beginning of the other, because you have the final and everyone goes, oh, that was magnificent. That was great. What a centrepiece. Da-da-da-da-da. And then the next one starts immediately. And it's a big start. And England always have a big start against someone big. I mean, the last time we started against Australia in the Ashes and we got shit points out of that, even though it was a 2-2 draw. So, the start of the cycle is also quite important. You get a decent first run at the first series you have, it can kick on from there, and so people are into it. That's my view, anyway.
What do you think?
I agree. I think it's a bit like people took a long time to warm up to the concept of T20, to franchise cricket, all of that. And it's a matter of it happening a few times for more and more people to get engaged with it and know that it's for real and it's going to stay. So, the fact that it is a 2-year cycle is now an established fact, and that's not going to change because they've just announced for 2031 up to 2031. So which means that they're going to be. So now that it's a fact of life, everybody's starting to talk about the cycle. And to Bear's point, the moment you have a great final like we just did, a great test match which happened to be a final, that then that brings a lot of enthusiasm in people, I think, and they'll start looking at the next one. And of course, back to your point about England. Well, it's the best chance England has had in 3 cycles to start off with a huge number of points set off the table.
Well, yeah, I think so. Well, we'll get onto that later in the pod, I suppose. But yeah, I do think that.
We should. I mean, okay. So let's start, if we can, just by quickly nodding back to the World Test Championship final. We talked a lot with Richard in the pub just before the World Test Championship final, and we talked about the fact that South Africa had only played 12 games to get there. England had played 24 in the cycle. Australia had played 19. I didn't count out India's, but the fact that they'd got there. However, not only did they get there, they were just brilliant against what did all of a sudden start to look like an ageing Australian team. And I don't think there's anybody who will walk away from either watching it on the telly or having been at what seemed a very well attended Lords, not thinking, well done South Africa, and it's good for the game. Is that kind of how you felt? Yeah,
it is the fact that they played half the games as any of the big 3, if you like. It is the fact that they had weaker opposition in that 2-year cycle, and they did win a lot in those series to get up to the points. But what I think also helped them in the final is having it in conditions which favored bowling, because bowling is their strength.
Yeah.
And Australia, of course, has equally good batting and bowling, if you like, but probably slightly better bowling. But the fact that South Africa's bowlers were able to, Rabada particularly was able to get the kind of dominance that he did very early on in the test, I think had a lot to do with how they eventually performed. And as we know, in all cases in such conditions, you just need that 1 or 2 batters to really stand up and play an extraordinary innings,
had it
which Markram did.
Yeah. And Bumrah in the second innings as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and Bumrah in the second innings. I know I was abusing him the first evening because he was just standing there getting slapped left, right, and centre. But then the second day he did change his whole approach right from the beginning. So maybe it was a strategy again. And what do I know? He's won the World Test Championships.
Well, he has. Yeah. I think Australia's. Messi says, Australia's batting's fine. I don't think it is fine. I'll be honest with you.
I think they have a problem at the opening.
They certainly haven't sorted out.
They have a huge problem opening.
They got a huge problem opening. Kawaja's done. Labuschagne ain't an opener, right? And they got the same problem.
And Labuschagne shouldn't be in the team at the moment.
Well, yeah. There's an argument for that. Everyone says he's a great, but I don't think he's great. He's a wannabe Steve Smith who isn't as good as Steve Smith, right? And that's quite clear. You got Travis Head, who normally stands up, for once he didn't in a final, which was good for everyone else. And other than that,
But that's only because it wasn't India on the other side.
Well, maybe, but yeah, it's true.
It's true. It was India both times, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, but
Oval and.
Australia have got big problems in their batting. I think they've got a lot of people who are pretty old, and a lot of people who aren't performing now. There's nothing to say that they won't stand up and perform when it comes to the Ashes next winter, which that's time for another podcast. But there's weaknesses all over that Australian batting order for me, and they were exploited by South African bowling, who bowled really. Rabada was amazing. And Lugi indeed, he finally stood up, in the second innings when he took those 3 wickets, which was really important. You got Smith, LBW.
Any fast bowler in the world injured more often than Jeffrey Archer, it's not Bumrah, it's Headingley.
Yes, he does spend a lot of time injured too. He's got a beautiful wife, I'll tell you that though. Jesus. Anyway.
We are then. Select him on that basis. I looked at our viewing figures on day 3, which was really the day when South Africa were marching not quite to victory, and it was fantastic. And I looked at the geography of those, and we had an awful lot of happy South Africans who finding us from all around the world, which was very encouraging. We should move on because we got a fabulous 5-test. I won't say peak summer series because obviously peak summer is reserved for the more important issue of the 100. But we've got a fabulous 5-test series against India. I found out, Anindo, something you'll definitely know already, that what I hadn't appreciated was since India first played a test in 1932, they didn't win a test match away from home until 1968. Is that right?
67, yes. 67 in New Zealand.
Oh, yeah. Ajit Wadikar made 80. Prasanna took 6 for 94.
Yeah.
And Dunedin.
They won. That was the first away series that they won.
Yeah.
So it took a while.
So they often don't travel well, but what has absolutely fascinated me looking at the Indian team, let alone, let's not worry about England for a minute, is all of the names that aren't there.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at the squad now and I'm thinking, who do they pick?
Well, listen to this. Okay, listen to this. If you were to pick a team to potentially be world beaters, Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Hardik Pandya, Sirikumar Yadav, Mohammad Shami, Shreyas Iyer, Axar Patel, Ravi Ashwin, you put all of them in it, then I found that another bunch of names are regularly featured. All I did is I went back over the squads for the last India Test series and I think possibly the Champions Trophy, and I just looked at them with Patidar, Khan, Ishan Kishan, Sanju Samson, Ravi Bishnoi, Chakravarti, Devendra Chahal.
Yeah, some of those aren't test players.
Those wouldn't,
but
those top names,
we're mixing formats here.
Yeah, exactly.
That's probably why. But Rohit, Kohli. When was the last time Pandya paid a test? Mohammad Shami, for example. They're
so Shami's injured.
Huge names.
Pandya, I'm not sure what the issue is with Pandya, but he wasn't. Maybe he's injured. Whatever the reason, he wasn't considered for tests. So I know he's not been playing tests for a while. Ashwin's retired, Rohit's retired, Kohli's retired. The only person you could think of who should have been there, who's not yet retired, is Rahane. And Rahane's been out of the team for a while.
Yeah, although he does have experience in England.
He does. He does have experience in England. So yeah, see, look, I mean, I think like Australia will go in perhaps after the Ashes. India is in a position where there is a transition going on. I think it's going to take a couple of years before the Indian Test squad comes back to the level that it was a year ago even. So it's one of those things that we know it happens with any team, and that's what India is going through at the moment.
Yeah, Australia we suspect are about to.
Yeah.
Yes, right after the Ashes. I think that's what's going to happen with Australia.
To a certain degree, England have done it, haven't they? I mean, they've gone through it and they've kind of found a way with a bunch of
pre-Bazball.
Pre-Bazball and post and the start of Bazball, they brought in a whole bunch of youngsters. I mean, we've got issues with our bowling attack.
Well, that's it. Chris Woakes is 36 now, is he? And he's going to be leading our attack. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's at least got experience. You've got some youngsters there. That's the problem. You need experience. You need someone to lead the attack, right? I mean, we've got a whole bunch of newbies who have bowled hardly anything in Test matches. Great, they've got first-class experience. But I mean, this is the thing. It's the stepping up, and that's what.
At least they're bowling in home condition, which is something.
Which is going to be helpful. I think if this weather holds, Headingley is going to be a bat in paradise for the first few days anyway. So, Headingley can be capricious when it's wet and grim, but it can be also bat in paradise when it's sunny overhead.
Maybe that's the important thing. That regardless of the fact that whether it's a batting paradise or not. Whoever, for me, in this series, whoever wins the bowling wins the test.
Yes.
I don't think it's going to be about batting at all.
No, well, yeah. Well, this is it. I mean, I do worry about. Hold on.
I do worry about India's top order.
Of course.
I mean, there's some.
Which is why the bowlers need to do their job.
Massive potential there. I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how Jaiswal does in English conditions. I've kind of looked at some of the scores in some of the warm-up games. Hasn't done fantastic. Karen Nair, obviously, last ton, so that's going to be interesting.
And then got dropped.
Weird. But apparently he is top first-class batter in India. Currently, Shubman Gill didn't do great last time he was here. And then he also got KL Rahul, who did do pretty well last time. He was a bit of a rock, but never really got massive scores, did he? I mean, but was pretty handy last time here. Obviously, Rishabh Pant is back as keeper, can be destructive. I imagine Jadeja starts. I mean, you're only going to have one spinner, right? And Jadeja. I mean, this is the thing. Ashwin retiring weirdly. I mean, he hardly ever played when he came to England because Jadeja was always a better batter, right? So you choose one.
I would have started with Kuldeep, but for the fact that, to your point, the batting is so inexperienced that you need Jadeja in the middle order to give it some stability in case there's a top order collapse. Yeah. That's the reason why I would play Jadeja. Not because he's a better spinner than Kuldeep. Definitely not.
That's fair enough.
And then when conditions. Chat about the captaincy. That would be, to me, fascinating. There was a great piece by in the Times today, I think, Michael Atherton, who said you can tell the story of the Indian Republic as much through its cricket captains as you can its prime ministers. And you've got Shubman Gill. Bumrah, apparently Bumrah said, I don't want it. I just want to focus on my game. And he effectively turned it down despite having not done too badly when he had the opportunity.
It's not because he wanted to only focus on his game. I did read the full statement that he made. What he basically said was his medical team has told him that he cannot be playing 5 test series if he wants to keep playing cricket. It's as simple as that. They've just told him that, look, if you do it for that length of time over a short period of time, you are going to destroy your career. So you make a choice as to how you're going to time your matches, and which is why he's decided that in the any 5 test series, he's not going to be able to play more than 3, and those 3 will be decided on how his back is doing. So what he said is, while I love captaincy and I enjoy doing it, I cannot put my team through a situation where I suddenly don't show up for the second test just because my back's not doing well. And it's just not fair to expect somebody to step in at that point in time, which is why I told BCCI that I do not want to be captain.
Here they are, racing lovers of the UK, phones in hand, ready to play Coral's reward shaker. And what's this? It's turned gold. That means even bigger rewards. We've got the tweeters shaking their phones. They've won a free bet. The ladies in the big hat. Oh, that's a big cash prize. Everyone's a guaranteed winner this Royal Ascot with Coral's golden reward shaker. Play for free today. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK Golden Shaker on selected days. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Gambleaware.org.
At LinkedIn, we know hiring is a big deal for your small business. Sometimes it can feel a little overwhelming. LinkedIn uses data that you can't find anywhere else to find you the best candidates. Also, you can feel confident you're hiring the best person for the job and even a little hiring bliss. See why 86% of small businesses who post a job on LinkedIn get a qualified candidate within a day. Post a job for free at linkedin.com/agree. LinkedIn, your next great hire is here.
So they've you're right. So that's actually very practical, thought through, non-emotional reasons.
But what happens
making that decision?
I mean, I get the problem India are going to have is if Shubman Gill does get found out and does what he did last time, which wasn't score a great deal of runs and get done by the moving ball and keep nipping off to the keeper for not very many. It's not going to.
Well, he's not facing Anderson abroad this time.
Well, he isn't. But it's not going to do much for the team if that happens.
He's either going to be a Mike Braley or he's going to be a Virat Kohli, right? So he's going to be a fantastic captain while he's a very ordinary batting performance, or captaincy is going to raise his batting like it did for Virat. So I think it's a bit binary at the moment. In my mind, if I was to try to pick Shubman Gill as a batsman, he may not even walk into the Indian team.
Yeah, well, that's
He's an interesting character.
I mean, his average is what, 32 or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
He showed so much potential when he started, but it's fallen off. Like a lot of people.
In red ball cricket, I think he needs to get his mojo back. So let's see whether the captaincy does that for him.
Well, he's got big shoes to fill. So what do you think we can expect?
He's 25. So,
he's 25. What can we expect? And he averages 35, I think.
32. You just got told.
32 tests, average 35. If I look at his averages by country, it's quite telling. At home, 42. Bangladesh 39, then it goes down in Australia, it goes further down in West Indies, it goes further down in South Africa until you get to England, admittedly based on 3 tests where he averages 15.
Yeah.
Or 14.
The issue I have with that stat, well, first of all, I would say that perhaps we could look at it like you would have looked at Virat Kohli post 2014 England, right? And Virat Kohli post that, when he came back to England, was a completely different player. So let's not judge Shubman Gill on how he performed the last time he was in England. And those 3 tests has been played over 3 different series. He's played it's the 2 World Test Championship 2 years apart and 1 test against England.
What do you think we might expect from him in terms of style of captaincy? So with Ben Stokes, you kind of know what you're going to get. You're going to always be on the front foot. You're going to look to take the aggressive, positive move. You'll always be expecting possibly funky fields when things are not quite going England's way. There's traits to very obvious ones to Ben Stokes' captaincy. What do you think Shubman Gill might be bringing to a comparatively inexperienced party with an inexperienced captain?
Look, I've never, obviously like anybody else, I've never seen him captain a red ball side, right? But looking at the way he's been captaining, so I'm looking at 2 things. One is the way he's been captaining white ball sides, franchise sides, but also the way he behaves as a player in red ball cricket, which I've observed in the past. So I'm hoping, and I don't know whether it's going to be true, but I'm hoping that he's sort of going to be a combination of Kohli and Rahane, where he has some element of aggression. He doesn't like, just letting people get past without, talking back at them and needling them and getting everyone up and riling. So you should see a bit of Virat Kohli on that, in that respect. But he's also, I think, quite a thoughtful captain who is willing to give a lot of rope to people who play in his team. So I think that's why I think he might be a good combination of the 2. But the biggest worry remains, how is his personal batting form going to affect that captaincy? I think that clearly remains.
And that's the acid test. I'm just looking at averages as captain for India. Virat Kohli averaged.
Yeah, he's extraordinary. I mean, compared to any captain in world cricket ever.
Best part of 55. Tendulkar, Gavaskar, Dravid, Azharuddin were in the mid to upper 40s, and then I think 50 odd for Gavaskar and Tendulkar. Then if you look at, is he batting at 4? Shubhas, I think he is.
Shubman Gill bats at 3, doesn't he?
I think he's down to. I think they've said he's down to bat at 4.
He might.
Then you're looking at Ganguly, Tendulkar, Vijay.
Well, there's Karun Nair who would probably come in at 4. But I don't know how that.
Big shoes to fill, though. Big shoes to fill.
Who is going to open with Jaiswal?
Rahul.
Okay, Rahul's going to go back to opening. Yeah, okay, that's probably sensible.
Yeah.
That's what he opened last time, didn't he? Actually, in England.
That's
probably
right.
Good.
He used to be a regular opener until Rohit came to the side.
Yeah,
as an opener.
That's true. So let's go through first first test, first game, first team. So you got Shubman Gill. You got Jaiswal and Rahul opening. Then you've probably got what? Shubman at 3, Karen Nair at 4. Then who comes after that? Then you've got Dhruv, Jurel, Syed Siddharthan.
Yeah.
You might actually give Sai Sudarshan a go here.
Okay, so say that he's 5.
Yeah. Pant at 6.
Pant at 6. Okay, Jadeja at 7.
Jadeja at 7.
Then you got your bowlers. So you got, obviously the first test they're going to put Jasmine.
Probably Shardul at 9.
Okay, Shardul. See that he's a bit of a waste of a bowler for me, but hey, there you go. Especially in England, didn't do particularly well last time. I happily have him in the side.
But he has this thing of he's very expensive and he looks like complete crap, and then he takes wickets.
Yeah, yeah, he can do occasionally. That's fair enough. Presumably, then you've got
and he can bat. So,
he can bat. I'll give him that.
And he's been in fantastic form in red ball cricket domestically.
Okay,
he's been playing really well as a batter as well.
Okay, and then presumably you got Siraj and Bumrah, the 2 experienced bowlers, so you probably got those on the side. And who gets the other place? Arshdeep Singh for the first test, or Akashdeep?
I would pick Arshdeep, but I don't know whether the team selectors will pick Arshdeep. So they've got the choice of Rashid Krishna, who I would not take in England. They've, I think, just brought Harshit Rana into the team. I have no idea why. I would go with.
They're saying it's backup. Didn't he do okay?
For Bumrah, I guess. Yeah.
Pace, probably, isn't it? I mean, if I'm looking at Crick Info, I love this. Arshdeep Singh is left arm medium fast, but Prashi Krishna is right arm fast medium. I've never quite got. Is that 1 mile an hour difference? Makes you fast medium rather than medium fast. But Harshit Rana is down as right arm fast.
Yeah, he is. He does have pace. He does have pace.
And then you've got Kuldeep.
But he's not an obvious inclusion in the test side.
Took 1 for 99, I think, at Canterbury.
But just for variety, I would bring in Arshdeep and see how he goes.
Yeah, it might be quite good. He's left arm over as well. Exactly that. Right.
Move the ball away from the
and get some swing in if there is any, which there probably will be because it's England. Although in this heat there might not be, but who knows? So yeah. It's going to be interesting, whatever, isn't it? I mean, what's Eswaran like? Having Manu as a batter.
He's a good batter, but I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be place for him. I mean, these are all top order bats, and you've got to find that right 11. So I don't know if the first if the first 11 clicks and Ishwaran is not in there. Maybe get a chance later in the series, but I doubt he's going to be first pick.
Yeah, it's 68 and 89 against the Lions, so he's definitely been in some decent touch. Is it Eswaran? Is that how you say his name, Eswaran?
Eswaran. Yeah, but he was opening. He was opening there, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't. Yeah, it might well have been. So how
played the test, did he?
No,
so I don't believe.
And how many tests does Jasprit play? Does he play 1, 3, and 5, and they rest him in between?
No, I don't think that's see that's what Bumrah was saying, that he doesn't know which tests he's going to play. He's just said that he's going to play 3 out of 5, but he doesn't know which test he's going to play, and which is the uncertainty he didn't want to bring into the captaincy.
Well, yeah, you see, I think there's a decent break after the first test, isn't there? There's one test, and then you've got about 10 days off. Yeah.
And would you want him particularly at Lords? I mean, there's a lot of conditions around Lords which potentially would favour, which is the second test.
It's not, it's the third test, is Lords.
Is it? Yeah, you're right. It's Leeds, Edgbaston,
Lords,
then Lords, Manchester, Old Trafford, and then, of course, finishing at the Oval.
So where do you think, as forget the fact that you're English fans, so where do you think Bumrah should ideally be playing? Which test should he be playing from a condition standpoint?
I would probably say 1, 3, 5. Because you can, the first 3, you want,
which is Leeds,
you want to get
Lords,
your best side on, which would be Leeds, Lords, Oval. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense to me. Well, Manchester's a pretty. Well, I mean, Manchester's a pretty good.
I was just going to say Old Trafford. Why not Old Trafford?
Yeah, you might want him at Old Trafford.
Did we learn anything from the two Lions games. It was a fairly strong Lions team, and there's quite a few players who were playing in that. I don't know what happened in the inter-squad game, which I think they were playing at Canterbury, but a few players certainly stood up during the Lions matches. Oswaran would be definitely one of them, for example.
Yeah. Karun Nair.
Karun Nair should have. I mean, he made a double ton, didn't he?
Yes, the first innings, I think.
Yeah, he made a double ton in the first innings of the Canterbury game, and he made it fairly quickly as well, about 280 odd balls. Players that came out of that who would have probably should have nailed on their places based on those performances, or would have affected the way the Indian selectors think. And he would, I would argue, be Jaiswal. I think made a few, didn't he? Made 60 odd, but I mean he's already nailed on. But it was interesting how those were proper games with the right number of, with 11 playing 11. It was it was a good England Lions team. Sometimes teams come over and those games it's like 13 aside and they're simply thrown together just to get time on the park. But you had a feeling with those there was more riding on it, and it was played in that way. So I suspect India will have learned quite a bit from playing two very competitive games against some of those for some of that team. And Shardul Thakur might be one of them, although I don't think he particularly shone. He took a couple of wickets. I don't think he did anything massive, did he, Thakur?
I can't find a bloody scorecard for that.
I think they'd probably pick him on the basis of past performance and his domestic form.
He played at Canterbury, 2 for 105 and none for 40 at Northampton. Doesn't scream he should be playing. Whereas, like you say, if someone stands tall and gets a double ton, it's very hard to ignore against what was a pretty decent England attack, I think.
I'm just looking at the matches with the England.
And welcome back to the afternoon session of day 2 of England-India from Headingley. England going into the lunch break with a bit of a impetus. 4 relatively quick wickets in the second half of the morning session, and we'll want to continue on that vein in the afternoon. I'll be joined shortly by Tech Tony in the Bears' absence, who's gone to his what was the phrase? Tony, his dead neighbour's.
He's doing like an Uber viewing for. It's like an Uber estate agency.
Anyway, the captain is going to resume bowling. Here he comes in. That's down the leg side. Not a great start to the session. Bumrah, who's just come to the crease, we'll jiggle him up in a minute, has a little waft at it, but it's very much a loosener and doesn't get anywhere near it.
Yeah, you've got to look at Ben Stokes' figures though. I mean, was it 4 for 66? But when you look at everyone else's, I mean, that's a phenomenal effort from Ben Stokes. Off best part of 20 overs, and no one else has got the
Bashir has
same
been
level of movement.
relatively economic, but he's not looked particularly threatening. And Stokes rising length outside off stump, and Bumrah shoulders arms and watches it sail through to Smith.
Well, here is the new man at the crease, who I think will have been watching with great interest some of those hooping balls from Tongue and Stokes just before lunch. It's this fella.
And now that mighty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
And during the luncheon interval, we've been regaled by pictures of a very, very young Joe Root in the Made in Yorkshire documentary that Sky put out.
It was very good. Sadly, we had the sound turned down, which we didn't have to have actually, because it would have just been listening to.
We were too busy gassing.
Me, the bear, and an Indo, and you and me chatting. But the thing that struck me so much watching it, I mean, they literally had film.
Yeah, we both said it, didn't we?
Yeah, when Joe Root was a kid, probably 13, 12, 13.
Not even that. I think it might have been 11, 12 at that point. But he was quite short. He wasn't as tall as he is now.
The time he had to play the ball was noticeable then.
And a spin from the other end to start after the interval. The first ball is floated up outside of stump to tempt Jadeja, and he doesn't take the bait. It's this guy.
Yes, possibly. Here he is.
Likes to attack. Now in an England cap.
Very floated up for the second ball, almost into the block hole, and Jadeja stubs it with the toe of the bat back to Bashir, and there's no run.
Stokes, of course, was finishing his pre-lunch over.
It's an arm ball by Bashir. It's angling in from round the wicket, and it's just knocked very gently into the leg side. He's really 48 miles an hour. He's really taking the air out of the ball here. He's bowling really quite slow, allowing the ball to have an opportunity to turn and bounce with his height. That's slightly flatter and slightly quicker. There's some good variations being shown here by Bashir. Jadeja is just working his way into his innings. He just plonked a bat on that for no run.
I should mention that we were supposed to have been joined by, we thought Kohli had retired, but we were supposed to have been joined by Mike Kohli, but I will get up at the end of the over and go and see if he's there.
Floated into the block hole again. This is really quite
I think he is
adventurous.
He is. I'll go and do it.
And there is no run. 5 balls gone. Danger of starting with a maiden here. And last ball of the over. And yes, a maiden it is. Nicely bowled by Bashir. Bits of variation, changes in pace, changes in flight. It's a good start by England in just after lunch. Mayank. Hello.
Good morning.
Well, it's good afternoon here. It's morning for you, I think.
It's morning for me. It's like 8:40 in the morning, and I've missed the entire first session, so I know I'm supposed to be summarizing. The only thing I can summarize is it looks like India hasn't had a good day so far.
Well, these things are relative, but yeah there was a Calypso. Stokes has got 4 wickets. Josh Tongue has picked up his first wicket with one absolutely glorious in-swinger.
Yeah, it was probably a good first half to 2/3 of the session was India's, and then England came back strongly and took a bunch of wickets in the heat towards the end.
Yeah, you will have missed Rishabh Pant not only getting his ton but celebrating with a very agile somersault.
Anyway, speaking of Tongue, he's going to take over from Stokes, who was completing his over. The first ball is angled down the leg side, flicked off the pad, and the leg slip. Can't stop it. It was the flying Ollie Stokes. Ollie Pope, who's already taken a blinder today.
Oh yes, there was the other highlight. That was poor old Shardul Thakur. What was it? 77 Test matches since he got his 300.
Karen Nair,
but it was Karen Nair that Pope got, and Pope just took an absolute blinder at short cover.
And he wasn't very far away from another one about 2 overs later.
No, he wasn't. So poor old Karen
Tongue
Nair got a duck
with his slightly ungainly action, with sort of coming. He's very tall, comes over his head almost, and angles the ball in, and that is defended by Bumrah into the offside.
I'm interested in seeing if now that I saw that there was some cloud cover, there's a bit of rain around, they have the covers on during the lunch break. Does that mean now that the game has shifted, especially now that England's going to be batting soon? And how is that going to affect the game a little bit today?
Tongue. That's edged and caught. Nice ball by Tongue. Bumrah had to play at that. That swung away just slightly, just enough to get the edge, and it's a comfortable catch straight up to the native Yorkshire man at second slip.
Brook, wasn't it?
Yep.
But isn't it all Yorkshire in the slips if you've got 2 slips? Because you've got Rooty at first. And
yep.
So they chat Yorkshire chat to each other.
Yeah.
In Yorkshire.
Well, at least you can understand most of the Yorkshire chat, whereas Stokes and Mark would.
Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle.
I'm interested in knowing what is the Yorkshire chat. Do you have any kind of excerpts?
Well,
of
only
chat
the accent, which I'd probably not.
Hey up, our lad.
Great. They might sort of do half of the 4 Yorkshiremen sketch.
Yeah.
You were lucky. You were lucky.
That were reek gorgeous.
We dreamt of having gravel for breakfast when I were a lad. Cardboard box. We dreamt of living in a cardboard box.
We had a puddle.
We had a. My dad used to wake us up 5 minutes before bedtime. Right, who's going to be the next man in? But to Mike's point, which I think is a very good question, is if I was England now, if I was Bumrah now, I might be walking off, going, oh dear, a duck. But I'd be thinking, well, I'm going to bowl soon.
Yeah,
never mind.
Well,
it's going to be this man coming into bat who has
Siraj. He's going to be licking his lips.
He probably wants to get it over with quickly. We'll see what he does.
Oh, not with that. That's a full ball on leg stump. That's tweaked away nicely off the bottom of the bat by Siraj, straight off the mark and off the strike.
Here he is. Didn't actually move that much, did it, at all?
It was angled in and it just straightened very slightly, but no, it was enough to get half a bat movement, if that.
They've got Ducket as well for company, who's at sort of 4th slip gully, if they want small talk.
Oh, very good, very good.
As well as Yorkshire talk.
You'll be having Farong on you saying he's not small.
He's 5'8". We've already worked out.
He's taller height.
He's taller than Rishabh Pant, we reckon.
And okay, this is going to be Jadeja, the gunslinger. He's had a big whale at that ball and got it off the toe of the bat to wide mid on for no run. I think he's
when last year I used to really come hard on Ducket for being. He looks like a garden gnome to me, and then I realized he's 5'8". I'm 5'7", and then I felt so sad because I've been making fun of this guy. It turns out he's taller than I am.
Well, there you go. Yeah,
he's a giant.
He's unfortunate that he bats a lot with Crawley, which
that's
it's
the
a
problem.
bit like
so
Bavoon.
He suffers 3'9", except he's actually of a medium height.
He suffers in comparison, so we say. Anyway, Tongue round the wicket, short and pulled powerfully by Jadeja.
Oh,
and a bit of a mistake at deep square leg. That is Bryden Cast, who has slid over the ball or just behind. He's overrun it, and that's gone to the boundary.
Well, it has, and as they say in football, you've got to be disappointed with that.
Yeah, he's just overrun that.
Anyway, I should play some messages, and I should start with one of these. Oh Lord, sir. I forgot. You got the Benny Hill theme as well. It's Lockie 6. First super chat after lunch. Beat that. You can't. No, you're dead right. Suitor Who, Tongue's going to pad these stats by getting tail end wickets. Yorkshire Boomer says, hey up lads, it's all true than us. There you go. Leah, the existential dread on Siraj's face in the pavilion is priceless.
And speaking of Bryden Cast, he's going to replace Bashir.
Oh, he is. Sorry, thank you for that.
Strapping Durham lad comes in over the wicket, off the hip of Siraj, who straight down to long leg, where Tongue is grazing in the outfield.
Where Tongue is hanging out.
Don't remind the corn bot, please.
What do you say he's from Durham? I mean, he plays for Durham.
He's South African. An implanted Durhamite.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
I mean, it's kind of become the norm now, isn't it? A South African who plays for England.
Well, 'twas ever thus, unfortunately.
There's always got to be one in the team.
Anyway, and that's a lovely shot by Jadeja. He's just advanced down the wicket and plonked the ball straight back over Carse's and mid-on's head for a 1 bounce 4. I sense the feeling that Jadeja got license to do whatever he wants at the moment.
That's exactly what I was thinking as well, because at this point when you're 8 down, you don't really, I mean, Siraj can hold a bat, but he's not going to be able to create a partnership.
I'm not actually
going to be a big one anyways.
Sure
and I feel like at 468 for 8, India's going to feel that they're short, because last night, finishing the way that they did, they wanted 500, they wanted 550. And to be at 468 for 8 is just not good enough.
Good Yorker length ball that's dug out nicely by Jadeja. He takes a single, brings Siraj down onto strike as mid-off fields. Stokes looking slightly pensive and thoughtful.
Well, he's got a number of things to think about. One is he really doesn't want this a last-minute tail wag, having hauled England back into the game. But two is batting's not going to be as easy as it was yesterday.
And yes, England have been guilty in the recent tests of letting their tail wag a few times. That's a lovely swinging ball by Cast, but it did swing early out the hand. I think that's half good ball, half bat withdrawn by Siraj.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because you're going to have Bumrah come in with Siraj after this inning ends. And I wonder if I was England and you can get these guys out within the next, say, 4 to 5 overs, they'd want to ideally not lose more than 2 to 3 wickets. But
yeah,
I'm not sure if that's going to be possible because it just looks so cloudy.
Another swinging ball that goes back to Siraj and plays that pretty much underneath his eyes, just in front of the stumps.
It's a pretty attacking field. You've got 2 slips. You've got Ducket there at gully. You've got a leg slip as well.
I think
they're looking for the one that they drop possibly short of a length and get Siraj to fend it away, aren't they?
I think the interesting part of the next innings is I think Siraj and in particular Bumrah will attack the stumps a lot more than England did. They will be forced to play many more balls.
Handcuffs are out, but the ball's gone through them.
Yep, so you still have to work with that one, I'm afraid.
Why would England actually be concerned about that? They've got moving all over the shop. Why would they actually want the new ball now?
They wouldn't.
Well, they would, unless it's the umpires decided they needed to look.
Swings away nicely again by Cast. You get a nice bit of shape. Just needs the length right, I think, at this point. That is away from the batsman. That's the end of the over. 469 for 8. The change of innings is potentially upon us in short order.
So I can give you an update on Ben Ducket. It's from Lockie 6. I'm not entirely sure it's true, but you can judge for yourself. Lockie 6 says Ducket is not 5'8", it's a myth. He's 4'9" with heels.
Lifts. He's got lifts in.
And Sutu says, and he loves heels. George McPherson says it started to rain here in Leeds. We did expect some mini
it
interruptions.
does look like it's imminent. Honestly, looking at the forecast, I was looking at the radar as well, and it just looks like it's going to happen at some point.
I thought Message S from the Weather Cave suggested it was going to happen just around lunchtime, and then it would be.
Well, it's not far wrong. I mean, we're only how long after lunch? 20 minutes after lunch.
Ducket has been dispatched to the boundary in disgust, I think. Tongue comes in
too short.
Round the wicket to Jadeja, and he's chopped that on. That was a lovely ball. It's a bit of a half and half shot, not that much footwork. Tried to run it down, got the bottom inside edge of the bat, and stumps were splattered.
Now you're gone.
Well, there was no footwork involved in that, was there, Mike?
No, it's very, very flat-footed.
There's no foot. That's the problem. There's no footwork. Just looks to chop the ball. Not very good shot, honestly. But it is Jadeja. That is his style. So when you're at this kind of score, I don't know if you can really give him too much grief. But no footwork at all. And that's going to be your downfall here. If you don't have enough footwork.
Yeah, well, to a moving ball, that is definitely true. The Harriman says Sir Vivian Siraj, not with that shot. No, not with that shot.
Siraj, yeah, maybe. He's very flamboyant, Siraj.
Well, no, he can be. Yes.
We're going to have the number 11 in shortly, so you might want to jiggle him up.
Yes.
It's going to be Prasid Krishna.
It is going to be Prasid Krishna.
Which was a bit of a surprise selection. The lunchtime content, which was the Bishop and Bear with an India, he said he wouldn't have taken this guy on tour.
Well, he's a surprise to the Bear because he hasn't loaded him up, for fuck's sake, Bear. Because I know we have his jingle. The question is, has it made it into the carts? You'll have to talk amongst yourselves while I have a look.
Anyway, he's come out to the crease. He's setting himself up. Stokes is marshalling his troops.
It does look gloomy. I mean, they just did a pan shot. You can see that the lights are in full beam at this point.
2 slips in the leg step. That's attacking the stumps. Krishna gets off the mark straight away with a dink into the leg side. Tongue very much attacking the stumps in his spell so far.
And suddenly Tongue's, if you were to look at just a scorecard, it doesn't look too bad. 3 for 85. He does look like he's, I mean, yesterday he, in my opinion, was bowling below average, but somebody had said earlier, you know, he's going to just stat pad at this point. And it does look like he's done a good job of that because somebody's got to get the wickets.
How do you spell Prasid?
2 of them.
Prasid, Prasidh.
Oh, ADH, thank you.
I think that might be slightly unfair. I think he's an attacking bowler who will go for runs, but he's not a bowler that will keep runs necessarily contained. Anyway, that ball is down the leg side and missed by Siraj. 470 for 9, India. They'd be very happy if they get up to 500 now.
Yeah, and I wonder, you know, you were seeing Ducket in the outfield. What are they thinking?
I'm thinking that they're going to
9 down.
I think
are they
they're
really
going to bowl.
even paying attention at this point, or are they just thinking about how they're going to bat?
Well, they're not showing it in the plan so far, but I would have thought that Duckett's been dispatched to deep square leg for the short ball, which must be coming sooner or later to the tail enders, and that ball is.
Yeah, but he went down there before they lost the 9th wicket. Do they think that's the way to get the tail enders out, especially when the ball is moving?
Well, that
Here's Prasid Krishna.
Do you want to play dirty with him? Do you think you can handle him? Prasid Krishna, Prasid Krishna.
And we're seeing Crawley also ensconced on the boundary.
Oh, it's raining.
Oh, the transparent umbrellas are going up. And they might just be playing out a little bit until the rain comes. As Krishna just drops his hands on the ball and drops it back to Tongue.
It almost feels like a waiting game when the rain is going to come, when this 10th wicket is going to fall. Just feels like we're kind of in a lull now post lunch.
We're in a lull, you say?
Needs to be wrapped up.
Maybe. I think the next substantive piece of work. Oh, that's.
Oh, there it is.
And that's the wickets all out of the ground. Krishna goes for the big hit. Down the ground. Tongue finishes with a 4-fer. Denies his captain a 5-fer. That's a good return for England on the day's play.
Well, yeah, he's rather burgled a decent looking figures there at 4 for 86, I think, because he's helped run through the tail.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, it does mean, however, 471.
Rain alert. Looks like they're also bringing out the covers as well.
Yeah, you always do get worried when the groundsman
might
comes
be
out
in
of their
for
hutch.
a bit of a break as well. I think for India, this is not a good enough innings. They were 359 yesterday. To only add 112 this morning, I feel like they'll feel they didn't get enough.
Maybe, but you've got to wait until England has batted at least a certain amount in the second innings.
You do have to wait until two teams have batted, that is for sure, because especially, like I've said, like we've talked about, under these conditions, I mean, this is going to be a different bowling situation now compared to what England had to deal with yesterday. So with the clouds, with that rain around, England's definitely going to have a tougher time batting. And so now the dynamics shift again in this test match.
That's why they call it test matches, because it does do swings and roundabouts all over the place, like the World Test Championship final, which was a fantastic game over whatever it was, 3 and a bit days.
Well, it's interesting actually now as well, because although it is raining and the covers are coming out, we're not technically in a rain delay because
it's a break in innings.
It's a break in the innings anyway, and actually the covers that were about to come on have been
looks like they've taken them back
removed
again.
off again.
I think they only brought the cover out to allow the roller to get onto the pitch.
Oh, that may be true, but we did see people with umbrellas up. But I think point's a really good one. It's going. I don't think now, with clearly a bit of moisture in the air, a lot more cloud cover, the ball suddenly doing what they'd hoped it would do yesterday morning for England, and you've got arguably the best bowler in the world at the moment about to come at you in conditions that he would probably kill to be playing under. I don't think it's going to be easy for England by any manner of means.
Particularly when you take the, and in fact the covers are now coming onto the pitch, or being prepared to come onto the pitch, whilst they roll it.
Well, that's an interesting debate in itself. I mean, do you take time to... You don't want the pitch to get wet, so surely you put the covers on and then roll it afterwards, don't you? You don't happily let it get wet while you roll it.
Which suggests it's not raining
Which
yet.
suggests it's not actually raining at the moment. What I am very interested in, we keep seeing this replay.
It is raining. You can see right there. They're showing the replay of the after the wicket, the celebration, and I just saw in the background. It does look like a decent amount of a shower. Now I don't know if that means maybe it stopped.
Well, I would imagine.
And so now they haven't put the.
If you're
cover
India,
on.
you would love it to be raining whilst they're rolling the wicket, because it's going to spice up the wicket.
Precisely. So that to me seems surely your number one priority is get the wicket covered. Because the rules are you have to protect the wicket at all costs, and that we don't have uncovered wickets anymore. I haven't had for
20,
no
60.
more than that, 60 years or so. So it seems very strange to me that you wouldn't get the covers on very quickly and worry about rolling the wicket later. But I'm not stood there, and I don't know.
I think Jay Shaw and the BCCI has made a call to the ground staff and told them to leave that out there. Give the bowlers a little bit of help.
The conspiracy theorists will be out in force now. Anyway, they've gone to commercial, so it does suggest that I think the play is not going to be imminent once they come back from.
Anyway, let me catch up on a few of these then. In the meantime, firstly this.
Super chat.
It's our friend Lucky Six again. Are India fans all too short to super chat? Scary for England, says Dan De Castro. Cosmic Seer is saying till 4:30 Gill was there, and then 4:71 no one is there. Well, that's you're absolutely right.
6 or 7 wickets.
Good
for 30
observation.
runs.
Lockheed 6 says it's time for a terrifying duck attack. Okay, George McPherson, time to get the players off now since it's raining. Well, that obviously has happened. Sheffield rain unacceptable, says Jay Grover. Leah, it's not as bad as the collapse in South Africa when they lost the last 6 wickets for naught, but it isn't far off.
Yes.
I think that gets us pretty much up to date on messages. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? You'd have backed at the start of play. We'd have all seen India being 600 at tea, 550, 600 at tea, and then possibly declaring. Were they trying to sort of take a leaf out of England's book and get ahead of the game early and give themselves plenty of time to bowl out England on what they thought was a good wicket? Because they're changing character. The one thing you can say as well, and clearly the wicket will have helped as well, but England's bowling today was infinitely better than the stuff they served up yesterday.
Yeah, which basically bowling
Tongue was more accurate, bowling fuller basically a lot of the time, and bowling more at the stumps. It's funny that if you actually aim at the things that help you take a wicket, it quite often.
If you threaten the batsman,
Yeah, it's almost like if you actually pay attention to your craft, you might actually get some results. It
Well,
didn't feel like yesterday. They
there is
were, in my opinion,
Indians.
a little subpar with their bowling. England just looked a little bit all over the place. Today, it looks, I mean, that they have gotten their act together. I don't know if it's too late. 471 is still a very intimidating score.
Well, the good news from a cricket perspective is that
Weather is around.
Yeah, well, India are warming up. Richard Pant is taking catches in his gloves there. There's no covers on as we speak.
Play.
It does look that way. It definitely does look that way. Daz Reynolds says, what were the bowling figures, please? We can certainly give you those any second now.
4 for 66 for Stokes, 4 for 85 for Tongue, and 1 for Cass and 1 for Bashir, I think.
Yeah, they all looked a lot better than they might have done. I'll tell you that much for sure. Okay.
Well, Bashir got the big one. They're showing Gill.
Chris
that
Wokes
really started that collapse.
0 for 103, I think.
0 for 103 for Chris Wokes. Bryden Cass 1 for 96. Josh Tongue a 4 for 86 off 20, which actually in the great scheme of things is not bad. 4 for Ben Stokes for 66, very much the standout performance and a captain's effort. And 1 for 100 for Shoaib Bashir. So the bulk of run conceding was done by Wokes and Bashir, but they also bowled more than anyone else. It was 22 overs for Cass for his 1 for 96, 20 overs for Tongue, which I say was an excellent effort, for his 4, and 20 overs for Ben Stokes for his 4 for 66. So there are those are the bowling figures.
And it's just one thing, it's good to see Ben Stokes bowling at pace for 20 overs in a test match now.
Well, it is. He will be hoping, I am sure, in his perfect world, he's not going to be walking to the crease today. Yep. But we fear
that would be that would be a perfect world, I think, for England, because there's still got to be about 50 overs left or so in the day's play. It's a long time to be
more
batting.
More than 50, more like 70.
Especially in these conditions, especially against Bumrah, Siraj. If England finishes today with 3 down, they'll be pretty happy with that.
Well, I mean, the other thing from India's point of view, whatever they lost wickets and they would love to have added some more, but they took risks because they wanted to move the game on. The fact is, England need 271 to
avoid the follow-on,
don't they? The other thing that's been fascinating me, because we've seen it lots of times now, is when Ben Stokes goes up to congratulate Josh Tongue on that final wicket.
Yeah, what was that?
He's doing kind of lovely yum 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 food.
All you can eat, fill yourself.
Yeah,
fill your boots, mate.
So it might have been that tucking in. It might have been, I wonder if Tongue had a particularly big lunch and went out and took wickets immediately, or did he not eat anything at lunch and Ben Stokes is going, right, now you can go and have your lunch.
Now you can go and stuff yourself.
But I think tucking in was more about the wickets possibly than what he did or didn't have for his lunch and how much of it there was.
Right, and we're also due a change, are we not?
We are indeed. You're back later, Mike? Yes, no? I think you are.
I am back in a bit.
Who are we expecting, Jason?
I think we're expecting the bear, aren't we?
We are expecting the bear. You may want to stay. Hang with us, Mike. The only reason I say that because I think it's supposed to be the bear who is reappearing. And
the bear, me, and I think
he still may be on his
an India. Is it not?
No, because I'm pretty sure it's me.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, it's me on ball by ball from memory, and I'm supposed to be with Jason and it's Ajit actually.
Ajit.
Oh, can you go and get Ajit in? I will. Unless he's not there, in which case, as I say, Mike, just hang just in case.
Yeah, nobody.
No, it's not. Yes, it is Ajit. It should be me, Jason.
Nobody's out yet.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Well, 271 is the first target that England are going to have to think about. 440 odd, and then 6 for next to nothing is the extraordinary story of how the wickets went down. Mayank is there, floating in his tin can, high above the world, and beneath him, planet Earth is blue. But hopefully there is something he can do, which is put his headphones on and join us. If you then, Mike, thank you, could just pop off the Zoom.
And I will see you guys a little bit later.
fantastic. You take care.
Thank you.
As we
Well,
wait for Messrs Crawley and the Duckster, all 5'8", so it's the Little and Large show once again,
and hopefully no one else.
Well,
I can tell you 5'8" is a lot. I'm not all that tall.
Well, there
It's
you go.
all right.
Yeah, but then you are, several thousand miles away in space, which which means you are going to look very small.
That too. That doesn't help either. But what did we make of this 7 for 40 collapse from India?
Well, we were just talking about it before you came in, and honestly, I think there were two ways. They were going to go for the runs whatever. It cost them. On the other hand, as the ball started to move, as England got more out the pitch, as they got more in the air, India will be going, do you know what? We can't wait to get out there and bowl. And as we speak, outrun the covers. Rishabh Pant's going,
dear.
for goodness sake. And no balls have been bowled. And it looks to me as Rishabh Pant just throws a wicket-keeping glove up in
He's
the
not
air and
surprised
catches
though,
it.
is he? He's just gone, oh, this is England.
Yeah. The players have all gone out there, got into their fielding positions, the batsmen were walking out, and now they're walking off.
Well, why would you? You're keen to...
That explains sort of the perplexed look on Siraj's face. At least just a few moments before that happened. All right.
And I'm really sad to tell you where it is. This
In
should
play.
Be, where is it?
Selected in
No, it's
play.
not in play. We've actually got, I thought, a whole...
There's a whole set of carts in there. I think.
Yeah, I thought there was somewhere. Selected in play. Not themed. Weather. I'm looking for rain and it says weather. Obviously weather can include more than just rain, but we do have one of these.
If the rain comes, they stop playing bloody cricket.
Well, they do, and I've got to say this is all about England and India and a fantastic 5-test series. It's not about me. But this morning I carefully didn't do any ball by ball because I wanted to give other people as much chance as possible. As I sit down for my first ball by ball spell of the day, fuck all happens and they all walk off.
So it's your fault.
How did that happen? How did that happen? I suppose
You are the rain god. You've done the rain dance in the corner.
It does seem to be the way.
Shall I do a few messages whilst we're waiting for...
Please do.
Lockie 6 says, choosing to bowl was pure genius. Cough, hack, wheeze, vomit. And presumably that's more about you, Lockie, than it is about anybody
Cough,
else.
hack, wheeze and vomit as a fabulous firm of solicitors.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And Will Reddit says, well, that formatting failed. And Dan DeGrone says, no guff, Pom's first goal is seriously to avoid the follow-on.
Wow, that's 271.
Yep. And Paul Stratton says, why do our so-called quicks not bowl straight? Far too many free hits per over for class batsmen. When will our coaches get it right? Well, I think they're certainly true of not attacking the stumps yesterday and therefore giving opportunities for India's batsmen to score. But today I think they bowled a lot straighter and a lot better.
Yeah, no, I 100% go along with that.
Harriman says, once again, Sir Vivian Siraj remains unbeaten.
Yes.
Oh, bring it on. Look, wait, do you have any more? Otherwise, I wanted to have a quick word on the other test that finished today.
How did that finish? Yes, that's a very good question.
So it was a draw. So Sri Lanka versus Bangladesh, they played full days and it was a draw, a high-scoring draw. So Bangladesh batting first made 495. Sri Lanka replied with 485. With not a whole lot of time left, Bangladesh set up a good total, 285 for 6 declared. So they were overall, I think, 400s in the test, 187 and a 90.
Not only that,
well,
you've had a 5-day
they
test.
replied with 72 for Sri Lanka. I'm sorry, just to finish off.
Well, no, that's fantastic. It's a 5-day test that is finished in a draw.
Yes.
Yeah.
Angelo Matthews took
Fantastic.
out, I think, about the best part of an hour in the last afternoon and made 8. That's how he got out of Test cricket.
Yeah, that was his last game, wasn't it? And I saw him get a guard of honour as he was coming on, which is, well deserved. He's been a fantastic servant for Sri Lanka, no doubt about that.
some important scores. Mushfiqur Rahim made 163 in the first innings and 49 in the second. Sort of his career we all thought was flagging.
Well,
his captain Najmul Hussain Shanto, 125 in the second and 148 in the first. Very importantly.
Now, whilst we've got the chance, by the way, we posed a question earlier today that no one has yet answered.
I've got one of the answers.
Okay.
I know one of them. On the second,
to remind people, of course, famously got that 300 against England. It was his first ever 100.
Absolutely. Then I know the second one for sure.
So only 2 other players in the history of Test cricket have converted their maiden 100 into a treble 100. Who are those 2 players?
I'm expecting Mike and I have the same person.
The first one is the most obvious one, the greatest of them all, I think.
So
I have a guess on the second.
Okay. Let's just. Can you just see if anyone has answered that question on?
No one's answered it
the
in
tube sphere.
In the tube.
Sphere.
If they haven't answered it in the tube sphere, then we'll see how you 2 chaps get on. Mike, I'll give you first guess there, or first knowledge. Who are they?
I think you've been calling me Mayank for a while.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's because
right.
it's because Mayank is written next to your name, Ajit, and your armchair.
Nah, all right. No, so Phil Sobers. That's my first call.
That's the one I got.
That was his first 100.
You are 100% right.
He was
on that one.
17 when he did it in 1957.
I
think he was. So you're
21.
100% right there.
That's one of those most storied of cricketing stories I remember. The second one was. Should I guess my second one or shall I wait?
Well, let's have Jason go see if he's got that answer.
Triple 100 in your first game.
First 100
in your first 100 is a triple 100.
Yes, your first 100 is a triple 100.
I'm not sure whether this is recent or old. I'm struggling with that. I might go.
Quiet?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Quiet?
No, Mr. Quiet doesn't. No, he doesn't score runs.
Okay. All right. What about you?
Go on, Mayank.
Mayank, aka Ajit in his armchair. Space armchair.
I think it was Len Hutton.
No, it was not Len Hutton. All right, I'll try and help people out. Len Hutton would be the wrong nationality.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Oh. Bobby Simpson?
Yes.
Bobby Simpson, there you go. Yeah. That was a close second. Well guessed.
It was indeed.
311, I think, from memory.
Yeah. Also known
He was also a stripling of a
as
boy
Bobby
or
or
not very old either.
Robert Baddeley Simpson, to give him his full name.
Holy cow.
Played for New South Wales, Western Australia, and of course Australia. Captained Australia from 63-64 until 1967-68.
Yeah, and then he was replaced by Laurie, and then
I was saying it's got to be Bill Laurie, surely, round about then. If I'm
and then
right.
Laurie was replaced by Ian Chappell.
Very worthy successor to a certain Beno, I think. Wasn't he?
He was
Richie Beno, I think.
He was preceded by Richie Beno, I think.
Oh yeah, no, but yes. Red Beno more earlier 60s, if I'm right.
Well, late 50s, early 60s.
Yeah.
Famously, the Tide Test in 61.
61 was Beno, right? With the West Indies.
Yeah, because didn't Beno play in the Jim Laker Test?
Yes.
Or maybe I'm wrong about that. But I seem to recall that he did. Anyway, if you wonder why we're chit-chatting and generally worrying about the only 3 players in history to score a triple century as their first century in Test cricket, it's because we've had an interesting collapse by India as England found their range, but equally the ball started to do heaps more. And India have collapsed to 470 all out from being about, 440 for
430 for 4.
430 for 4.
So 6 wickets for 40 runs. That was what would have been 1 ball before lunch anyway, which Ben Stokes did come back and bowl very quickly after lunch. Their innings ended. Off they all went. They came back on we were waiting for the first ball, and the first ball never happened because the rain fell and they all went off again. So no balls have been faced, and we have a rain delay, which is why we are nattering to you now. But it looks light enough that we don't think we need to put on yet another bishop and bear to subject you to. That said, it does give us a chance to say that if you're a Patreon for Guerrilla Cricket, you do a number of things. Well, we have different levels. One is you help to keep us providing free cricket commentary across the globe on the internet, taking our commentary to lots of places who, frankly, these days struggle to get coverage on maiden matches when they should. It was fascinating. Well, West Indies being one of them. When we play West Indies, it's extraordinary the number of West Indies listeners we get. For the World Test Championship, we looked at our viewing figures, particularly day 3, which a lot of people thought would be the final day. And I think 35-40% of those were from South Africa, and they were South Africans who were, so happy. So
South Africans are not exactly short of sports coverage.
But radio coverage, yes, and easily accessible. So you're doing one thing just by being a Patreon. You are helping us to keep cricket live and free across the internet. However, in return, you get any number of benefits. You get interesting content that we both write and record. You will get that before anyone else does. So you will get to join our Discord group, so you can chat with other friends and like-minded folk. You get our eternal gratitude. You get your name can be scrolling across our roll of honour. You get the chance to come to the studio. You can have the chance to advertise your company or a cause that you would like, and a number of, you get merchandise. There's a whole bunch of things. As well as being
the jingles, right?
You get access. Thank you.
The archive.
Thank you, Ajit.
Archive jingles.
You get
some
access
of them
to our
are
archives,
unrepeatable on air.
so you can dive into as many back catalogues of games long past and forgotten as you would wish to, as well as access to some of our jingles. So these are all reasons why, and obviously that's not all for the entry level price, but for starting off at a ludicrously low amount of money, which I think is $5 a month, you can help us to do what we do and keep us out there. So you go to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, or if you go to our website, guerillacricket.com, the first thing that will smack you between the eyes is a big article about, well, actually is just above two utterly brilliant articles.
Who wrote those, Tony? By any chance?
Two utterly brilliant articles, one being an account of Middlesex's epic win against Essex on Thursday night, and the other one being about the new Middlesex coach, and me postulating or thinking, Middlesex starting to turn into Watford with their new coaches. But above that, more importantly, is something that explains far better than I can everything about the values of being a Patreon and what you get and exactly where you need to click to go do it. So if you haven't done it yet, and don't forget, there is one thing we always understand is, times can be hard, money pressures are tight. We love you, whatever, but if you can find a way to come and help us, it isn't just about the cricket. It's not about the money. It helps to keep us in our studio, keeps our equipment. It keeps cricket free across the internet around the world, and that is something you can be pretty proud of, I reckon.
Yep. That in itself is a very laudable cause, and of course, where else do you get this camaraderie, right? We're not stiff.
Oh yes, that's the whole thing. The Discord channel is a group of like-minded individuals.
Absolutely.
They might be somewhat anarchic, but then that's very much our modus operandi.
We are a guerrilla organisation.
It's in the jingle, isn't it? They tried to catch us, we ran away, and so on.
I feel quite emotional after that. I think I should probably be either in a pulpit or off to speak speaker's corner.
You are pontificating.
Much like the Pope. The pontificates.
You have a apt name. Who would have thunk it?
the Bishop of Rome. Well, the Bishop of Rome, aka Pope today, goodness me, what a catch he took.
What a
Did you
catch
catch
that
that?
was.
What a catch that was. I mean,
That was the one thing I would hold against this England fielding lineup, because come on, that guy was on a duck. Let him make some sort of a comeback. Should he be dismissed on a duck for such a good catch?
But that's probably
You have to
gonna-
wait. All the
It's a
holes.
great catch, and it'll make a very nice tidbit in future reminiscences.
well, that was actually another interesting question we could ask Ajit as he orbits the Earth. But I need to remember what it is. Karen Nair, for as far as Indian players are concerned, he was the fourth longest period between Test appearances. Can you name the other three who had longer appearances between Test matches?
Okay.
Longer periods.
I will not lie. I may have heard this part of the commentary a little earlier in the day,
well,
and I remember two of the names already. I will try to guess the third. So the two are Unadkat and Parthiv Patel, weren't they? I can't remember the third one.
And Unadkat was
I wrong?
right. Parthiv Patel was right.
Yeah, the Unadkat, no?
No.
Yes, Yadav Unadkat was correct.
Parthiv Patel
Yes,
was
so
correct.
these two I remember. Let me
And
try
I
and
can-
guess
and
the
I can
third
remember
one.
the other one now.
You were right. Well, Yadav Unadkat was the biggest of all. 118 tests between 2010 and 2022. So 12 years and 118 tests.
You say the J. It's Jaydev.
Third. Oh, okay. Jaydev. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
Third was Parthiv Patel. 83 tests between 2008 and 2016. Interestingly enough, you haven't got number two.
But I've remembered it from earlier.
I have a guess. Could be wrong, but
Have
I'm
a
going to
guess
wait. Would you give me a hint on the era, just for the heck of it?
You want me to give you a test?
Contemporary. pretty
Contemporary, and you quite often see a lot of him these days.
Yeah.
In
Yeah,
front,
it's Dinesh Karthik,
behind
was
the
it?
camera.
Yep, that's the one.
It was Dinesh
So that was
Karthik.
going to be my guess. I was not sure, so that's why I asked for the era.
87
Okay, fine.
tests between 2010 and 2018.
I mean, he was the comeback kid of this age. Every one age has. I think if you remember, Mohinder Amarnath was the comeback kid in the 80s, and then
Yeah.
you had some people of that who
Didn't he
somehow
have a-
found their way back to the team after a lot of.
Wasn't he in the India series in '75 where they got roughed up by the battery of West Indian cricks?
I mean, he was the one who stood up, one of the few that stood up. I would
And
think.
then he didn't really play until 1983 World Cup.
82, I think he forced his way back into the team in late 70s or early 80s, and then he was very important after that. I mean, he was a very punchy sort of a batter, Mohinder Amarnath. Very good average, and most of it made without a helmet against a certain fairly strong West Indian attack.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, that
Yes.
in itself is remarkable. What we're seeing at the moment on our television screen in front of us is really interesting. It's they are analysing
The
Jasprit
Mark Wood
Bumrah,
bowling masterclass.
and Mark Wood. And what they're focusing on most is who is it? South's most
That
famous.
Bumrah.
Is on the release point of Bumrah due to that what they call his hyperextending arm, and it is at least
18 inches ahead of his head.
18 inches ahead.
Half a yard he's stolen, right?
Yeah, I mean literally.
The batters.
How he does that is quite extraordinary.
Well, it looks like he's going to
Yep.
dislocate his arm every time he bowls, based on that.
Well, it is, I mean, it's quite bizarre, but he's effectively
No, I mean-
shortening the distance that a bowler is bowling. So if you think you're bowling off 22 yards, in reality he's bowling off 21 and a bit, isn't he?
Yeah.
And that is not actually even that. I'd say 21 if you look at the full reach.
Exactly.
there. And that makes a
It's-
huge difference if you're a
It's a
pretty
2.5% difference, pretty much.
quick bowler. Well, small percentages
I mean,
count
he's
for a lot.
not slow. That really adds up, and it gives you that additional feeling of less time.
Well, it just means that you are perceived to be quicker onto the ball than you would have necessarily expected.
Well, I can tell you, still the rain dribbles down at in Headingley. which is desperately sad. We'll
And it
remind you
has-
again very quickly of the story of the morning. India rolled along.
Look, when
to
you look at the wickets, I was just looking at the wickets. I didn't see the fall of every wicket. I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's all right.
But I think we're going there. So I.
Well, we were
I thought
4:30
I'd
for
preempt you a
4
little.
is where they were. Crikey Moses. Since then, well, they lost Shudman Gill. He was
Caught on the boundary.
he was the fourth to fall, caught on the boundary by Tongue off Shoaib
Tongue, I think,
Bashir. Rishabh Pant was plumb LBW. He reviewed it to a wicked in-swinger from Tongue, who by now had very much found his range. Poor old Karen Nair, all that time between tests, he faced only 4 balls. He did chase one outside of his off stump, mistimed his drive, but Ollie Pope flew through the air like, imagine Superman, and took an extraordinary catch at short cover.
I think he had fairly leathered that one.
Well,
It's not exactly a miscue.
He did well. I don't know. I don't think he did quite, because he didn't quite get to the pitch of it. Jadeja made a sprightly 11, but he was bowled neck and crop by Tongue. Shardul is one he was caught behind from one that nipped away from by Ben Stokes. Jasprit Bumrah edged to slip where Harry Brook, one of the 2 Yorkshiremen, took the catch. Prasid Krishna, I think, got a bit of an inside edge, if I'm right, didn't he?
His leg stump was absolutely displanted.
Stumps went all over the shop. And Mohammad Siraj was the not-out batsman. So India went from 440 for 3 to 471 all out. So 6 wickets down for 41, which represented a collapse. However, of course, the debate we've been having has been that how upset are they going to be by that if all of a sudden it's a little bit cloudy and there's movement of the ball
and
that wasn't there
pitch is
before.
spiced up very, very slightly. Anyway, should we get some messages?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
We did have some guesses about the quiz that you posed.
Go on then. How do people get on?
Will Warren said Lara and Wally Hammond. Steve Tinton said Bill Ponsford.
Not a bad guess, but no.
Which were good shouts.
Good batters, yes.
Going on a bit, George McPherson says England are lucky to manage to prevent India from getting to 500. Yeah, there's swings and roundabouts. England bowled well. India didn't exactly bat well. I think.
But India batted like a side who wanted to get on with it, with plenty of runs already on the board, and probably were aware of the weather and
very
found
much
the risk
in a baseball
acceptable.
way to some extent to press home
Well,
the
I have
advantage.
a counterpoint to that. Those dismissals looked a little irresponsible, and you gave the momentum to the team that's coming into bat. This England team doesn't need any momentum. They come in enough of their own. I mean, if you are that confident, you could have just declared 20 runs behind and just let England bat. It's also an option, isn't it?
Yep. And then
I'm thinking, rather than give the initiative over, because they would feel really confident. If you had 7 for 41 when you came into bat, your tails would be really up, isn't it, as a team?
We've then got some conversations about all the benefits that you enumerated earlier for membership. Steve Bruce says, "Hi Bishop, I want to visit the studio. My wife doesn't like you though, so I would have to. She wouldn't come."
Whose wife doesn't like me?
Steve Bruce.
What have I done?
Presumably not the footballer.
Not the cricketer.
Steve, you'll have to remind me why I don't like her.
And
or she doesn't like me. I've got nothing against your
And he also says,
and I can absolutely assure you she's never had anything against me that I can remember.
Mrs. Steve Bruce also says, "Would love to hear a guerrilla podcast in the future documenting the cricket in the 70s and the 80s and the Windies domination. Aussies for the 90s would be a great listen whilst maybe it's in cricket season." I'm sure that a certain Gary Naylor would love to do that kind of stuff.
Gary Naylor would be excellent to do that. Obviously David Brooke would be well equipped to do that. We do hope very soon to have Roland Butcher. Well, I mean, he was on the show yesterday, but and will be. But we are going to have him into the Bishop and Bear to talk about his book. So obviously he was a later generation than that. I remember that generation of the West Indies very, very well. Anyone at all who wants to appreciate what that team meant to the West Indies, then watch the film.
Yes,
Fire in Babylon.
That is a fantastic.
Absolutely,
film.
100%.
It is a magnificent. I mean, it's a documentary film, but if you want to understand how that team meant far more than to the West Indies than just the cricket itself, then that is a film that will give you a real perspective on it. It's quite magnificent.
Will Reynolds would also like History Podcast. Yes, the bear has returned. Lockie6 says, I'm so inspired, uplifted, and a bit sicky because of all that pontification.
What, me?
Yes.
Yeah, fair enough.
And Will Reynolds talking about what was being shown on Sky recently says, Bumrah is a cyborg.
Yeah, well, he's certainly an extraordinary one-off. The latest weather news that I can give you, but that was 10 years ago, 10 minutes ago, not 10 years ago. I've got a decent memory, but I couldn't tell you what it was doing weather-wise 10 years ago today.
And Steve Bruce has come back to us. He says, it's because, Tony, every time I have you on and ignore her, you'll be speaking. So she takes her ire out on you.
Well, Mrs. Bruce,
when it should be actually placed at him.
Yes, to be fair, Mrs. Bruce, if you are listening at the moment, that's a little bit unfair. You know, I think you should say, well, your charming, delightful husband you should be having a word with, not me. It's not my fault for commentating on the cricket. It's his for ignoring you. So the latest news was that there aren't any umbrellas up in the stands. Which meant, oddly, that they probably wouldn't have gone off if they had already started playing. But as it started raining 2 minutes later, they'd still be on. The one umbrella that is up is, oddly, the fourth umpire's, and his is the one that matters. Yeah, that's the latest on that front.
And Stephen Kelk says, this is a request. Greetings all. Tony, please tell us a pun.
I can't do them to order.
It's like, be funny. No.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure I can ever do
that.
that.
Keep talking. Something will come.
Something almost certainly will come up. Yes, there's no doubt about that. If this is live, by the way, is that live with Brendan? We're seeing Brendan McCullum with his England cap.
Yeah.
That's quite a bit of rain that is falling in front of his face.
They turned the gain up on the camera so you can actually see the rain falling.
So yeah, maybe we are in for a longer period of delay. In which case, we'll natter for a couple of more minutes just to be sure, and then we may well leave you with a bit more. Probably the latest one with the Ninde.
Yep,
which was
that was very nice listen as well.
Yeah,
lovely.
That was. But I need to say one thing before we play that. Is when we recorded it, we of course the England team hadn't been announced.
Correct.
All right. When we released it, it had been. So we're speculating, particularly around the number 3 position, which is an interesting debate. The Bethel Pope Bethel conundrum. And we're of course talking about that because we don't know what the situation was. By the time the Bishop of Ayr podcast went out, we do. We have a plan, but we think it's probably got about a 5% chance of coming off the Bear and I. But we're going to give it a go for our 100th Bishop and Bear. It's my job to organise it, obviously.
As the wrangler.
But we're thinking we might try and get a group of guerrillas together, but do it in the real Bishop and Bear.
Ooh,
if we can persuade them. If we can persuade them. I mean, ours is a real Bishop and Bear, thank you very much. Theirs is the mad Bishop and Bear.
It is.
Bishop and Bear, yeah.
But it kind of inspired the turning, the thinking when we said, oh, why don't we make the podcast as if it was a pub, came from the fact that there was a pub called the Mad Bishop and Bear, and then that kind of led us to let's give it the sort of pub vibe feel. So we were going to tell them all of that, and for a bit if they'd host us, and then we'll just have people come in and sit down and have a beer or two with us and record it as a podcast. That's for our 100th edition plan, if we can pull it off.
Well, if you would ask one question from my side, I don't think I can make it there in person, but what
you'd
is
be
the
invited.
origin of their amazing pub name maybe when you guys are there.
It's what, I'm sorry?
It's a great pub
What
name.
is the origin of their name? Why is it?
Oh, the Mad
called
Bishop
the
of Bear.
Mad?
Oh, right. Okay. Yes, I can. No, well, I know the answer to that.
Oh, right.
It's called the Mad Bishop of Bear. It's actually in Paddington Station, in London, in Paddington.
Okay.
The Mad Bishop, and I can't remember his name, but it goes back to the early
1800s.
Well, yeah, mid 19th century. Anyway, the church used to own most of the land upon which Paddington Station is built, and the bishop agreed or sold the land for frankly next to nothing to the railway company, and literally everyone then said, "You're mad! You're giving away this for next to nothing." Probably the Archbishop of Canterbury being amongst them, who again, "What the hell are you?" No, he probably wouldn't have said that. What are you doing?
Words, but
what are you doing giving away this prime land? Because at the time they probably didn't realise how big and important the railways would be. I don't know. Anyway, that's why he was called the Mad Bishop. The bear. The bear. I'm sorry to have to tell you, is not our bear. The bear is obviously being at Paddington Station. Paddington Bear.
Oh, the Paddington Bear. That makes sense. Yeah,
who famously was on the platform, having been sent by his Aunt Lucy with a thing,
from Peru,
thing round his neck and his little suitcase.
Please take care of me.
Please take care of this bear. So he's the bear. The Mad Bishop is the bishop who sold the ground to the railways, and the pub is there for that reason. Yep.
Lovely.
It's a bit of a trek to get to it though, because it's on the 4th tier up the side.
Well, you'll be thirsty to get up there. I think that's a good idea. Yeah.
Well, a bit of a trek to get to and up quite a lot of stairs. Sounds like it could be. Where else can I think of that might be a bit like that?
That's close to a brewery.
And we are. Well, actually, interestingly enough, should you be a studio member, that's I think I remember now the level we call it, the Studio Foundation member on Patreon. We are actually above a brewery. Don't laugh. We genuinely are above a brewery.
Perfect.
It's is it the Fox and Firkin next door, and they brew their own beer, and it's actually quite a big enterprise. It's not just a tiny back room thing. It's like big old brewery, but it's above that they.
It's an events venue, isn't it?
It is. It's an event venue and all kind of things. Now we are getting some decent pictures, so we can tell you a little bit about. No, we're not. They've. But there looked to be some activity, but not exactly that busy. For some reason.
They're taking the rope around to get the dew
off.
No,
but they are. It looks like taking the power cover off.
We think
it looks like it's start raining.
Yep, looks like the covers are about to be removed.
And all the waiting ground staff were sort of waiting for the rope to come around, and they all jumped over it. It wouldn't go.
They did.
And somebody fell off. Wow.
They're poised. They're
having fun with their work.
Yes.
So, I mean, talking of pun, it wasn't a pun, but the like the giant rain cover Edgbaston, which sadly isn't there anymore. They
the
use
Bumrah.
The fact they called it the Bumrah always used to make me laugh. Not a pun as such, but it was a perfect piece of naming, that is for sure. The other Indian story that always comes to my mind whenever India come to town is the Annie the armadillo, the giant armadillo, which I always tell Annie about too. And it was India's first ever test win in England was in 1971. Yes. There was an elephant that was there on the final
I remember
day,
that,
the famous elephant. Now, the elephant had been procured by Chessington Zoo, and it was a bunch of Indian fans who had then gone to Chessington Zoo. But there used to be two pet shops in Birmingham called Tylesley's Pets. One was, you'd buy your normal cats, dogs and hamsters, and the other one was more kind of exotic pets of all kinds and sorts. So Chessington procured the name of the elephant. I can't remember the elephant's name. I could if I looked it up, because I've got it somewhere. Anyway, they procured the elephant from this shop Tylesley, but this shop Tylesley's in Birmingham was famous not just for the exotic and very large, obvious nature of the animals that it had, but equally the fact that they would quite often escape.
Yeah.
And many of them escaped. One of them being Annie the Aardvark, which apparently crashed its way through a window and spent 2 days marauding around Birmingham before they could find it and bring it back again. So that's where Annie
that
the
would
Aardvark.
give you a scare.
Oh, I beg your pardon, armadillo. She was a giant armadillo, was Annie, not an aardvark.
Yes.
She was a giant armadillo. And nothing to do with our Annie. I'm sure our Annie is not named after a giant armadillo, if she's listening. What we are seeing...
any pun listeners who are looking for a pun, here's one. If you ask Lakshman how he got to where he got to, that would be his answer. Hard work.
Aardvark. Very good. Very good.
Yeah,
the chairman of Cunard Shipping Lines used to be a chap called Sir Basil Smallpiece, and I remember my dad telling me. Well, funny enough, that's not the pun. I can't remember how the story goes, but it ends up with somebody meeting him. I didn't thinking he recognised him.
Is that Smallpiece? No,
I work for Cunard. Was
dear.
where the story
That's
ended.
rather an unfortunate term if you know French.
Well,
it's pronounced slightly differently.
Oh, yes, I do know French as well.
I know. And
most of my French, I remember. I've forgotten most of my French except the worst swear words. And
exactly, and that's a good one to remember.
I seem to remember. Sadly, I passed them all on to my 2 boys who like me, their French is not that great, but their ability to swear in French is exceptional.
There you go. I was about to ask you that. You have to give your kids some sort of an education. That's one sort.
Oh,
right?
Yes.
But
absolutely.
you know the piece of research that says that people who swear more actually have used their brains better. They're more creative.
Yes, there are of course exceptions to the rule, but yes.
Looking at the bear.
But I do take your point.
This is a new theory.
I'll tell you what else we've done. Just sitting here, gabbing and doing what we're doing.
We haven't let Will in to have a chat.
We should let Will in. We've used our time, so I'm quite happy to go. Do you know what? Although I missed my ball bubble in its entirety, I will let the bear come in and start. Oh, you see, he's so honestly. Well, I can tell you where he's been. He's been off. This has made me laugh. Anyway, what do they? Is it like? Do they call it? So the Uber? It's Uber estate agencies, effectively. So he gets an emergency call, and then his job is to go and show people around the house, which is great. Except the house he's gone to do was literally his now late next door neighbour. So the bear has cycled back, left his bike at his own house, crossed the road to where presumably the spirit of his alasly now departed next door neighbour is still hovering around to show people around the house opposite. He then gets back on his bike and comes hurtling back here again. Remarkable.
I'll make him more thirsty, and that's not a bad
Quite
thing.
remarkable.
Quite remarkable. David Coleman, quite remarkable. I used to love David Coleman. The master of Coleman balls. What was your favourite Coleman balls?
I'm trying to remember. There's so many of them.
I think Juan Torino opening his legs and showing his class was absolutely
from the 1976 Olympics.
Had to be one of them. But then, of course, it's given its name. Coleman balls has become just a generic, because of Private Eye, for every crazy commentary gaff.
Yeah,
kind of ever.
They're all Rio Ferdinandisms now.
Yeah, for those of you watching in black and white, Norwich are the team in yellow. Obviously, that's somewhat dated these days.
Yeah.
Right. So, shall we? The reason I'm hanging on with everybody and in the delightful company
as
of
a potential prospect to play,
Ajit in his armchair and Jace, is that we really do seem on the cusp of something happening. And to put on highlights only to come back in a minute's time would just seem to be a little bit disappointing.
The lights are on. It looks pretty dark.
In fact, literally, as I speak,
has been removed. The batsmen are actually walking out.
Yeah, Crawley and Ducket, take 2. Remember, they didn't face the ball before. Are following out umpires Gaffney and Paul Rifle. India are trotting out. The bear will come and join you. He thought he was going to be able to put his feet up. The rain has told him, no, bear, you have to come and do your bit. And I will love you and leave you for a bit.
Same here, right? I think I'm also gone. I think I return later in the day. Jason, you stay on?
I'll stay on until we arrange.
Well, I'm here for a bit, but I think I'm off for now.
I think Will's coming on,
anyway.
and I think the Bear's coming on, so I may
hold the fort, as it were. Well, let's ask you a couple of questions about how England might fare. A little bit of overcast conditions, the lights are on, and it looks definitely gloomy.
It's going to be
Not
interesting.
what they would want to come out to, but do you see any change in their approach?
I would want them to temper their approach a little bit. I'm not sure that's necessarily their strength. I think Ducket is one that likes to feel the bat on ball. In fact, they both do, but Ducket will be the one who I would expect to hang around longer. Crawley's been in a real form for his county and for the country for almost the whole of this year, so he's struggling, but it might be totally in his remit to confound the critics, and having had such a poor run up to the test matches, to blaze away and get England off to a flyer. But
cautiously, however, as if you would have your way.
Anyway, Bumrah is warming up. He's ready to go. The aforementioned.
I'll hang on for a bit. Would you do the ball by ball?
I think the Bear will do the ball by ball. He's.
In case the game starts before they're here, then I'll drop off.
The Bear is here now.
All right.
I'm here. Will's here. Who's supposed to be on?
Perfect. See you later.
Not me, because I'm meant to be on the next one after this.
Now, Mayank's not here, is he?
Yeah. Mayank should join us imminently. I'll hang on until he comes in.
Okie dokie. Right, I guess we should have some jingles opening up for England, facing the first ball.
He arrived with a smile and he's going places. He's looking good now, he's in with the aces. He was up at Stowe School playing T20. He might play for England, but he'll still be Ben Ducket to me.
Bowling. Trouble. It's this man.
Now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
And the man who's playing probably for his place.
Sam Crawley was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Sam Crawley must fight to survive.
First ball, goes away a little bit from Crawley, and he just lets it through to the keeper, and there's no run. How long before he smashes at one of those and snicks off? Well, I've got to say,
about 10 minutes.
Yeah, you think 10 minutes? No, it could be quicker than that.
Yeah,
maybe.
I reckon so.
Yeah, it might not be that long. I'm just quite astonished about India's scorecard, really. You look at it, 440 runs scored by 3 players, 40 by another dude or something like that, and about 15 by the rest of the team. It goes to show, doesn't it? I mean, I thought we'd be chasing 650 and India would still be batting now, but interesting. Bumrah is in, next ball. It's just dropped down by Crawley to the man at Gully, and there is no run. England are back in the, I would say, with that score on the board and what this pitch looked like, it played like, England are in the game here, aren't they? Finally, suddenly, all about, well, depending on how we bat, obviously. But
They need to get a start.
They need to get a start.
And once that's happened, and they need to see off Bumrah to start with, and then see what comes after. Because
Well, exactly. Well, yeah.
Get a bit of the sort of, well, the shine off the ball and soften it up.
Oh, that's an absolute cracker of a delivery. Beats Crawley, all ends up. Yeah, well, you know.
good luck playing that.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, Siraj bowls reasonably well in England.
He does.
I've always quite liked him as a bowler. He had a bit of a quiet year the other year, last year maybe, but that was a beautiful delivery.
He had to play at that, and that's snaked away just off the pitch.
And also because of his hyperextension, he's sort of able to disguise it more. So also because he's like, did you say about half a yard ahead?
Yeah, he lets it go from really far ahead, doesn't he? And he bowls at 9 miles an hour.
and he bowls at 90, but also there's that disguise on.
Edged through the slips. Probably going to run away. First boundary of the day. Lovely shot. Gorgeous. 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Yeah, got to play through this. But I mean, this is it. I mean, chasing 471 when you think you're going to be chasing 650 is quite a big difference, really. He actually did get on top of that. I mean, he was kind of beaten, but he played with soft hands, angled bat, and dropped before it got to the slips. 3 slips, 4 slips? 4 slips.
3 slips and a gully.
3 slips and a gully.
Yeah.
No row hit in the slips anymore, of course. Bumrah in again. That one's straighter. And this time Crawley gets behind it and defends it into the offside, and there is no run. Of course, Crawley's last international bat was a century against Zimbabwe. So he should be feeling alright about himself. Probably done fuck all in the county championship.
He's done nothing apart from that pretty much before and after that for the whole of the domestic season.
It's fine. I don't. It's yeah. He does it for England. I'm okay. I'm sure the Kent supporters aren't, but
Kent are doing all right without him in the T20. They're actually smashing everybody everywhere.
Oh, aren't they? Notice Rob Key's putting a few pounds again. Oh dear, how's that not out? That's got to be out. It is out, yeah.
That's
Crawley,
gone, right?
he's either OBW or he's caught. I mean, that was arrowing
caught.
in towards the stumps. I think he got an inside edge onto pad. It's gone over the stumps and been caught. He's certainly not reviewing it. And you know what?
What's that?
Fuck off!
Yeah.
Just fuck off! The crowd says you.
Pretty poor start.
Maybe you should have had Bethel and Pope.
Well, possibly. But no, he's got an outside edge actually. That's gone a mile off the seam, and he's trying to turn it into the leg side rather than playing with a straight pat. He's got an outside edge. Caught. Is that Karen there at first slip? I believe it is. Oh no! Did he put the ball down, or is he holding it in the other hand? No, he's holding it in the other hand. Nothing to worry about. Zach Crawley goes for 4, having faced 6 balls.
Shall I get through some messages? Lucky Singh says wanted it to have been test. Mohamed Siraj needs to make life difficult for a batting lineup, and that he should bowl.
What he will do, presumably he opens up the other end, or will they open up?
Yeah, you'd think so.
Or would it be proceed?
Have you noticed that Bumrah's arm is a bit like, you know, those like weird, like outside car dealership, like those things that go like that? His arm sort of does that, but like sideways. It doesn't mean that he's not chucking it, but like that puts so much kind of weird, like distortion on the ball that's.
It's
I
very
think
distracting. It's not what people expect to see. Therefore, that's
they
find it hard to process that. I think.
Because it's so unlike anything else and anyone else's action.
Yeah.
Well, the next man in is this man.
We got a poke. Take a good hard look. It's Ollie Pope. It's Ollie Pope. It's Ollie Pope. Take a hard look at Ollie Pope.
Well, Mohammed Siraj's haircut looks like he's joined the monkhood. He's got a bowl cut on his head. He's going to bowl to England's Mr. Reliable currently, which means he's probably going out, but it's Ducket. His first ball, he just either gets on the pad or maybe a bit of inside edge on the pad, just goes to square leg, and there's no run.
Lockie 6 says having Bumrah is an unfair advantage, which I think we can all agree with. And Rav Pyridine says hoping for a few quick wickets and England can be put under tremendous pressure. Now that will make it interesting.
Well, it's not unlikely with Jasper in the side. The bowler is, of course,
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gotta find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who could save us now. It's Mama Siraj.
that's clipped nicely by Ducket into the onside. He'll get himself off the mark. Moves on to 1. And England onto a massive 5 for 1 in the second over. Now, the other man who, there was a lot of chat beforehand whether he gets to stay in the lineup or whether, what's his name? Bethel would come into the side. Difficult to drop a man who scored 160 in his last test, even if it was against Zimbabwe.
Looked good doing it as well.
He did look reasonably good doing it. I
Yeah.
don't think he gave any chances. It was pretty chanceless as well, I seem to remember.
Yeah,
Which isn't always the case with Pope.
He just had straussitis and couldn't go on the next day.
Yeah.
And that happens to everybody.
Well, his first ball was on his pads. He's clipped that
before.
very sweetly. That's a nice way to get off the mark. He gets off the mark with a 4. And quite a nice looking one as well.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
He's been doing alright in the county championship, hasn't he? If he plays.
He's not played very much. He got a 50 in one match.
He got a ton, didn't he? Or 90 or
He got
something?
a ton or a 90 in one match, and he got a 50 in another. But yeah, he maybe played 3 of the 6 games before the first tranche finished.
Okay.
That was what he was allowed to play.
Siraj in, well, cut. Ooh, that's a bit of a gimme. He probably felt he missed out there. Just chopped it into the ground to gully instead.
But I mean, Will, at least he chopped it down. It's never carrying.
Yeah.
No.
Which shows the right technique.
Yeah, don't like Siraj's haircut. That silly little fucking fringe, man. Could be an Oasis, circa 1990 something.
Yeah.
It's a Manchester mop top.
Yeah.
With a weave.
Wow, yeah, kind of. Yeah, looks like it's a bit plonked on his head. But hey. Siraj is in. That one's way too wide and going winder. Rishabh dies in front of the first slip to take it, and there is no run.
And Leah says, first boundary of the day. We have apparently crossed the beer bound threshold.
We have. It's 3 o'clock, way past the yard arm. It's looking a bit grey in South London. It's getting very close and humid.
It's better than 31 degrees and baking hot though.
Yeah. How is it up where you are, Will? Are you frying?
About 31, 32, and I'm absolutely roasting.
Yeah. Had to put a cold pack underneath the computer so it cools it down. That's nicely played by Pope. He's guided that down past the slips. Outfield is quick, and that is going to be another one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Mount Athers is going to tell us why Crawley got out.
Well, whilst he does that, Luke Halloran is going to have a bit of a Crawley rant. We say, Crawley is so crap, how many chances is he going to get? He's getting ridiculous now. He's a walking wicket.
Except for when he gets 100 odd.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he doesn't do that nearly enough.
Yeah, and Lockie 6 says, that dismissal jingle is harsh but fair.
Yeah.
I would add and die, but maybe it's just a little bit too much.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, that was a cracking delivery. You can't say anything about it. I don't think many players play that. I mean, the only thing you can say is if you don't turn your bat. But I mean, a lot of modern batsmen might well have done on that line, tried to turn it to the leg side.
And Cy Tyson says, I appreciate the stream and the commentary. I'm on holiday in Benidorm.
Oh,
Well, welcome.
Well, indeed. Ooh. Well, that one went the other way. It went away from Ducket, and he fished at it. I'm not sure if it bounced before it got to.
It was short.
Jaiswal. Was it short?
Just short of Jaiswal, yeah.
But Ducket kind of went to guide it past Gully. Hit straight at Gully. A wry smile on his face.
And Mr. Tyson also asks, "Were you doing this commentary for all the Test matches?" Well, yes,
of course.
Yeah,
it's what we do. It's fan based, and not clean. X-rated. Well, not always X-rated, but you know, there's a possibility. Jasper in. He's getting it to go. What would be an in-swinger to a right-hander. It's kind of a way swing to Ducket, going across him and further. Not sure Ducket's faced Bumrah in a Test match. Oh, yeah, of course he would have done. He was faced him
last series here.
No, he wasn't in the side last series here, was he? That was just before Baz. No, he played the last. He'd have played the last. The test of the recovery, because that was one of the first tests of Bazball. But I don't think he was in the side when Root was captain previous summer when it was 2-1. And India thought they won the series and IPL had to go on, and so they went home. Only to come back and lose the last test. That one again goes across him. Ducket wants a single. Pope is not interested.
No.
And there is no run.
Frank Rockefeller says, England have only got 8 wickets. Crawley and the spinner don't count. Well, yeah. They are wickets, but they are walking ones. some extent.
We've got a pretty sorted middle order, and if Pope gets going, it's all right.
Yeah, but at this point you might as well just put Pope opening and then give Bethel a crack at 3.
Well, I did wonder whether or not, if Crawley fails in the first 2 tests, whether they might change it to be something like that.
I wouldn't. I would put Jamie Smith opening and Pope down the order, because I think he's a better middle order batsman than he is an opener.
That's a good
Oh,
shout.
wow! That's a big appeal for LBW. I think it's hit him outside leg stump.
Yeah.
And I think it's going down leg further. But it was an attempted Yorker by
Very
Bumrah.
good
It was a
ball,
very
was-
good ball. It did seem to swing down. Umpire didn't give it out. I think it's marginal whether it hit him in line. Umpire's not giving it out. Look at the umpire. Sherman Gill gets to make his first decision. Now I'm going to review it. And Cody timing as well.
Yeah.
Get some drama in. Go with 1 second to go. Now I'm going to have a look.
They can afford to gamble on 1.
Yeah.
I would say that will be umpire's call winner, if anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say he did play in the India series when we were away in India. Yeah, it could be in line.
I think not. I think that's not enough on leg stump.
Yeah, it looks marginal.
I think he's going to smash down the stump, but I think it's
it
just
is
outside.
too. And the other thing is, did he get a bat on it? No, he got nowhere near it with a bat. It's definitely onto the foot. No, looking at where the stumps are, I think that's probably outside leg stump. Now have a look. Oh no, it's in. No, it's outside.
Ooh.
Just outside.
Just outside.
So they'll lose the review as well.
Poor review.
Probably might. Well, you know, quite handy to get both openers out. It's pretty close.
Yeah, and also the whole outside leg thing is a load of bollocks anyway now. I think.
Sorry?
I think the whole if it's pitching outside leg thing should probably be at least amended, if not scrapped entirely. But
Well, I have that feeling myself, Will. I think now, I mean, it was brought in to stop people from
Negative leg side bowling,
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think the game has moved on so much since then and changed so much, and with DRS, I just don't see the point.
Yeah, I kind of tend to agree. Lots of people don't. I don't know why. I mean, I don't think they've still got a hit in line.
Because it's a batter's game.
Well, exactly. I mean, it's still got a hit in line if even if it's pitching outside leg, right? To LBW.
Yeah, that's true. But that's the thing. I think that should have been out.
Well, no, because that didn't pitch in line, even if it was pitching outside leg, so it wouldn't have been able to give out. That's defended square on the offside, and there's no run.
Super chat.
Oh yeah. Sorry, yeah.
Well, yeah, because it hit him pretty much on the full. Where it hit him was where it hadn't pitched, had it really? So, when in that respect, maybe
But that's
what
the
he was
thing is,
asking.
like, that wouldn't have been out. But like, if there are so many spinners that kind of, if you pitch marginally outside and it still spins in, and it's and there's the technology to show that it is going to hit, you know.
Oh, wow, that one comes in a little bit to Pope, who defends out to cover, and there is no run. We got one of these.
Yep.
Super chat, yeah. Super chat, yeah.
Lucky
Super
Six
chat game, super chat game.
sends us $2 Aussie saying, "Grace of love hath no man. Fag or chat, I chose you."
Ah, thank you.
And also, we've got Leah saying, "Please don't drop the short spare." Kevin Barger says, "What does Zach Crawley do behind the scenes? Defect people's hard drives, financial advice? His cricket doesn't keep him in the lineup, surely."
Yeah, I don't know. They seem to like him. That's all. I mean, he has got potential.
He's tarred with that good in the changing room.
Yeah, and he's scored some he's batted some fantastic innings. There's not enough in between. That one's full and driven by Ducket. Probably going to go all the way, I think. Yeah, it is indeed. Lovely drive from Ducket. 4 runs. He moves on to 5. Lovely shot, that.
Yep.
Beautifully driven.
Bowled onto the bat, to be fair, but
Yeah.
you can just the technique to just plunge it was very nice. he just did enough effort in there to get it past the mid-on fielder.
No, England going on at 6 and over in a moment. In typical Baz Bowlian style. Siraj is in, that one's punched through the offside. That probably, well, actually, I'm not sure he's got enough of it. Although he's going across the old used wickets, which stretch right across the square here. They'll get back for 2.
Yes, I was noticing that earlier. It's very much like the oval. In that
Yeah.
Pretty much got a strip of 22 yards long from one side of the pitch to the other.
Exactly. Quite time that with Ducket. So, yeah, I mean the skies are bruised above Headingley. And Siraj has gone for 15. I mean he's taken most of the runs, hasn't he? Apart from an edge.
Yeah.
The Crawley got for his only runs. Ducket facing up, Siraj down the leg side. Probably feels he missed out a bit on that. Yeah, filth down the leg side. He couldn't get hold of it though. And it is a dot ball.
Well, I understand the plan for Will, which is to tuck Ducket up, but that's just an overcorrection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he quite likes on his pads, doesn't he?
He does. That's why I think the bowling to hit off and middle is the right plan, because it doesn't give him an opportunity to get it into the leg side very much.
Well, if it's an in-swinger, it offers a little bit more, even on that line, doesn't it? Because you just play with the angle of the ball. Siraj is in, defended by Ducket. Good ball into the offside, and there is no run. Now, I think the music started. Is that not coming from the pub, Tone?
I think that's coming from the pub. I can hear it as well.
Yeah.
I can't hear it over the thing. Is that?
No.
The noise cancelling mics do quite a good job of cutting it out, but
yeah, it'll be very low level anyway. You can hardly hear it here.
We have another super chat.
Oh, another super chat. We like super chats.
YouTube right, super chat.
J Rover,
£2
UK saying, Crawley the sin eater, absolving all others.
Oh.
So basically his sins are all worse than everybody else's, therefore they're all on him.
Okay, fair enough. Well, he protects all the sins for all the side and everyone else scores runs, I suppose he could stay there. Driven out to extra cover, and there is no run.
And we have another one, in fact.
I can't play another jingle, just tell it.
Frank Rockefeller, $20 US. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Says, count the boundaries. 100 more, and England will be even Stevens. Well, yes, if they have 100 more boundaries, it'll be 400 for something.
Exactly. It is an interesting one. Siraj in, guided by backward of point by Ducket. Runs away, even though someone I think got a little bit of a paw on it. Still going to make its way all the way to the boundary for 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
There's definitely a band playing in the back garden of the pub.
Yeah.
And they're quite loud.
They any good?
Don't know, can't really make it out. I can just kind of feel the bass line a little bit.
It doesn't sound like it's Mog's Kettlefish, it's not grindcore.
No, it's not grindcore.
I love that about Mog's shingles. You know, like, so there'll be like some grindcore kind of thing, and then it'll be like, no, it's just slipped away off the legs.
Yeah. Well, you know, we love Mog. He's grindcore. He's got a very operatic voice when he wants to as well.
Yep.
That's the great thing about it.
Very poppy voice when he wants to as well.
Yeah. He's a talented musician, some might say. Pope is going to face up to Bumrah, and he's guiding him down towards third man. I think this one's going to be chased down. It is. So I'll get back for 2 though. Score moves on to 26 for 1 in 4 overs.
Leah says, come on England, I know you have an epic collapse in you.
Well, we've always got an epic collapse in us. We just don't want it in the first test, really. I mean, if England are sensible here, this game is now on, actually.
Yeah.
With the way this pitch is playing. I mean, India will be a little bit worried that only 3 people got runs and everyone else sort of crumbled. No, KL Rahul did all right. And England will feel, well, if we don't let those guys Oh wow, edged. Fuck me, he's got away
That
with
went
that.
like a rocket.
That went an absolute rocket through third, fourth slip, because they got 3 slips in a gully. It went exactly in the gap. Beautiful play by Pope, one might say. Others would say he got pretty lucky.
I was going to say, I think he just got lucky.
I think he got extraordinarily lucky, but we'll
Yeah.
take it. It's 4 runs.
I mean, that's pretty much exactly the same ball that he did Crawley with, the leg cutter.
That was it was pretty rapid. Jesus Christ, that's loud, Tone. Do you want to shut? I know we don't want to shut the windows, but I think we should.
Oh, it's faded away. But,
Yeah.
wow. And I imagine that's Gill saying, why didn't I have a 4-step?
Well, yeah, it's classic, isn't it? 3 slips in
For
a
my
gully.
premium #1 bowler of the world.
Maybe. Last ball, it's just defending. Oh no, defending back to the bowler. Next ball. And that is no run. And he faced 9 balls. Pope. Oh, I mean, Christ, he got totally squared up.
Lucky Singh asked an interesting question. He says, are they on that minute between innings, between overs
I'm wondering
regime
that.
now? Because he says the time was close at 4 seconds in the last.
I'm wondering that now. That's just dropped into the offside.
Yeah.
And there'll be no run. Because they do seem to be quite quick between overs with the pace bowlers. Is there a timer at the ground or something then that says? I don't know.
I'm not sure if it's a public timer where they show you on screen and everyone goes woo as it gets close.
They should do, to be fair.
Yeah.
Right.
And what are they going to do? Like, what's the
I don't know what the sanction is.
penalty, forfeit?
Well, that's an interesting one, isn't it? I doubt there is a sanction per se.
Or is it just at the end of the game you kind of like?
I think there might be a sanction at the end of the game.
Yeah, something like that, I suppose. Bumrah in, 5th ball of the over. It's going across Ducket. Oh, Jesus. Beats a sprawling gully, who is Jaiswell. And makes its way down to the boundary. England kind of living a bit fucking hairy here, but getting away with it. I don't know if it carried or not. I think it did.
think it was just short and in front of and to the finer of the gully.
I mean,
Well,
it's gone quite a lot.
the seam is beautifully presented.
Yeah.
Oh no, it did carry. But
It did
only-
carry, and I think he even got a little bit of a paw on him, didn't he? Maybe. I mean, that would have been a sharp catch if it had taken it. It would have been a fantastic catch if it had
Well,
taken it.
2 of those
Yeah.
in and over, I'll be having a second gully or a 4th slip.
Yeah, one or the other, exactly. And they have. I call him another slip, really. It's kind of bang in the middle of the slip and the gully, but this time Ducket just drops it down behind square, and there is no run. I mean, England are going on 7 and over currently. 35 for 1 they are, off after 5 overs. Bumrah's bowled 3. He may have another 3 in him, which you've got to get through. And then hopefully things might get a little bit easier.
Yeah. Fluffy says, lol, let's not get ahead of ourselves. And Lockie 6 says, when I grow up, I want to have as much money as Frank and as much wit as Jay.
Well, I once did ask
Steve Bruce says, Bear, we can hear the band. Go give him a mouthful.
Okay, I can't do anything about that. They're playing in the pub back garden, which is just down below. Just think of it as a sort of calypso cricket thing. I don't even know what they're playing because I can't make it out properly.
Well, I thought I Only Want to Be With You as a cover was one of them.
Well, that's angled into the pads. Ducket's gone! Oh my God, there's a fucking... Nearly run out. Jesus Christ. Ducket was nearly at the batsman's end, but Pope was ball watching, and Pope should have actually been taking what Ducket was saying, because it came off Pope's pad, went down the leg side, almost past the keeper.
I should imagine that's going to be, the conversation there is going to be, you're a lucky man, you...
Well, Pope's ball watching, Ducket's virtually at the other end, and then realises that Pope's not bloody watching and turns back, then Pope starts to go. It's almost a comedy of errors. Fortunately, Pant went at Pope's end, and Pope was only a few metres out of his crease, so he was able to get back.
4, but it's fine. I haven't...
that's defended back to the bowler.
Probably stayed half an hour more.
What are you going off to tonight? You're going off to a thing, aren't you? Birthday do or something?
No, it's a curry potentially, but I need to or it's nothing. But
it's a curry or nothing.
Curry or nothing.
Yeah.
Obviously, we prefer the curry.
4:15, 1-5. Yeah.
Here is Siraj bowling at Pope, nicely driven, but straight at the fielder, mid-off, cover, extra cover, no run.
Well, you've had an interesting effect on Fluffy. You said, Bear, maybe poop a little with your rant.
Poop?
Yeah. you shocked him into excretion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought there was going to be a horrific run out.
Oh, nice. Another super chat.
Another super chat. We love a super chat. Let's give you another one of these.
Super chat, yeah. Super chat, yeah.
And it's from...
Super chat game, super chat game.
Defended by Pope. Up to mid-on, no run. Go for it.
Zippy Tuna, who I don't think I've heard of before.
Oh, Zippy Tuna was in on it yesterday as well. Good lad.
$5 waking up to Crawley already out. England trying to run themselves out. Test cricket is back.
Yeah, I know. Well, Crawley was bound to get out early. Or get a ton, one or the other.
Also, Marley's joined us. He says, wake back again after a nap innings rain delay break. Good to see you again, Will. Love and sausages, obviously.
Hey.
Marley. What time are we supposed to have a change? That's nicely
I'm
clipped
sure
by Pope.
the Rotormeister will come and tell us.
I'm sure he will. That was a lovely shot from Pope. It's 2 full. It was on his pads. Clipped sweetly out through mid-wicket. And it's gone all the way to the boundary for 4 more.
George McPherson says, now, this surprised me because I was thinking about it. Says, this is Brooks' maiden test series against India.
Of course, because he didn't play away, did he?
No.
Because his gran was ill or he died or something, wasn't it?
It would have been his second and first on home soil, but he withdrew because of death in his family.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
We
yeah.
really missed him as well in India, didn't we?
Yeah.
Oh, I shouldn't really be playing at that, Pope. It was thrown up really wide and quite full, and it was a tempter. And Pope was tempted, but he missed it. Through the keeper, no run.
They really don't care about people's hearts, do they?
The Gorilla Arty have responded with us about the noise outside.
Uh-huh.
It's Far Out Recordings at the Fox and Firkin, a Brazilian recording label.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can probably go on the website and find out, so you know more than us.
And Lockie6 says, Bear,
yeah,
please don't do that. I knocked my can over.
Oh, what? Scream and shout and get upset? Okay. But, you know, it's part of the excitement, Lockie.
Yorkshire Boomer's coming with a new quote for a song. Curry or nothing and the chips for free.
Of course.
And Frank Rockefeller says, England has the best curry. Hurrah! I'm not sure the Indians would agree with you.
I'm not sure the Indians would agree with you, but there's some good curry houses, as I said.
Although most of them are Bangladeshi, to be fair.
Well, exactly that. I was just about to say, just Bumrah is into Ducket. He defends back down the track and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, I was extolling the virtues of a place called Tyab, which is up in...
Tyab's is brilliant.
Oh, it's
I've not been
fantastic.
there, but I've got very good reputation from there.
Yeah.
Just
I mean,
by the Mile End,
yeah,
London.
Exactly. And, you know, they don't have a huge amount of dishes on the menu, but fuck me, they're fantastic.
Lamb chops are meant to be really good there.
Yeah, it's all pretty much lamb. Lamb and chicken is all they do.
Because they're mainly they're Pakistani based rather than England or Bangladeshi.
It's right next to the mosque. And they all pile in there. That one is diverted by Ducket down towards Gully, and there is no run.
Mike says his Wi-Fi is on the fritz. We'll try to get on ASAP once it's working again. Apologies.
No, that's okay.
Well, Tech Tony is or the Wrangler is rearranging the rotors as we speak.
Yeah, I mean, things are pretty much on the fritz here because of the heat. The computers are suffering. I bunged the cold pack underneath the computer. What's your feed like from here, Will? Is it choppy or is it...
It's pretty good, actually.
Okay, so the computer must have cooled down. Because earlier it was already choppy because it just gets gunked up when the heat comes. That one is a cracking delivery by Bumrah. It's gone across Ducket.
Well, that's the problem with these sort of
No run.
ultra portable thin laptops, which when they overheat, everything goes to hell.
Yeah, they do.
Because there's no cooling through the system.
No.
Really. Passive cooling doesn't work in hot temperature.
No, exactly that. You need to have the air cool around it, otherwise they just don't dissipate the heat. I thought, there's a couple of drops of water coming down from the sky. I just saw on the replay. Not a lot.
It doesn't help that Macs are metal now.
Well, yeah, but that should help, because it should help dissipate the heat. That one squares up Ducket, and there is no run.
Yeah, they say that, but I don't really understand it. They just get
really hot,
burningly hot, and
and then they don't work. I mean, they
And then
didn't
they
work
don't
on
work.
normal things, but we've got 2 video feeds running through it. Basically, one that we're transmitting them to you guys, and then one that's going out to the internet.
So your video cards are working doubly hard.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's a laptop, not a desktop, which would be
Cooling.
more efficient and cooled better.
Yeah, exactly that.
Rav Pyridine asks, "What's a curry?"
What's a curry?
Yeah.
What's a curry?
I think that's somewhat tongue-in-cheek.
That's not real, is it?
No, it can't be.
Because
And Frothy responds with Edwina.
Oh well, yes.
Or Egwina. Lockie 6 says, "Being Chris and Nigel is a punishment in advance for all the sins of your life."
Well, yeah. That's why they call me the bear. I don't like Nigel. Down the leg side. Pant appeals, but no, I don't think there was any bat.
If that was one day, they'd be bringing a wide single out now.
Exactly. Well, Pant seems convinced.
But yeah, Gill's been burnt once. I'm not sure he's going to be burnt again.
No. Well, there's no timer on the screen, so they can get away with waiting forever. By the looks of things, but no. So,
I've got a mate who's pregnant who wants to call it Derek if
Derek?
it's a boy. Yeah,
Derek. That's old school.
Which seems really fucking brutal to me.
70s out. No, dropped. Oh, for fuck's sake!
And it's Jadeja.
And it's Jadeja. He's a man who always catches shit. Ducket went to slash that square, and he slashed it airily. Jadeja had it in his hands, and then he put it into the grass.
Well, it's when his elbows hit the turf. I think it just popped out.
And that's very un-Jadeja-like. And he's had a life there, Ducket. How much will it cost? 39 for 1, England. And you know, it was a catchable height. No, he didn't. He didn't. Try, He just didn't catch it.
Yeah, but
it just
by Jadeja standards, poor.
Yeah, it just really didn't have it under control at any point, and it just went down. I was very upset with himself.
And apropos of that chance, Roy Manuel says, "What a difference in Bumrah's seam position than that wobble seam crap of the England quicks." Yes, he presents the seam absolutely beautifully.
Yeah.
Every single ball.
Yeah, he does. Well, it's almost it's just the way he throws it as well. Throws it, bowls it. Mornay Morkel is still.
Ooh, change of bowling.
Change of bowling. Indeed. Oh, I thought he'd come on at the other end, but hey. First ball, he is carved down to. Oh, they got third man for him, and it'll be a single. It is this dude.
Do you want to play dirty with him? Do you think you can handle him? Prasni Krishna, Prasni Krishna.
Pirate Badger says, "Maxed. So cool they can't take the heat."
Well, yeah, there's a little bit of that.
Zippy Tuna says, "My favourite curry is Tim."
Okay.
I agree.
Into the pads, worked around the corner by Ducket to mid-wicket.
And
there is
also,
no run.
Fluffy says, "There's no flat tracks when Bumrah's bowling."
Well, I mean, that's why he's so good, isn't it? I mean, he can make things happen when no one else can.
Stephen Coe says, "And if our Nigel says he's happy, he must be happy. He must be happy in this world." Nice quote there from Making Plans for Nigel.
Oh, of course. I used to have that as a jingle for me, I think. Years gone by.
And Lockie 6 says, Are the gorillas wearing pink, or is it just my bloodshot eyes? I think your eyes are bloodshot.
Yeah, I think your eyes are bloodshot, mate. I'm wearing, well, faded white gorilla t-shirt.
I'm painting white as well.
It's hot, got to wear white. That one's worked into the leg side once more. Once more, can't beat mid-wicket.
And we have another super chat when you're ready.
Oh, I'm always ready for these.
YouTube right, super chat.
It's Jake Rover who says, Derek Wilson Dar's name. He's a weirdo.
Okay.
To which Muttley says, who's that weirdo? Nope.
Oh, that's got to be out this time, surely. Oh no, he missed it.
Definitely.
Well, no, he didn't get anything on it, clearly, because no one's appealed. It must have gone a mile off the wicket then, because it looked like he'd edged that Ducket. I don't know what sort of shot he was really aiming at it, but let's have a look at that again. Oh yeah, it's just gone a long way after
it's just,
come off the
the seam's gone upright and it's just started to swing.
Yeah, like a rudder.
Very, very athletic take by Pant.
Yeah, you missed it by a mile as well. It just went so far, you assumed he got something on it. That one, he has got something on. It's gone out to what presumably is a third man. They're not as attacking for Prasad Krishna as they are for Bumrah. I don't know much about. I've seen him bowl in the IPL, I think, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and IPL bowling is so.
Tony is
different to
lurking.
Test bowling.
Is it us three? Okay, I need to go and get another beer though. Or you could grab me a beer from the fridge while you're standing up. Thank you. Don't give me that fucking look, cheeky bastard. Prasad Krishna is in. Sort of tucks up Pope a little bit for room. Anyone will do. There's a can in the middle there of Brewdog Lager or something. The Brewdog Lager, that'll do. Yeah, lovely.
Right.
End of the over.
We shall have a switcheroo.
We have. Well, I'm going to stay here.
Who is it now?
It's us three, I think. In the studio.
Right.
3-man in the studio. I presume.
Alright.
We'll see you in a bit,
I'll
Will.
check the new rotor.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
there will
see
be
you
a new
later.
rotor. See you in a bit.
Bye.
And you don't do the picture thing.
Right, yes. Well, obviously the timings have all gone a bit to cock. So I've been sorting it for that. Right, Bumrah to continue. No surprise, he's taken the wicket to fall. And that one swings away from Ducket, who's actually, considering how much movement there is compared to the nothing that happened on the first day, he's done all right.
Well, there
there,
was swing on the first day. It was just out of hand, and I just think that Bumrah is just better than most people in this game, you know.
If you haven't realised it, folks, the thing to remember is this post-lunch session is extended all the way to 4:50.
Is it?
Yes, it is, which is hence
Buggered
my
everything up.
buggeration of rotor buggeration. Nothing winds me up more. Right, there's 5 slips really. You could say 4 slips in the gully. That's down leg, a little swish from Ducket. Pant, who must be cock-a-hoop.
Does that mean
down leg, and there was no run.
Does that mean, Tony, that you have made use of our new
Hold
logistic?
on.
I don't think your microphone's
No,
turned
it's
on,
not.
Jason.
I muted it earlier because no one was going to be doing that. I didn't think we'd have 3-man production today. Hold on a second.
Yeah, Will, I think you're in there, Will. Have a look.
You're back.
You,
Jason is on.
Absolutely. Will's just messaged us, and yep, check the revised rotor, because I do reach a point where I have no return. But that's defended by the Duckster back towards Bumrah, and there is no run. 4:30, England trail by 8 overs in. Crawley, if you missed it, didn't last long. He got close to unplayable. Would you say, Bear? It was a nasty
It was a really good delivery.
Yeah.
People who play with a straight bat might not have turned the bat face on it, but
well, he was
I
playing
think
for a ball that moved so late that he was
Well,
playing for one ball and the ball went and did something else.
Well, I think a lot of players would have tried to turn it.
Hyper-extending Bumrah, who's around the wicket to the left-handed Ducket, who dabs him down to gully. Jaiswal, the Jazz Whale, century maker. Somewhat less flamboyant celebration in the making of his century, though, than than Rishabh Pant.
Well, I don't know. He was a pretty flamboyant. He just didn't do a flip.
So we actually had 3 centuries in the Indian innings.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, Jais will
3 centuries, and then the rest
and then
don't
not
really
much
count.
else.
Well,
Literally
Rahul got
44.
44.
And then the next high score was 11, I think.
By Jadeja, wasn't it? And
Yeah.
everyone else got pretty much fuck all.
Bumrah, who's bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end with that Carnegie Pavilion up over his right shoulder, I think. And that's worked away to backward square by the Duckster, who should be able to come back for 2. Those medium-sized legs of his pumping and pulsating away. And he's got himself 2. He moves on to 18. 428 is the deficit, or is what England are chasing. 43 for 1.
Just noticed
Here's the
that
score.
Pope's quick start has been better than run a ball. He's up to 20 now. He's overtaken Ducket already.
Yeah, he had a couple of moments of fortune.
The flash through the slips and gully area.
The thing about being number 3 is you always have to effectively think, well, I might be as
You
good
might
as
be
an
0
opener.
for 1 when I go out to bat.
Yeah.
No, they were 0 for 4.
They were 0 for 4. Crawley edged one before along the ground before edging one slip. That slashed by Ducket. It was just that little bit wider, moved further away, and Ducket just stood to his full 5 for 8 and absolutely slashed it through extra cover for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
What do you think, guys? I would be prepared to get Bumrah as the premier attacking bowler to bowl one more over in his spell.
He's bowled 5 now, hasn't
He's
he?
bowled 5 now.
Yeah.
Well, they're certainly. I mean, it's interesting. He said generally he's going to play 3 tests out of 5 in this series. We think definitely 1 and 2 for sure because when's Lords? What's the second
2
one
or
after
3.
this? So
no, Lords is 3.
Yeah.
The next test is at Edgbaston.
Yeah, but there's quite a gap between the first test and the second test, which would
full
make
10 days between.
Which would make it more likely that he definitely does 1 and 2. I'd have thought
1, 2, and 4.
They'd want him for Lords, so if Lords is 4, that would work quite well.
No, Lords isn't 4. Lords is 3.
Well, that might just put a dent in their thinking because if the series is on the line, you'd want him, wouldn't you? Right, 2 slips and a gully, and that one's Pope doesn't give himself room because it was right under his armpit, but he manages to cut it to backward point and take a single. Siraj.
Well, that's good if he's over
doing
the top
the
of the
fielding.
ball, cutting it down.
It is. Siraj, who always looks a little bit angry and a little bit moody. I think that's his only difference. Do you think he's like that at home, Bear?
What? Who?
Siraj. Do you think he goes around at home?
Yeah, I think he's
scowling.
He's got this permanently
perma scowl.
Perma scowl. Yes, he's got a perma scowl.
Now, here's an interesting question from Ray Pyridine.
Okay.
And I think the answer is quite expensive. But he says, how much does a super chat cost for the gorillas to do a belly dance?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Hold that thought, as this one is again a bit short down leg. Ducket feels a little like he didn't really get hold of that the way he wanted, and he didn't. He missed out there, I think. It's gone down to Siraj, who is now deep backward leg, deep backward square, whereas he was deep backward point. But obviously, right to left-hander changes things.
I think the answer is that it involves a level of physical dexterity and coordination that I'm not sure we all have anymore.
Put it this way.
Even if we ever had it.
Put it this way, it's got 3 figures in it. And without a decimal point. And that one is...
3 large figures as well.
3 large figures, not us, but the amount. Someone's again, steered down to deep backward point. Again, they take a single, so they're doing okay running these two. They're 22 for Pope, 23 for the Duckster, 50 is up for England, 50 for 1. But it does feel a very different, atmospherically.
Oh.
It just seems a very different place, Headingley, right now.
Well, it feels very threatening when Bumrah is bowling, and less so when others are bowling.
Yeah, we've seen Prasid Krishna. You look tidy enough, but short and pulled, but straight to, didn't get hold of it, straight to mid-on. And there was no run. He got hold of that, arguably just a bit too hard, Jace.
Yeah, need to drag it round a bit more, or he needed to place it better. I think either of those, and he'd got 2 there.
Those practice wickets go all the way from boundary edge to boundary edge. Presumably the ones on the outside are where they just put nets up.
Yeah.
Yeah, very similar to the oval.
I've heard of a short boundary, but that would be ridiculous. Right, in comes Prasid. Pulled high.
Wow.
Is it pulled handsome enough by Ducket? You bet your life it is. It's
not going all the way.
What's he signalled there? 4.
Yeah. One of these.
1, 3,
Well, here's an interesting question.
Right then.
YouTube
Uh-oh. Don't tell me he's come up with like a 3-figure.
No, he hasn't. He said, Zippy Tuna, $2. What's it cost for the gorillas not to belly dance? Well, that's quite cheap.
Yeah.
But lots of you should do that.
Essentially, yeah, just keep the super chats coming and we'll continue not to belly dance.
Exactly.
I think we'll count that as a deal.
There is some talk about Farong reckons our shirts.
In comes Prasid Krishna. Forward comes the Duckster, pushes him to mid-wicket, no run.
Farong says light pink them shirts. No, they're not. They're white. Maybe
I'm not
it's
sure
just the
where
way
you're
they
getting
come
the
out.
light pink
from. Maybe it's the video
Mine's
card.
a black T-shirt. How can it look light pink?
Well, yours obviously doesn't.
Oh, right, okay.
When we were on earlier and everything. But he says at least we're wearing clothes, yeah. And someone asked, do we have aircon? No, we don't.
Well, we have open windows. We also have 2 large fans, which are blowing in our direction, which is not too bad, actually.
Yeah.
Seems to be doing. There's a giant prawn. A giant prawn is being
It's a
followed
lobster, isn't
by...
it?
What are they? They're characters from something, aren't they? It's a Disney film. There's 2 chefs. Is it...
A lobster?
Oh, it's a lobster. It's a giant lobster. But what's following the lobster?
Butter. A stick of butter.
Is it some butter? It is butter.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
It's
the lady with the very stupid
a knob of butter.
And
it's 2 chefs, 3 chefs, 4 chefs.
One of them is a lemon.
Oh, a slice of lemon.
Yeah.
To go with the lobster.
Exactly, and the butter.
Oh, right. Okay.
Lobster roll? I don't know.
Well, that's one way to get lobster on a hot day like this.
I hate to say it, the very first night dive I ever did, I couldn't believe that lobsters in their natural habitat weren't bright red.
No, they're blue.
I nearly spat my breathing apparatus out in shock at this sort of blue, loads of them. I was doing a sort of a cave dive in the dark, which is quite hairy at the best of times, but there's loads of lobsters in there, and of course they're all this kind of deep blue hue. Right, in comes Siraj, is going to continue. He has those 2 slips, it's quite full, and it's defended by Pope to mid-off, and there is no run.
So Siraj has replaced Bumrah then?
He has, so there's your answer. They didn't give him the extra over. He bowled well enough. Arguably did his job. He got rid of one of those England openers. I'm sure India would have bitten your hand off for a second one, but they haven't got it. I'm just trying to find out what I know about Prasid Krishna.
He plays in the IPL.
Yes, that narrows the field not a lot. But I will tell you in just a moment. Here he is. But I'll save it until he's actually bowling Siraj over the wicket. It's quite full and it's nudged to short mid on. And they take a sharp single again. Running well, these 2. Trying to keep the pressure back onto India. Who will be cock-a-hoop at that early wicket, but 55 is where England have got to. He's 29 from Bangalore, plays for Karnataka, however they say it. He's played for the Gujarat Titans, the Knight Riders and the Rajasthan Royals. He's 29, is our man Prasid Krishna. All his recent cricket has been the IPL. You're right. He didn't play in the India A games against the Lions at Canterbury or Northampton. Over the wicket comes Siraj, and he goes past the outside edge. That was loose from Ducket. It was slanted across him, and well, that wasn't far off, Jason. To
No,
that
I think
edge,
he just pulled out of it in time, but yeah, as it was wider, getting wider. And that's probably why he got the danger signals.
Slightly cross seam, was it as well?
Wobble seam.
Certainly got some movement in the air.
The old wobble seam.
The old wobbly seam.
That's moved more in the air than it has off
Did
the pitch.
the Duckster have a last-minute change of heart and just pull the bat inside that, or had he committed beyond the point of
the
retirement?
more I look at it, the more he's committed to the shot.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. 27 though, he's still there. 55 for one. Remember, 416 now is what England trail by. That again
What the fuck
is
was that?
slanted across him, and again he
He's trying
gets
to
the
dab
eyes
that.
from Siraj. It's a little gloomier there now, and they are shining brightly as they glare and
Ducket's had a little bit of a brain fart in the last two balls, and he's lost his concentration very shortly.
well,
And
no,
he's late on that.
I think he was so late that it didn't matter. But it's a definite plan from Siraj to work his outside edge and slant the ball across. So he's not coming around the wicket, he's come over the wicket and looking to really use pace to play it across the left hand. 2 slips and a gully, in comes Siraj, same ball again. Defended more effectively though by Ducket this time, no run. We're in the 11th over, there's 1 ball of that left. It has been, I think, an eventful day, you could say, chaps, couldn't you?
Yeah, you
so
could
far.
do.
It's going to carry on being an eventful day, about halfway through the night, as far as I can tell. The way
the way the timings are working.
The way the timings have worked out. His bowling is Siraj from the Kirkstall lane end. Big new, the big football stand, and has now got a different name, hasn't it? I can't remember what they call it. Something or other stand. That's slapped. Oh, misfielded too by the captain, I think, from Gill.
Yeah.
And they take a single that they probably shouldn't have got.
He's just smashed him on the end of a finger, I think.
Yeah, well, that's not going to be good.
Now we see DK.
It's 56 for one after.
Is it
11.
that man who had a long break between test matches?
It is.
Yeah.
Second longest, if I recall. No, or was it third longest? Second longest.
Well,
There.
Frank Rockefeller said, why isn't Bumrah playing all the tests? Well, they're managing his injury. There's another one who's had he had a stress fracture of the back, and I think it might have been the second one. So and he's just come back. So Mark Zip says grounding out OBO. Says Jordan in Essex. Well, he means Jofra, obviously, because he comes back and says that 2 tests, 2 quotes later. Says Jordan in the Sussex squad at Durham on Sunday. Fingers crossed he doesn't stub his toe.
He had a nasty injury last night against Middlesex, didn't he?
Chris
Jordan.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, Jordan. Well, who are you talking about?
He's talking about Jofra.
Oh, he's talking about Jofra, not Jordan.
Yeah, Jofra, not Jordan, he says. Parrot Barchard says, aren't all GC fans large?
No.
Annie's not large. Annie is slight.
Annie's not only tiny, she's slim, and she's got the tiniest feet. Round the wicket comes Krishna and defended into the onside by the Duckster.
The other thing I found out I was reminded of when I went to the Night Watchman quiz on Monday, is that Vic March, he's not very tall either.
No, he's not.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Shorter than me. He's quite wide.
Well, I mean, talking of Bumrah, poor old Prasid Krishna has had his share of injuries. He had a stress fracture of his left leg in 2019, a stress fracture of the back in 2022, a quadriceps injury. We'll just hold on as around the wicket he comes. Hurries Ducket, who pushes him into the onside. A quadriceps injury in 2024. So he's battled his way. He's played 3 tests, got 8 wickets at 29, 3 for 42 against Australia at the SCG, January of this year. His 2 previous tests, on the other hand, which were in South Africa, didn't yield very much at all.
Right. So someone has asked us, can we set a goal for Super Chats?
Yes.
Ray Pyridine says, just like the GPL, can you put a target dollar amount for the total Super Chat collections per day?
Hold on a second, this one's worked away down to deep backward square.
If target achieved, belly dance by 3 large figures.
Well,
we need to have YouTube give us a running total of how many chats
when it does
in the broadcast.
Well, see, so I've gone on to start a goal, and you can pick a goal. So 30 super chats. Super chat colour would have to be £5 or higher.
That one is edged, and is that the Crawley wicket? Is the golf for that?
Nearly, Tone. Nearly.
I was extremely distracted by the thought that we might actually have to do this belly dance, and that was rather scaring me.
Well, I was thinking if we do 50.
In comes Prasid Krishna. That's well wide of off stump, and His Eminence, the Bishop of Rome, is quite happy to watch that by.
The other bishop, you mean?
Right.
The other bishop.
Yeah.
Indeed, the Bishop of Rome, himself, the man, the Pope himself.
So,
right then, go on. What's the deal, Bear?
Enter. So, if we do 50 super chats at £5 or more, so that's 250 quid.
Mate, if you think your belly and my belly isn't worth more than 250 quid, then
okay.
I'm not doing that. However, everyone has a price, so higher.
Well, then we could go orange or higher. 50 super chats at 20 quid. That's £1,000.
That's probably excessive.
Okay.
I think that's a big ask for our audience. I mean, how much do they?
Well, how much do they want to see us belly dance? That's the question.
Really want to see how wobbly
That's
tummies.
exactly what the question is, Tone.
Well,
you set the price. 500 quid would be 50 at £10.
Okay, I'll go with that. Would you settle for that, Jace? Would you be prepared to?
Yeah. Look, we'll just do it. There isn't the time
to debase yourself.
Yeah, we'll debase
for that
ourselves.
level of money.
We'll debase ourselves with and it's starting now.
In comes Krishna. Can we do it tomorrow rather than today?
Okay, I'm not in.
As that one's steered. No, we're definitely not doing it tomorrow. Yes, you are. You're doing all morning, and then
but the hard chance
that's a
I'm
way
gonna get it done by morning
to cover and take 4, and it's 4 runs.
And there's a 4 beforehand when.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see that when you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Any reason we got a double dose of 4 jingles there?
You said there was one before.
There was one before in the ball we didn't commentate on.
Oh Lord, I'm so sorry about that. That was because we were
was,
calculating the value of belly wobbling.
Which was the Pope gliding it through gully and passed back with point.
Well, that one is the Pope gorgeously
driving on the up.
Gorgeously driving it on the up out to cover for 4 runs. So England are advancing at a decent lick here. 65 for 1. 12 overs are complete. Bear, what other messages do we have now that we've calculated the value of our joint bellies?
Well,
you want the what's his name? I've got a jingle for that target.
Hold on a second. Siraj is in. Ducket wristily slaps him, but slaps him straight to Shubman Gill, who's at kind of a wideish mid-off.
For all those in the UK who are of a certain age to remember the Tango adverts, belly's going to get you.
Yeah, belly's going to get you.
Now there is another consideration there, and that is that I'm not in the studio Monday, Tuesday, and I think you're out some of the second test.
Yeah.
So we need to time when we do this, and I'm not trying to duck out of it, quite the opposite. I think it's a good idea to make money, and I would 100% go through with it. But I feel the audience would want at least 2 out of you, me and Hendo to be here to execute. That one is rises on Ducket, but he gets on top of it and just bats it into the ground, and it bobbles to second slip. And there was no run.
So look, Gautam Gambhir.
Can we Gautam Gambhir?
Oh
yeah.
Looking fairly sour-faced as usual.
Here he is.
Gautam Gambhir.
Got to be ready. Got to be ready for Gautam Gambhir. When he pops up, we need that jingle. 65 for 1, England. They are not thinking about.
He's probably thinking, why is Ducket scoring so quickly? Left-handers aren't supposed to score that quickly.
3 gyrating beer bellies is not top of the things that Ducket is thinking about. If it is, I would want to know why. That's driven nicely, beautifully. Is it going to beat the man? No, it has beaten. Not for the first time, actually. A bit of a wobbly old misfield from Shubman Gill. You can forgive him for being a bit tired, possibly.
Is that you're trying to pick it up with the hand which he got slapped on?
Yeah,
a couple of overs ago.
And he does have some strapping on it, if I'm right. It's a lovely shot from Ducket. Now he gets across to it in good order, and then he nutmegs himself, and it goes through his legs, and they take a single.
Wow.
And I think they may have. Let's have a look. Are they looking at making a change in the field to give him? No, they're not.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
I'm going to get nervous about every one now. Siraj, he comes over the wicket short. The Bishop of Rome ducks underneath it, taken above his head.
Is that me?
By Rishabh Pant, and there's no run.
Or is that the first short ball that's been delivered in this innings?
Well, I think so. They're targeting the stumps, and they're bowling quite full to get the movement in the air, aren't they, Bear?
Yeah, they are indeed. Well, Ravi Natarajan sends us US $10. He says, here is the first super chat for the belly dance. He wants Gary, Bear and Tony. Make sure the t-shirts are off.
Whoa, hang on. I'm not sure you can See, you very generously, and we will log it as a belly dance request. It has to be in a shortened period of time. We can't just keep going.
How long? Yeah, no. It has to be done during the day. Well, we'll set this as a goal.
But hold on 1 second. And that one swings back. I'm not sure that came off the bat, did it?
It did. It was
squirted off the leading edge.
Outside edge.
All the way along the ground into the offside, and they took a single.
Well, this is nice because Lockie 6 gives us $2 and he says, I'll get a mortgage to pay you to keep your kit on. So that's fine by me, Lockie. It's the battle of the get your kits off and keep your kit on people.
Yes, well, I like that choice. I'm just thinking about the logistics of hand-picking your wobbly bellies. And was it me, Hendo and Gary?
No, me, you and Gary.
Me, you and Gary. Okay, how did Hendo escape?
Yeah, exactly. Hendo has to be part of this deal.
Yeah. But I suppose if a typical commentary team is 3 people, it probably should be 3 of us, 3 people who are on. That one is taken low down to his left by Pant. Don't think Jason beat the outside edge, do you?
No, again, Ducket seemed to see it late and react to it late, and there was behind the shot.
450 bear.
Oh wow!
So actually, there is a revised rotor, which I suppose we should have a quick look at.
Yeah, probably.
While you trouble yourself with any social messages.
Well, they were the last 2.
Okay, right. Let me figure out. Who's doing what, and what's doing who, and who's on first base. Where are we now? Are we at 410 yet? No. So, hang on, no. No, I'm really confused.
And so am I.
Yes, this is me. I'm on until 410.
Uh-huh.
And then I'm still on again, but Jason takes over ball by ball at 410.
With?
Me. And ideally, if he reads his emails, Mayank.
Okay.
Well, if Mayank doesn't come back, you might as well just
Mayank's
stay.
having network issues earlier, which is...
we're relying on him quite a lot later, because there was a point at which I had to leave.
Mayank in the country?
No, he's in the US somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, I thought he was coming over there.
He's meant to be coming over for the next test, I think.
Is he trying to escape from the US?
Well,
I would be.
Yeah.
Well, from the immigrations agents there, yeah.
Will, on the other hand, the willing soldier that he is available at any point. So your worst case scenario after 640 bear is you and Will.
Just me and Will.
Yeah. Sorry about that. There's something I have to get back to do.
What if there was something I had to go back and do?
Well, the only difference is my going back to do whatever I'm going to do takes me an hour and a half. Yours takes 10 minutes.
Oh, well, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Surely there still was a stop at 6:30, aren't they?
Well, no. Play goes
7, I think.
Play goes on until potentially 7 or 7:30.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Well, I don't think it'll go to 7:30. If you wonder why we're just chatterooing, it's because there is
drinks in the middle of a long break.
Drinks break, because it is a very long, extended session.
But how long were they off for? They were only off for like 40 minutes, weren't they?
Well, it was yes, it was certainly an entire ball-by-ball stint because I was doing it.
Well, they can't go to 7:30 then. They can only add on what they've lost, which means they can go to about 7:10.
Yeah. So there. Yeah, it's 4:50 is tea. Then obviously 5:10 is the start of the evening session.
Okay.
Which is you, me, and Mayank. Again, all depending on whether Mayank is receiving the signals that we're sending out from the Batcave.
Okay.
Can't rely on it. Can't rely on it for sure. But I have to say, it's been an enthralling day.
Very different day's play to yesterday.
Very different day's play to yesterday. The debate to me that was an interesting one, Jace, was how much were India going to play that way anyway, and a combination of moving ball and running out of luck a bit meant that they got fewer runs out of it than they would have expected. I mean, my instinct says they wanted to give it a bit of a charge today anyway and try and get ahead of the game. It's just the fact that the ball was doing more.
I think
they lost.
Today is a better day for bowling. Yesterday was very much a better day for batting, despite the fact that Ben Stokes looked at it and thought, we'll have a bowl.
Yeah. I mean, I still think they'll be slightly disappointed that they ended up with 470 and they probably would have been looking at 580.
From 359 for 3 overnight.
Yeah, and 430 for 4, weren't they? I mean, to end up on 471.
Here's our friend Prasad Krishna. Oh, my word, he does get
That's lifted a bit.
Appreciable bit of lift off a pretty good length too, and it leapt up at Pope, who
mind you, Ollie Pope isn't
played it
exactly the
actually.
tallest person in the world.
No. Well, no, it's not exactly a Land of the Giants pairing out there, but with him and Ducket. But he got on top of it pretty well, I think.
I mean, they lost the last 6 wickets for 41 runs, or something.
Yeah.
Considering they did have Jadeja, who was batting. Shardul Thakur can bat. They had Karen Nair, who's scored a triple century. And
Mohammad Siraj can slap.
Yeah.
He did bowl very well, did Prasad Krishna in the IPL. I'll tell you about that in a second. That one again.
That's
was
well played.
Beautifully played by Pope, who glides it down to Jadeja, who's at third man. But it did rear up at him short of a length, and I think he may well have had both feet off the ground.
Yeah,
at the time he managed to get on top of it.
He rose to the whole of his 5 foot something and played it down very nicely.
Moves him
potentially
onto
both feet off the
33.
ground.
Yeah, Prasad Krishna played 50 for Gujarat Titans, took 25 wickets at 19, economy rate of just about 8.5. His best bowling was 4 for 41 against the Delhi Capitals in Ahmedabad. His ODI debut was against England, took 4 for 54. That one's worked off his legs by Ducket to deep backward square. Fielded by Jadeja, they'll take a single. That was in 2021. Ooh, this is quite interesting, how times change. His 4 wickets in that ODI against England in 2021 were Jason Roy, Stokes, Sam Billings, and one of the Currans. I can't remember which one, but I suspect Sam.
It would be Sam, I imagine.
Yeah.
Tom was not really in the side by then.
If I don't put an initial in front of a Curran name, it's largely because I suspect it's most probably Sam, not Tom. Right, Krishna's going to be in again to Pope, who defends stoutly enough. Short cover, no run. 69 for 1. England will be desperate not to lose a wicket tonight. But there's a lot. I mean, we're still effectively in the afternoon session. We haven't got to tea. And tea,
we're
we're not going to get to tea.
Not even close to tea.
No, we've got another
45 minutes.
45 minutes. Bumrah's back on the field. He's prowling like a caged tiger. That one's nicely whipped by Pope out towards deep square. Jogs a single. I think it is Bumrah who does the fielding, isn't it? No, it's Siraj. Beg his pardon.
With a beard with a sense of attack.
Yeah, he broods.
It's very sharp beard, that.
He's got a brooding sense of menace about him, Siraj, all the time.
Quite like Siraj.
Yeah, no, he's a feisty character.
He's
and,
a 100% competitor.
Yeah. Bumrah doesn't have the same edge in terms of his physical body language. He certainly does in terms of his bowling. Right, the 2 slips go down. In comes Krishna. Is pulled down to backward square, where the skipper has positioned himself, and they take another single. It's the end of that over. It's 71 for 1.
I'd compare them to cars. If Bumrah is Rolls Royce, then Siraj is a muscle car.
Yes, I could see that.
No, he's a Ford Mustang, or
I'd go along with that. Morning Morkel, we're looking at there.
Yeah,
who's bowling coach for the Indians.
Exactly.
Who's with us, Bear?
Lockie 6 says.
Yes, here we go.
Never thought I'd see the day when GC turned into the full Monty.
No, hang on. We're
not going to
We're
full
not
Monty.
going.
We're doing belly dancing. That's a different ball game whatsoever.
I'm prepared to give the belly dancing a go for the 500 quid. We just have to work out the logistics of how we get there. It's not an infinite period of time.
We're prepared to let our bellies out 500 quid.
As that one is. Well, I think Ducket was looking to drive that away through mid-wicket, and it kind of went down to a sort of long leg. But he gets another single. He moves on to 33.
Right off the bottom corner of the bat.
So these two going pretty much neck and neck together. 34 for
Pope's going
Ollie
to
Pope.
run a ball though.
Well,
Neymar Butland says, lovely to be with you on a 40-mile bike ride through Pasadena. Cheers. Come on, England.
That must be hot.
Yes, which is exactly what George McPherson says.
Wow, goodness me. Whenever I hear Pasadena, I always think about the Pasadena Roof Orchestra. probably is kind of the word association. Down leg.
It's not the first association I get.
Pasadena.
Rose Bowl.
Oh right, fair enough. Yeah, see, I'm not so much into my American
is it
football.
USC play?
In Pasadena, California somewhere, isn't
It is.
Yeah. It is indeed.
I presume it's USC. I hope it's not UCLA and I've just put my foot in it.
399 England now trail by, so they brought that total down under 400. 270, remember, is their 271 actually, their follow-on target. That's defended out towards mid-wicket, high poke, no run. So they are basically 199 runs short. Follow-on target. 399 short of getting a lead. All things are possible.
Making India bat again.
These two are making batting look, rather easier than it was when Bumrah opened up. However,
you've reverse psychologized yourself into
giving us
commentators cursing him.
Siraj left watchfully by Pope, and there was no run again.
Do you think there's an argument that Pope is playing with a bit more responsibility because he's under pressure from Bethel?
Yes, I thought what was very interesting, and maybe the ECB were just using every media opportunity to stoke up interest in the series. But the day before the test, and they had film of England practicing, both Pope and Bethel were right next to each other in the nets, simultaneously going through their. Oh my word! That's big shout. No, says umpire.
Just outside the line.
I think it would. Well, it was on the back foot.
It might be too high as well.
I don't think too high. The only thing that could save him would be having stepped outside the line. The think tank, which is Shubman Gill, the bowler Siraj, and of course captain Shubman Gill and wicketkeeper Rishabh Pant, they've run out of time. Yeah, they just got there in time.
He turned around.
He turned away, did a Kohli behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it's umpire Shafadullah, I think, is the TV umpire.
Yep. Sajkat. Or Sadkat, as I
Sadkat. India are gathered.
I thought Sadkat was actually the picture of
It's in line, but I think it's too high, isn't it?
Okay, you're right. Height. I think he's bang in front though, Bear. He's bang in front. Oh, is that a tickle? Or is that his bat? No, I think that's his bat just brushing the pad.
It's going up.
He's hit on the front leg.
But he's barely outside the crease, so it might just clip, but it's been given not out.
But I think eventually it's gone behind over the top of the stumps, hasn't it? It's one of those.
Seem to be on an upward. Let's see.
It's been on pretty much upward trajectory. It's quite
just
high.
brushes the top of the pad. Okay, it pitches outside off. The impact is in line. It's umpire's call. It would have probably grazed the top of where the intersection of the bails, right on top of middle stump. And a somewhat relieved Gaffers.
Fine margins.
Says, I got it right, but it was close.
Technically, you got it wrong because it was hitting the stumps and he should have given it out. But
well, in that case, he got it wrong either way.
Yes.
He got it wrong if he'd given him out. He got it wrong if he gave it not out. So I think with umpire's call, you can claim the victory either way, not the defeat. Goodness me, that was close. A great ball, by the way. Let's not forget that was really a terrific delivery.
The look of relief on Ollie Pope's face as he sees the ball tracking come up on the screen.
Siraj has got an angry look of a man who's been utterly robbed. Look at that.
Oh, well.
I'll
Not
get
happy.
you, butter.
Right. 2 slips in the gully, and he comes, and that's quick, and it hits the pad again. That one's going down leg for my money.
I think you got an inside edge on that one.
Do you? Oh, you think? Okay, well, again.
This is definitely
Shubman Gill's in like a shot.
Definitely an effort over from Siraj. He's steaming in now.
He's stoked up now, isn't he? He's
I think
he's
Pant's
ticking.
That's going down, or it's an inside edge, one or the other. We're going to have a switcheroo now.
We are, but I can't remember who's switcherooing with who.
I think it was you two and Will or something, wasn't it?
Hang on.
Us two and Mayank, wasn't it?
Yeah, hold on 1 second. That was definitely going down leg. There's no doubt about that. It should be Bear, Mayank and Will. Yes. Will is there.
Bear
Why
Mike
is
and
it
Will?
bare Mike and Will? I've been on for 2 in a row.
Well, you've had time off to go and...
I had one session. I was on all fucking morning. I'm on all afternoon. You've been on for one and you want to fuck off again. Stay on.
Only for half an hour.
The reason is that your showing was during the rain break, Bear.
Yeah, I can't be accountable for when it rains, Bear. I'm not the omnipotent one. Right, yes, it should be Bear, Mike, Will.
Well, Mike's not here.
I can hang around.
And you two are fucking off early. So I'm going to have off and you two are going to stay here. And welcome back, Will.
Well, Will's there, yep. Jason, you do ball by ball, then I'll do social.
Yeah.
And you better jump on over here as well, so I can change the camera.
First ball knocked into the outfield for a single. Whoops. As there's lots of noise and rumblings going on. And once Tony has moved, I shall move as well. Krishna, 0 for 23 off his 4 overs so far. He's probably bowled better than that and not been particularly lucky. Anyway, he's in again. That's flashed away underneath his eyes by Pope down to third man. Takes a single. Lovely shot from Pope. Very fast hands there. It was I thought that might beat him in for pace very quickly, and then suddenly his hands on the bat were there, and that ball was away.
They seem to be sort of quite indecisive at the moment. Pope and Ducket, you know? They're an odd pair.
And short and smashed by Ducket. That's in his arc. That's over mid wicket, out to cow corner.
Yeah, it was.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Yeah, don't bowl there to Ducket. He loves that kind of shot. What might be called in recreational cricket the multi-purpose swing.
The multi-purpose swing.
Because if you get it early, it goes to mid wicket. If you get it late, it goes to square leg. If you get it very late, it goes down to fine leg. Wide and full and slapped to cover. Fortunate, I think they hit the ball straight at the man. Otherwise, I think a yard and a half, 2 yards either side, and that was gone to the boundary as well.
Yeah.
Krishna's just struggling a little bit in this over. I think Duckett's got his number for the first 4 balls. He needs to come back with a good response. 2 slips in a gully to the left-handed Ducket as Krishna comes round the wicket.
So has he only played franchise stuff?
Pretty much. I think he's had a couple of tests. Tony will have the details when he
of what?
Krishna's international appearances.
Yeah, 3. All right, I've got his.
He's now coming over the wicket, Prashi Krishna. Short, and Ducket winds up to deposit that over mid wicket again. Doesn't get hold of it this time. It slams him on the top of the thigh and the hip. Drops into the offside.
He took 4 wickets, I think, 4 for 50 odd at the SCG, if I remember rightly. And prior 2 tests had been in South Africa, where he didn't really do too much at all. He did take 4 wickets on his international debut in ODIs, and that was against England, whereas I recall from Roy, Curran, Stokes, and who am I missing from that list? One other. I can't remember who it was.
Krishna. No. And that's again slapped with a full flowing bat all along the floor, all through cover. That's a lovely shot from Ducket. And he moves to 38. England to 82 for 1.
2 + 2 is a man. 2 + 2 is a man.
Advantage Ducket, as we'll be saying in a couple of weeks' time.
Why, is he playing at Wimbledon as well as playing in the Test series? You never know. You never know.
Well, a lot of his shots are very tennis-like.
Yes, possibly based on the way I play tennis.
Wasn't it CB Fry that won Wimbledon, played for England, for football, cricket, and rugby,
and also represented England in the Olympics at high jump, I think.
Oh, that was it. Yeah.
Was that the end of the over?
It was.
Right. Okay. Feel the rage of the bear, says Stephen Kelk. Lockie, I'd give Bear a bowl right now. Lethal chin music. Well, he's a slow left armour, so I'm not sure how lethal that would be, but you never know.
That would be Phil Edmonds bowling bouncers, I
Yes.
think. Siraj is in. First ball is driven straight back to him by Pope for no run.
Matthew Cullen, what does Thakur bowl? Seam or spin? Seam.
Shardul Thakur, he bowls slightly quicker than medium seam.
Yeah. The Harriman, he's had multiple long-term injuries. I think, who we talk about, Prasid Krishna, yes.
Yeah.
We went through the catalogue of those.
He's kind of the Tim
and there
Mills
are a few
of Indian cricket.
Well, except he can bowl more than 4 overs now, which poor old Tom Owl definitely doesn't.
He got tired at the end of 1 over, let alone 4. Left alone by Pope, who just watches a ball that's wide of off stump and angling in very slightly, go through to the keeper.
It was the Australian bowler who, towards the end of his career, he was really quick for 1 over, and then it would literally just drop away. Who am I thinking of?
Sean Tate?
Oh, yes, Sean Tate. Sean Tate, that's the fella. I mean, it used to be, 5 overs.
The gunslinger.
4 overs, 3. When he was really quick and unpleasant, it got shorter as his career extended.
Given he played a season for Chipstead in Surrey leagues,
did he?
A couple of my mates played with and against him. So that squirted off the outside edge by Pope into the point area. There's no point there, so Jadeja has to go and field.
Frank Rockefeller
Sean
asked.
Tate be now?
Sorry, say that again. Pope.
How old would Sean Tate be now?
Ooh, I'd have to look that up.
At the time, he was mid-30s.
I'd say mid-40s now.
Yeah. And
they said so even this wasn't sort of like last season or whatever.
No, this was 15, 20 years ago. And
put it this way, I wouldn't, at club level, I wouldn't have fancied facing him much.
No, they said even off 2 paces, bowling spinny was dangerous.
Yeah. Certainly would have fancied.
Because he had a very, very quick arm.
Yeah.
Reminds me a bit of that video of Brett Lee.
What, the one where he bowls to
Piers Morgan?
Piers Morgan.
That was funny. That was genuinely funny.
And decided to try and knock his block off.
Frank Rockefeller has a quick question. Do you lose the review if it's umpire's call?
No, you
don't.
do not.
You don't. You retain, you retain the review in the event of it going the umpire's way.
The lights are on. Actually, they're quite bright now. We have a panorama of Headingley.
And very full. And
I have to say, I was shocked when they turned the lights on for the first time at the Oval this summer, having replaced them over the winter. And that's Shorten on the hip of Ducket, who swivels it round the corner down to a long leg. And take a single. No, it wasn't like it was in previous years where you press the button to turn them on and they eventually to warm up and they turn on fully about 5 minutes later. No, someone pressed the button and suddenly it was on 100% almost within a second with these new LEDs. Oh, something's tickled a Tony Funnybone.
It has. I'll wait till the end of the over.
Both players edging towards 50s. So we see Gautam Gambhir yet again, but this time he's behind bars in the bunker, along with presumably his analyst trying to work out what to do next, how to enthuse his cohort at tea. Siraj, and that's beautifully dinked by Pope with lovely finesse and touch just past the diving gully down to the third man, and that's an easy 2 that's completed. England 86 for 1 after 17 overs. Tony.
What's tickling Tony?
Well, it's our friend Lockie 6 who says double ton for the lad, and then apropos of Ducket playing tennis, he's, the powerful tennis serve, the whip of the bowling arm. Yes, Ducket has those skills. Leah says, didn't Monty once try to bounce Ponting? I seem to remember something like that from 09. I vaguely remember that, you're right. Frank Rockefeller says he gets tired after 1 over. That's thorough. Put Gambar behind the bar. I'm thirsty and I want some fancy pink drink, says
Don't
Leah.
you mean white drink?
Well, no, an Indo in the Bishop and Bear had some
we're
sort of
going to have a
local
change of bowling.
pink rum. Pink rum? What's that? Pink gin. Okay. Yes, we do have a change of bowling. It's going to be interesting as well, I think. We've talked about spin.
It's a change of pace, although he's
And,
quite quick for a spinner.
Here is some.
Rough introduction. Who's that spinning on the field? Who's that done? Devious balls in my direction. All of this surely is a dream. Yeah.
Starts with a slip and a leg slip to Ducket. Bowling over the wicket. And here it is. That's angled in. That's punched into the leg side. Just wide enough for the mid wicket. There is a mid wicket, so the Bear will be happy. Down to deep square leg for a single. And presumably we'll be bowling over the around the wicket to the right-handed Ollie Pope. Now I do wonder whether this is Pope's sort of Achilles heel. He's not brilliant against spin. Shorter, that gives Pope the opportunity to rock back and slap that into the offside off the back foot. The man at square leg is now at cover on the boundary. Feels that and lodges it back into the keeper.
I think you still feel this is very much a big test for Pope. Okay, he's in the side ahead of Bethel because you can't drop a man who got 170.
But he's on notice.
But that 170 was against Zimbabwe. If he can get a ton here, that's a very different achievement.
Floated up outside off stump by Jadeja. Ducket just covers the ball and defends, no run.
Well, no, I mean, whether Bethel also staying for the latter stages of the so wait.
And we're on to the unusual shots from Ducket. It doesn't take him very long. Sees a spinner, has to sweep, but this one's a reverse one to Siraj at deep third.
Bethel stayed for the latter stages of the IPL as well, but wasn't that with the full blessing of
the
ECB?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think in a way
it's
they
only Zimbabwe
kind of
you
had a
can
plan.
probably have a rest.
Yeah.
Quicker ball, unsurprisingly, from Jadeja. That's onto Pope a little bit quickly, who just cramps himself slightly in defending it into the onside.
The other good thing about Jadeja is he whips through his overs.
Yes, so you get lots of time to talk at the end of this over. That's worked off the back foot, quite close to off stump by Pope, but with a straight bat to point, and there is no run. That's the end of the over.
Devo DJ.
Nice name.
Have I said that the right way? If I have, I hope so. Anyway, says Ducket is like an angry garden gnome. I don't.
Everyone thinks it's a garden gnome.
I think that's very harsh. Dan De Castro. Well, the way India collapsed, I didn't expect England to cruise along like this. All steady, Dan.
Hard ball. Ball's not going bad yet.
Oh yeah. Jeff Bracket's energy says Mr. White Lightning bowling real creepy bouncers at Atherton. What a contest! Nowadays it's just stare and run in. Yes. You talk about Alan Donald. That Alan
1998.
Donald. Cape Town, was it Cape Town?
No, it was in the Tour of England.
Oh right, okay.
It was
it's Cape Town where Atherton batted out for that draw, wasn't it? Yeah.
That was the tour before, but in 1998, I think it might have been at Headingley. But he went round the wicket to make sure he couldn't get out of the way, couldn't duck out of the way of it. That is clipped very neatly by Ducket for the first ball from Siraj. In between fine leg and long leg, but they don't get a single. Do they? Do they get two? Yes, they get two.
Very quickly, Neymar Butlin says, can someone acknowledge me, please? Hello, Neymar.
Hello.
Delighted to see you. It's been a while, or maybe it hasn't, but we're happy to see you today. That appears to be a wedding picture that you have. They're very small as we look at them here. You can't really tell too much. But whose wedding? Tell us that.
Well, I think we'll get into the beginnings of the second set downstairs.
They were very good, by the way.
Yeah.
Because you were on air and I was listening to them, but they were absolutely excellent.
Yeah, well, I don't
What sort of thing were they?
Sort of Brazilian. Brazilian's the best word. I can
Samba
describe it.
rock.
Samba rock. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Short and wiped around the corner with a fairly straight bat by Pope to deep square leg and a single. It's 91 for 1 now, trailing by 380 towards the follow-on target as an initial target. As Gill looks a little thoughtful about what his plan is going to be. Regrouping till T is probably the next best plan, I think.
Yeah, the thing is, we saw this morning, everything seemed to be cruising along, and all of a sudden, and when England took wickets, it was
They went in
unexpected
clumps.
times. There was those suddenly just shy of lunch, and just after lunch there was a little flurry of a couple of wickets, wasn't there?
But
I don't
yes,
think you can ever completely relax.
England have been travelling at about 5 and over, which it doesn't feel like it really, and that's short and defended by Ducket, back to Siraj, round the wicket, using the sweat of his brow, and he's working up a fair old sweat to shine the ball, or actually just lobs it straight to somebody else, to the designated ball shiner, which is Shrubland Gill, to shine the ball on his magic pants.
Magic pants.
You've never heard about magic pants?
Is that like the magic boomerang? Does he take them off and throw them and everything stands still?
No, it's the magic pants are the ones where you shine the ball and it will always come up with a perfect shine.
Oh, right.
Whereas sometimes people have got pants, I don't know, it varies by manufacturer, where it comes back like a piece of rotten rubbish. Oh, that's a Jaffa by Siraj. He's bowled him the leg cutter, it's snaked away from Ducket, he's played at the ball and it's just missed the outside edge.
It's odd, isn't it? You kind of think that they're kind of getting settled, and then they throw something like that at you, and it all kind of.
And Ducket's, you can see Ducket's face. He's gone, "Oh, that was a goodie. Am I lucky to not get an edge on that?"
He's a lucky ducky, and he gives a little look at that cheeky nod back to Siraj.
He's going, "I'm still here. I'm still here. It's a good ball, but I'm still here."
But it was a good ball, my word.
And the next ball, he plays that late, cuts it down into the gully. There is no run.
Yeah, when he's fired up, Siraj, he's a
force of nature. Yeah.
Good to watch. Sorry, Will.
No, I have a bit of a wonderment about left-handers, but because you know how everyone's sort of obsessed with them, and it's supposed to be the thing, but now there seems to be a proliferation of
They're
left-handers.
commonplace
that
because
they're kind of.
Oh, that's another beautiful ball by Siraj. This one, I think, actually swings more than seems away. So that's a couple of good balls in this over. Well, there was a paper in the 1990s, I remember seeing in the Royal Statistical Society, showing that left-handers in cricket have a statistical advantage of about 4 runs compared to right-handers.
Right, still early, but so far so good. From 5 runs and over to boot. Nice, says Dan De Castro. Lucky 6 says Devo DJ is in violation of everything. Devo, I think that was for calling Ducket an angry garden gnome. Jeff J says energy. Jeff J head brackets energy says draw on the cards. Ooh, wouldn't be going there just yet.
I think that's unlikely. I think there's plenty more time in this game to get a result.
Neymar Butlin says thanks, Tony. Love to be with you guys.
And now we're going to have a short leg to Jadeja, as the ball is too short and not on the leg stump, and Pope just rocks back and cuts that very nicely to the boundary.
Oh yes, I was about to bump. There we go.
Wrong line and length for that field. Anyway, here comes. That's a Jaffa. There was a response from Jadeja. He slowed it up a bit, bowled it just a bit fuller, and it's bit and turned and gone past the outside edge of a groping Pope.
Got one of these coming up.
Super chat, yeah. Super chat, yeah. Super chat gain. Super chat gain.
And that's just a little bit too much on leg stump, and Pope just plays an orthodox defence to that.
It's lucky 6. Ducket is a world-class all-rounder. Go Ducko!
Slightly faster than an arm ball, but that's going to slide down, I think, and miss leg stump. Pope plays and misses, and that one ricochets off the pad into the offside.
Ooh, hang on.
Really isn't comfortable against Jadeja at all. He's sort of. Is it spin more widely, or is it particularly Jadeja?
Well, I think there's a bit of both. I think his performances against spin aren't as good as his performances against pace. That one's knocked into the point area and there is no run. But I think Jadeja in particular has a number against him because he's so quick through the air he can't react.
Yeah. Also, he's so quick through his overs that he doesn't have any time to kind of reset his head.
There's pressure in its own different way when people bowl a quick over at you, as that ball is punched into the point area past the ring fielder to the man on the boundary for a single. That's the end of the 20th over. England are 96 for 1. Pope and Ducket, 1 shot away from 50 each.
Right. Jeff J brackets energy says, can you guys please give the rankings of batsmen and bowlers in Test cricket? Overall rankings. Do you mean the players playing or generally? I can tell you, for example, if you want to look at the men's batting rankings based on the ICC, not surprisingly,
Harry Brook number 1.
You've got Joe Root number 1, Harry Brook,
number
Kane
2.
Williamson, man of Middlesex, Gyswell at 4, Steve Smith at 5. If you want to look at bowling rankings, I've accidentally pressed the wrong.
Bumrah.
You've got Bumrah at the front, at the top, Rabada, Cummings, Noman Ali, and Josh Hazlewood as your top 5.
Siraj angled into the stumps, defended by Pope. Siraj does a fake throw at the stumps, but without the ball in his hand. So
Kind of surprised that the benighted Anderson hasn't jumped up the T20 bowling rankings with his performances in the Blast. He's been doing all right.
he has been doing all right, although apparently he didn't play yesterday, because I think he's being rested for the 4-day game that starts on Sunday.
Is that the Blackpool one?
I think it may be the Blackpool one.
Yeah.
Siraj in again, over the wicket. Worked up to mid on by Pope, off the front foot. There is no run.
Siraj, I can tell you, if you meant the actual players,
20th.
It's a bit of a fag to look up, I've got to be honest.
It's a long way down.
No, he's right down at 30th.
30th, okay. Yeah, Pope's going nicely. 45 off 53 balls. Ducket a bit more circumspect, but not very much. 46 off 63 balls. Tony tickled again. And Siraj very much targeting the stumps in this over. That one's again off the inside half of the bat. 2 square leg for a single. And he makes a slight grimace, thinking almost got the ball through there.
Yeah,
It's in that weird sort of 10 minutes before tea kind of weird lull point, isn't it?
It is 10 minutes before tea, a bit more than 10 minutes with tea at 4:50, probably nearer 15. England will be desperate to keep these two here and not.
They won't want to expose anybody to a fired up Siraj before the tea break.
You know, again, you could argue batting later into the evening under lights is going to help India more than England.
Round the wicket by Siraj to Ducket. That just worked into the wide vacant spaces on the leg side. There's no square leg. An easy single. And it's almost a toss of a coin at the moment which one is going to get to 50 first. presuming that both of them do get to 50, that is.
Yeah, they've literally. Well, a lot of that's down to the good running. They've certainly run the ones
Yeah.
and twos well together, and obviously the more you do that, the more you sort of stay in sync, really, don't you?
But there are good runners to come as well following them. I mean, Root's no slouch. Neither is Brooke. Jamie Smith. Not so sure about the running of Jamie Smith.
Yeah, I think you'd rather sort of stand and
Deliver.
Yeah.
Over the wicket now, and that's moved in slightly on Pope and tucked him up a little bit from the shot he attempted to play, but he plays it safely enough into the offside.
They have another super chat. It's a good one. It's a good one too.
Is it worthy of a jingle?
We'll get one at the end of this over. We just wait one ball, and then I can assure Zippy Tuna he will. His super chat will be read.
Get his just rewards.
Indeed. I'm not sure about that, but his super chat will be read.
Delay whilst the ball is shined and given back to Siraj, and a few things are shouted from 30 odd yards away, but here he comes now. That was not really worth away, but it's a superb take by Pant in front of first
He's given us a wide. Oh, you'll have to wait one more ball, Zippy. Sorry.
That was a great take, but
in fact it's a no ball because the ball was so wide. In fact, I think it didn't land on the cut strip.
Oh goodness me. Well, I'll signal wide.
So umpires spread your wings and call wide.
Actually, no, it's a front foot wide rather than the wide front foot no ball, rather than no ball for cut strip.
Oh well, that is probably a tad too precise for the selection of jingles at our disposal.
And
So
of
I wouldn't
course,
give that.
no ball takes precedent over wide. Short, wide, cut, straight to gully, but down, and Jaiswal fields. That's the end of the over.
Right then, here we go.
YouTube Ride Super Chat.
It is from Zippy Tuna, who says, "Can you shout out my lovely wife, Chloe? She's listening along with me for some outrageous reason." Well, Chloe Tuna, I'm assuming that's not actually your name, Chloe, but you are undoubtedly lovely, because Zippy says so, and we're delighted to have you with us. Thank you for joining us. Jeff J Energy says, "I honestly think Sobers and Jacques Callis are the greatest." Fair enough.
Greatest all-rounders, yes.
Greatest all-rounders, I think I would definitely go along with that. If that's
Sobers for entertainment value, Callis just on pure statistics.
That was following on from a question which I before the super chat, which was who the greatest cricket all-rounders of all time.
And then you have a very interesting discussion about the all-rounders in the 80s.
Well, Botham and Flintoff deserve a shout-out in that list for sure.
I mean
there are four great all-rounders at the same time.
Kapil Dev, I would think, is worthy of one, and there was possibly Imran Khan.
Yeah, Botham, Dev, Imran, and Richard Hadley.
Yeah,
at the same
Richard
time.
Hadley, absolutely.
Well, first ball was wide of the off stump and knocked into the offside for no run. Second ball is going down leg. Ducket tries to flip it over his shoulder, just misses the ball, and it's very neatly taken by Pant with a very nice piece of stumping with 1 foot up by his shoulder.
That was a lovely bit of stumping.
But of course, Ducket hadn't even.
Graceful.
And that's slightly more orthodox by Ducket, who just leans into that, lets it go off the inside half of the bat, 2 square leg for a single. Thumbs up from Pope. That's the 100 partnership, or 100 up, sorry, for England.
I can tell you that Lockie says, and the top of the all-rounder rankings, as if we need to ask. Well, I will go and have a look, but I know who you're thinking of.
That is fiddled by Pope into the offside, through the point area. Takes a single. They're going run for run at this target of 50.
I mean, if we're taking the game more broadly, Nat Sivabrunt has to be in there.
She's a great all-rounder in the women's game.
She's so talented.
Swept by Ducket behind square, beats the diving fielder up a deep square, and that will be Ducket's 50.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Don't stop just cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done, the first 50's done. Ooh, don't look back.
That's his 14th 50 to go with 500 in 34 matches. And that ball is outside off stump. Ducket leads into it, defends. The ball dribbles down into the leg side. That completes a 22nd over.
Men's all-rounders, just in the ICC rankings, just so as we complete the picture, I suppose, from a men's perspective.
Stokes?
No. Number 1 is Ravindra Jadeja.
Yep.
Mahidi Hassan Miraz, Marco Janssen, Pat Cummings.
Who wasn't in the match against Bangladesh.
Interesting they qualify Pat Cummings now into that all-rounder category. Shakib.
Yeah, I wouldn't call him an
retired.
all-rounder. I'd call him a bloody amazing bowler.
But I think you elevate yourself into the rankings if
based on average.
If your scores are yeah, but it's not just averages, and there's some weird calculation about when and the importance of games and a whole bunch of things as to how they weight these rankings. Because also in the list,
still?
Jason Holder, 7th you've got Gus Atkinson, 8 Joe Root, 9 Ben Stokes, 10 Mitchell Stark. And old Noman Ali, you see, Noman Ali gets in there in the top 20. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum.
We've got Bumrah back. Dave Robinson. First ball is a bit of a loosener. It's driven hard to Siraj and a quick single, and Siraj falls over before he can complete the throw.
Another super chat. I'll get ready to that. Wasn't that from Lost in Space?
Yes, it is.
And wasn't Lost in Space effectively Swiss Family Robinson, the book?
Yes.
Kind of
space.
Yes.
Spacified. If my memory of it holds good.
It's a whole pile of things that are loosely related on the same things.
Yeah.
Like
right. Super chat jingle.
the Forbidden Planet and the Tempest and
yes, absolutely.
Ran the wicket by Bumrah. That's clipped off around his front pads by Ducket. Takes a single down to long leg.
Wasn't Forbidden Planet basically just the Tempest in the same way that the Lion King is just Hamlet with lions?
I think that probably would have been the one sentence summary that they tried to pitch it to LA executives.
Yeah.
I'm going to read the super chat. I'm not quite sure what the ask is.
Has that been tickled? Bumrah's asking a question of Pant. Pant is probably too busy catching it to give him an answer. But that was angled in down the leg side. Pope tried to play a glance. Did it flick his pad? Pant has completed the catch behind the stumps. I think that's straight off the pad.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Certainly Pant wasn't interested at all. But it wasn't far away.
No, but it grazed the pad on the way
Two
through.
slips for Bumrah. Outside off stump. Pope drives it without any timing to cover. And there is no run. England 107 for 1. And we must be within an over or so of tea by now. Yep, we've got 5 minutes.
5 minutes or so.
2 overs of tea.
There's a bit more magic trouser work for you, Jason.
Yep.
How many pairs of magic trousers can you have? Are you only allowed 1 per team?
Well, generally you find I say magic trousers, the best trousers for shining.
Ah, okay.
You end up being ball shiner. Anyway, here comes Bumrah with that stuttering run up and delivery. And that one almost gets through Pope. He's a bit late on it. He slammed it into the ground just in front of him. But that almost went through the gate.
It's gripping stuff, I've got to be honest. These two are doing phenomenally well, but it won't look very good if they both go for 50-ish.
Yeah, 50 and out is
someone needs to peg a big score, don't they?
Which was my argument about Will Jacks in the match played yesterday, where he got 97, is that he was getting 40s and getting out. Last ball of the over, defended stoutly by Pope. He remains just short of 50 on 48. And England are 107 for 1 after 23 overs.
YouTube comments were not getting a mention. Too many lonely folks needing some attention. You post your super chat and then you pay the price.
Right, it's from Frank Rockefeller. Now, Frank says, get the nice lady who does the scorecard to put the boundary tally just so you can be better than the BBC. I'm not sure who the nice lady is who does this.
This is Bear's friend who does the clicker on the website.
Oh, does she? No, I don't think so. If it's a lady, I don't know. Bear would know. I don't know who you mean. Frank, I'm not quite sure who you mean, but your super chat definitely deserved reading, and thank you. Thank you also for Zippy. I think that's for saying hi to Chloe. Well, delighted. Hopefully she's still there, Zippy. I mean, listening to us, not with you. You know what I mean.
Dropped into the leg side by Ducket off Jadeja for no run.
India in panic mode, says George McPherson. Not only did they gift England a couple of boundaries, but also contributing to the extras column. I think that might be a bit extreme,
harsh,
George, to be honest.
Anyway, wide of the stumps by Jadeja, who angles the ball in, and Ducket defends.
I wonder if Lockie 6 knows Zippy Tuna. You're a lucky fish, Zippy. All the best to both of you, and stay away from those nets. Okay, fair enough. Being tuners and all. Are you yellowfin tuna? Because they're the fastest fish, apparently.
And spins a little bit by Jadeja out of the rough. Beats Duckett's defensive shot, but he's playing a shot outside off stump, so he's never going to be out.
Is that still how it works?
Yeah. Oh, and Ducket goes for the reverse sweep. Jadeja kind of sees him and fires it down behind his pads. Nicely taken by Pant again. But yes, the first part of his take was good. The stumping was not quite so well executed, but he got the ball onto the stumps by hook or crook. Just not by the means of his hands. Dropped into the pitch and defended by Ducket. Jadeja looking like he might complete his first maiden in his fourth over. And yep, I think that is going to be the maiden. They might have been playing out for tea. They look like they're walking off. At least Ducket seems to think that that's the end of the session.
I think he's probably right, to be fair.
Yeah, I'd say that's about right.
He finishes on 53. Pope is on 48. England on 107 for 1. That's been a pretty good session for England.
Yeah, 107 for 1. Just the loss of Crawley in extended session 2. I would say they'll be very happy with that. Ducket, is it Ducket who has made it to his 50?
Yes.
Yeah, and Pope just shy of it. So what has it been worth? 124 runs and 4 wickets. That's in when? That's in. What are they counting that? Oh, that's so because they're counting. We're still in the afternoon session, effectively, aren't we? Because it's also delayed. I've got it. I was going to say England haven't lost 4 wickets, but it included the last 3 India wickets. Right, a few last messages before we head off for a little tea break. Neymar Butlins, who's on a 40-mile bike ride to Pasadena from downtown LA, past Trump's private army. Everything is well. We'll see what you got to throw at them, Neymar. No surprise, says Lockie 6. that the greatest all-rounder of all time is digging England out of a hole in which they would not have been in if he'd been given a bowl.
Yeah.
And he's not talking about Pope, I don't think. Dan de Castro, I still don't get the something tea so late. Last session won't be 90 minutes. No, I'm sort of with you on that one, Dan, quite apart from the fact that it does all kinds of unpleasant things to my carefully planned
It's kind of the plan is to minimise lot of time in the game, so essentially the rain interval becomes part of the tea break.
But anyway, we are going to take a tea break because we're going to be back again in 15 minutes now, 5:10. It's going to be myself on So Short again. It's going to be the Bear, who hopefully will do it this time, and it's going to be Mayak, who may or may not turn up, but will, I know, will stand ready in Thunderbird 5 up there in space. So we shall
monitoring.
We shall see you then. Maybe I'm going to call you John Tracy from now on. And
no, John Tracy was the dad, I think.
No, that was. Come on, help me out.
Tracy I
John
am.
Tracy was definitely Thunderbird 5. Jeff Tracy was the dad.
Jeff Tracy was the dad.
Come on,
Because
Jason. Where's your Thunderbird
I know all the Tracy
knowledge?
boys are Mercury astronauts.
Scott was Thunderbird 1. Virgil was Thunderbird 2. Alan was Thunderbird 3. Gordon was Thunderbird 4. You never saw so much of Gordon because he only got to do anything when they needed a submarine. And John Tracy was Thunderbird 5.
Well, you are of the age where you watched it far more than I did.
Well, indeed. Right, we're going to stick on something. The Bears are going to do it as we speak, and we'll see you after tea.
Lions. Ishmael was playing at number 3, and going the way he's played, maybe if he comes in at number 3, then Gill goes to that's a likely lineup as well.
I mean, interestingly, wasn't it? I mean, both games were a draw. The Lions managed to score 587 in their single innings in the first game.
Yeah, the Indian bowlers didn't really do a fantastic job at that.
So okay, shall we look at England just for a little bit? What about that number 3 position for England? There is Ollie Pope nailed on.
Oh, well, I think
can they not ignore Bethel, which they were making? Stokes was making noises, wasn't he? About he's going to be our number 3 for India. So, what do we think?
No, well, yeah, but he quickly poo-pooed that and cleared himself up literally within about 2 hours, didn't he? I mean, I don't think. I don't think they changed from the last test. Now, whether that's right or wrong, I don't know. I mean, Pope could be ejected, and Bethel given a chance to come in at the number 3 spot. I mean, Attendo states Pope is probably better off at 5 or 6 as a batsman anyway. And the problem is, if you're going to go in with Jamie Smith, he's just 6 or 7. You know, I mean, this is it. I mean, how far down do you go? I mean, you've got to fit in, presuming you're keeping Crawley. You're going to have Ducket's undroppable at the moment. 3 is your one position if they stick with Pope. I mean, your 2 positions that are up for grabs in England side, you'd have to say are Pope and Crawley, right? And both scored tons in the last test. So, as per normal, they set themselves up against the weak opposition to be picked for the first test against better opposition, which you can't argue too much against it because you can only go on what you've last performed, right? Crawley, it has to be said, maybe shit at county cricket, but a bit like Michael Vaughan, seems to be able to step up when it comes to test matches. Bit hit or miss, but you can imagine he'll have a fairly decent summer, funnily enough, you know. And then Root, obviously, at 4 is on fantastic form as per normal. Brooks at 5, Stokes at 6. So there's your top 6. There's only 2 positions up for grabs, which Bethel
I
can
think
take
Smith
one
and
of those.
Stokes might be interchangeable at 6 or 7.
Yeah, and 6 and 7, exactly. And then you've got the bowlers. Presumably Wokes comes back in. He's at 8. Probably Bryden Cast comes back in that first test with a bit of luck. He's got a bit of experience at least, and hits the deck hard. Atkinson's out for the first test, isn't he?
Out.
So
Tongue,
Overton, Potts. I would go with Jamie Overton.
No, Potts. I don't think there's a Potts for the first test.
Isn't there? He's not in the
No.
squad. Let me have a look at the squad then. I assumed he would be in that squad, but
no, he's not. I can tell you your options.
I'm just looking now.
Back up are going to be Shoaib Bashir. Sam Cook is in again, but do they look at him and go English conditions?
Well, I think if you've got Chris Wokes, you don't need Sam Cook either, do you? I mean, it's one or the other, isn't it? So if you've got Stokes at 7, you want Bryden Cass. They're going to have Shoaib Bashir because they're going to go. I'm going to spin.
Wasn't Shoaib Bashir absolute rubbish recently in some match?
Yeah, he's always rubbish in county cricket because no one. The thing is, Stokes lets him have his head and doesn't mind if he gets hit a lot. You know, he got 6 wickets in his last test.
Where was that?
You know, he goes for a few, but he does take wickets.
Where was that match?
We played Zimbabwe and Nottingham, Trent Bridge.
Oh.
But what I will say about Shoaib Bashir, he does seem to be learning to give it a little bit more air. He was noticeably less flat against Zimbabwe than he had been recently. I mean, his big problem for me is he just doesn't give it any air. And once he learns to get overspin on the ball, which he's doing, and give it a little bit more air, yeah, he's going to get hit because people are going to target him. But he's 21; he's got a lot of time to learn. And he seems to be learning in Test cricket. He'll have 12 games this year in Test cricket and probably 2 in county cricket. But who cares? You know, if he learns and he's good, that's fine by me. So that's 9 players. So it leaves you 2 bowlers. I would be tempted to go for Jamie Overton. I actually quite like him as a bowler. I think he's got decent pace and he can bat as well. Which then gives me
He does move the ball, right?
Yeah, he does move the ball and he hits the deck hard. He's pretty good. He reminds
That's what you want.
Yeah, exactly. He reminds me of a kind of Liam Plunkett. I might be tempted to just go all fast and then get Josh Tongue in if I'm having Chris Wokes as my kind of nibbler all around who's leading the thing, because Bryden Cass nibbles it both ways as well. So that would I would probably go then Bryden Cass, Jamie Overton, Chris Wokes, Shoaib Bashir and Josh Chung as my bottom 5.
Forgot your wallet? No problem. With Samsung Wallet, everything you need is already on your phone. Store your loyalty cards, earn rewards when you spend, and keep your travels smooth with boarding passes and train tickets ready to go. You can even tap in on public transport. No unlocking, no digging around. And yes, your payment cards can live here too. Safely stored and ready when you need them. Travel light, live smart. Set up Samsung Wallet today.
At EDF, we don't just encourage you to use less electricity, we actually reward you for it. That's why, when you use less during peak times on weekdays, we give you free electricity on Sundays. How you use it is up to you. EDF. Change is in our power. Households who shift weekday peak usage by 40% can earn up to 16 hours of free electricity per week, subject to fair usage cap. For all T's and C's, visit edfenergy.com/r-power.
Is that 5? So 7. I think I put 12. Yeah. So Stokes is
one of them won't be able to play there.
Okay.
I mean, the bloody English always trying to have an advantage, right?
Well, you know. So Stokes 7.
Just put an extra on it.
Wokes 8. Cass 9. Well, it leaves me. I'll go for probably go for Jamie Overton over Josh Tongue for the first test with Shoaib Bashir at 11, which would leave out Sam Cook and Josh Tongue.
So I think I've got to be honest. I think it is. But different for I think a test series against India is always interesting and exciting. I'm delighted it's a 5-test series, as is Richard Gould, who was quoted this week as saying 5 series tests are having a resurgence. They're fantastic. Not entirely unconnected with the money that it drops into the ECB coffers when we play the 5-test series against India or Australia primarily.
Well, as in, like all these places, I mean, India will be very well supported, and in some places it will be like a home test for India. I imagine at Edgbaston there'll be a hell of a lot of Indians. Probably Headingley too. In fact, Manchester as well. Anywhere up north.
Manchester more than Headingley, even I think.
Yeah.
So it's too inexperienced. It's an inexperienced England bowling attack by Wokes, but a reasonably embarrassment of riches batting wise, but with still 1 or 2 questions.
Yeah.
It's a very unproven captain and a transformational India. But so we kind of, in some cases, really don't know what we're likely to get in English conditions. The positive thing possibly for India would be, as I'm sat here now looking up at the sky, it's very, very hot.
Yep.
I don't think we're thinking, certainly not in the first test at Headingley, it's going to be pretty dry, even though Headingley does normally offers a bit of help for the seam bowlers. You know, you could if India could pick conditions they fancied playing in Yorkshire, they might go, can you make it a bit more like, you know, hot and dry, please? Which I think it's going to be.
Yeah, but
I think it's teed up. The question marks around both sides, and particularly India, make it actually that much more interesting. Personally, you know, as much as I love Virat, and I'm really, really sorry for those cameramen who, you know, the Kohli cam operators who are queuing up outside the job centre now looking for work. But I think despite that, those question marks make it a fascinating proposition, this series. I'm really getting quite excited about it, I've got to be honest.
It's always very interesting when you have a transition time, because, you know, like you were saying, Tony, you just don't know how it's going to turn out, right? Maybe this is going to be very quickly into a young, dynamic Indian side, which becomes a world-beating side, and we just don't know because we don't know how this is going to turn out.
Exactly.
So there is that prospect.
It's like asking a girl to dance when you're younger. Is she going to say yes? Is she going to say no? Is she going to tell you to bugger off? Is she going to, you know? There's uncertainty without it, but there's excitement. Excitement and uncertainty are a good combination in my book.
Very well put.
Yeah.
And
I
what
think we've got a bit
John?
of both of those. We've got a bit of both of those. Right, predictions. Come on, guys. You're our guest in Indo. You're also probably a bit pissed now on probably your third gin. So, where are you going? Where are you putting your money?
Realistically, 4-1 England.
Ooh, Mr. Negative. Wow. They say gin's a depressant. Bloody hell. Maybe don't bring us a bottle of that dodgy pink stuff.
At least I was having it with tonic water, which was invented by the Englishman to drive away malaria.
It was. It's got quinine in. Exactly right.
Exactly.
Right. I don't know if it still does, but it did. All right. So you're Mr. Negative as from an India perspective. You've gone 4-1. Bear, what about you?
It's not a question of negative. Sorry. I mean, I just want to clarify.
Realistic.
I think it is being realistic. I'd be very happy to be proven wrong. But I think it is being realistic given everything that I said during this pod, which is that it is a transition time and it's a new team, and we just, I don't think, should be expecting a world-beating performance from them in their first series in very alien conditions.
Well, before I give my prediction, how do you think that will go down at home?
I don't think it's going to go down badly. I think the Indian, no one in India that I have seen
is anyone watching if Virat's not playing?
No, everybody's going to watch. Everybody's going to watch. Don't worry.
Okay.
This morning, I'm on 3 different cricket groups, most of which are muted, but I put out a poll in them just to figure out what people are thinking. Right. So these ex-cricketers, journalists, some are just cricket tragics, whatever. The most consistent answers that I got are in the 4-1 England.
Mm-hmm.
There were some who said they expect 3-0 England, and there were a number of others which surprised me, which said they expect a drawn series.
Well,
which I think
possible.
is being very optimistic against the team playing baseball.
Well,
and
yeah.
an Indian team with T20s.
And their 5-day tests.
Well, I mean, look,
enjoy them while we've still got them.
I mean, this is it. The last time you were here ended up being Sewell, didn't it? After the late test, and that was a fantastic side that was really, really, really well prepared.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm with you. I've gone 4-1 simply because I can see England quite happily losing a test, or not happily losing a test, but quite easily losing a test due to Bazball tendencies. Might well be the first one. Yeah, but I do expect them to be come out on top. And we'll going back to where we were starting. It'd be a bloody good start for a change for England to start the next cycle of the World Test Championship with a decent winning score. I mean, the last time that series against you guys, where we drew 2-2 at home, was the first series of that cycle and didn't do us any good. And then the 2-2 Ashes draw against bloody Australia was the start of the next cycle, and we didn't get any points out of that because we got fined shitloads for fucking slow bowling. So that didn't do us any favours either. So we got off to a shit start in both cycles. So I'm really hoping, just for the sake of us being able to kick on at some point, because we'll probably lose the Ashes 5-0. Who knows? I'm positive about that, but I'll start by saying 5-0. We'll kick us on.
I'm going 3-2.
This is so bare. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm positive about that, but I think 5-0.
That's my starting bid. My starting bid is 5-0.
Good Lord, I'm going 3-2. I don't have full faith in England. England, but I don't have full faith in the consistency of England's bowling. I actually have a lot more faith now.
Well, I'm really praying, touch wood, that Jofra proves everybody wrong and gets a game or two in this series. I'd love to see him back.
They said he's going to be available from the second test, but I'll believe it when I see it.
Look, I mean, look, everyone gets injured, right? Everyone's had bloody stress fractures of this, that, and the other, and they all come back and they eventually play. I don't see why everyone thinks that Jofra will somehow never be able to play a test match again, unless he doesn't want to. And I think he really wants to play a test match. And if he can, he will. He'll give it a go. And I think he'd be fantastic to see back in a test match. Instead of getting slapped around in a T20 where there's no fucking fielders anywhere near the slips and shit like that, to have a slip cordon with him with a new fucking ball that's moving around in a test match will be fucking brilliant. And I'm just praying that it happens. I just think this whole negativity about him, and you'll play another test match again, it's just such fucking bullshit.
Well, there we are. Bear is
Sorry, Mark Wood's not playing the series.
Mark Wood might be available for the 5th test, apparently. But basically, wrap him up in cotton wool and send him off to Australia.
Again, I'm not convinced. I know they think
I would
place for Australia, but...
Well, yeah, I mean, if he plays 2 tests in Australia, I'd be I mean, as I said to you, Tone, and I say to everyone, I think England should take every fucking quick bowler that is fit out to Australia who can bowl over 86 miles an hour, put them all in the fucking squad, and perm whoever's fit for any test out in the middle, if they're any good.
You are limited on the number of people you can take there. You can't just fill a boat with
I think you can expand your squad. Other sides have taken squads of 20 players out. Why can't we?
You can hastily arrange an Alliance tour and then have a couple spare.
Absolutely.
That is one way you could do it. Right. So we're going 4-1, 5-0.
No. I said 4-1. 5-0 was how we were going to lose the Ashes. 4-1 for the series.
Oh, you've gone 4-1.
4-1.
Gone 4-1.
4-1.
And I've gone 3-2. I'm a bit more optimistic from a India perspective, I've got to be honest. I've got one last question before we're ringing the last orders bell. People are drinking up, and thank you for that. And obviously a reminder, we will be on air every ball starting on Friday, isn't it?
Apparently some really skinny crews.
Skinny in the sense of numerically, not in the sense of the bodies of those that are crewing.
Obviously not.
But the only other thing that really sprung up this week, there is of course another test match going on, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. Looks like it's going to be a high scoring one. But more particularly, our friends the ICC, Jay Shah's celebratory video of all about celebrating Australia. The video to celebrate South Africa's win, rather, seemed to be mainly pictures of Jay Shah hugging people. But the ICC seem to be moving ever closer to 4-day tests. Is it a reality we have to accept, or should we just be traditionalists and say, over my dead body, keep the top form of the game sacrosanct? How dare you? I know I stand in that camp. What about you?
I'm sure you would, Tone. I'm a bit ambivalent towards it. I think a lot of tests finish in 4 days. I can kind of see it, but they've got, in order to have a 4-day test, they've got to figure a way to get however many overs they need to get in a day to make that work. If it's 96 overs in a day to get the extra start,
as they do
in the championship.
Yeah, then if they're going to do it, they've got to enforce it. And how they enforce it and make that happen, I don't know. But I mean, a lot of tests don't go to day 5 now. That is fair enough. I don't think everything's sacrosanct, because in the old days, tests were timeless. And then they got rid of that, and they had 5-day tests.
Well, actually, before
yeah,
they were timeless,
exactly.
they were 3 days. Yeah.
Well, exactly. So the fact that it's sacrosanct is actually bullshit, isn't it? Because it has been changed.
Exactly.
It has been changed.
The tradition
over time.
keeps changing, right?
Precisely.
And yeah, we're back. It's after tea. And England are 107 for 1. Duckett's got his 50. I think Pope's too short, isn't he?
John Tracy, aka Will, is also with us.
Ah, Will.
Floating above the earth in his tin can.
Well, absolutely. Like Major Tom. Can you flip the picture, please, Jace?
Thank you, Jason.
Here we go. Jasper in. First ball after tea, and oh my word, Pope gets to 50, flashes it through the vacant third slip. He's done that a couple of times.
Did he know that there was a gap between second and fourth slip, or did he just think, just go for it anyway and got lucky?
Well, I don't think he meant to flick it in the air, actually.
No.
But
in that case, he got lucky.
He meant to play it down there, but not in the air, and it ended up being 4.
Did he stay up all night to get lucky, I wonder? Probably not. I doubt it.
Oh,
what are you doing? What was that?
That was a beer cap.
Oh, God. Oh, well, that's never going to be found.
It's never going to be found. Well, it will be when we move something around, but you know, at that point we can have a tidy up.
Oh, we're doing very well keeping the place tidy.
Yeah, I know. I still need to empty some of these shelves, some of this shit on here. Sell some stuff.
Superb effort from Pope, though. He needs to carry on, though.
He does indeed. That one is just played down towards point, and there is no run.
Did you jingle his 50?
No, I didn't, but I shall do now with this one.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos, quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Plucky or lucky, inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
He worked out that putting cool packs underneath the computer keeps it from clunking out. That's nicely clipped off his pads by Pope, but he's down to a long leg. And it'll be just a 1 run.
Right, where am I
need
going?
to get some cool packs for mine.
Yeah.
It's not happy.
No, they're not. Yeah. Fortunately, you don't have to make the computer wet because they come in those little pouches. And we've got 4 of them in the freezer, so you can just swap them out. They melt quite quickly. But
yeah.
Keep putting them under there, it just keeps it cool enough. And I imagine tomorrow it's going to be 26 degrees. It's going to drop by a whole 5, 6, 7 degrees. And it will probably be okay.
Yeah.
But hey, the things you have to do, DIY cooling. Jaspit Bumrah around the wicket to Ducket. He thinks about a run, played up to mid-on, and there is no run. So where do we think? So we've got what, 2 hours till the end of? I don't know, roughly. What do you reckon? 7:10, or roughly the end of play. Got about 2 hours.
Yeah, I reckon. So it's, just shy of 2 hours.
So England in 2 hours, maybe. Well, depends how many wickets go, I suppose. If no wickets go, England could be what up 250, 270.
Yeah, don't be thinking too far ahead there.
Well, that's 150 runs. I don't know. Oh, is that out?
Oh
no!
What a ball!
I keep thinking they're out, and somehow no one appeals. I mean, the ball is doing all sorts, man. I mean, that's gone a mile then if he's not out.
It's because he does that like thing with his wrist just at the end, when he sort of because he's got that hyperextension. So he's able to put more movement on the ball just as he releases it.
He flicks his wrist, doesn't he? And it just goes, man. That's gone a mile.
Ducket was looking to work it to into the onside, wasn't he? And it ended up
he's looking
going
behind,
back
but no one appeals. It's quite incredible, really.
Good take by Pant, by the way, in all of that.
Yeah, Jaspit Bumrah this time was down the leg side, and he's clipped that square. There is a man 3/4 square leg.
Prasid
because it's
Krishna, I think.
It's not it's not the pitch, is it, that's doing that? Because no one else is getting that kind of movement, so it must.
No,
that is
I think it's a little
his
bit off the
own
pitch,
kind
but a
of-
lot of it's a little bit of movement. But he gets the movement because he got that snap. The movement's a little bit later, and then it just goes.
Yeah. And you can't read it because it is so late. And he's.
You got to wonder whether, I don't know. I mean,
It's going to wreck his body. He's going to be in a wheelchair when he's 50.
well, yeah. I mean, he's had 2 long breaks, hasn't he, in the last 5 years? The last one was stress fracture, which is why they don't reckon he'll bowl all 5 tests. You know, and he's got to be managed now. He's what, 31 now?
Yeah. Who, Jadeja?
Yeah, no.
Bumrah. Bumrah is 31, yes.
Jadeja's 36.
Ooh, what happened there?
This is quite a battle. Ducket is desperate to reverse sweep Jadeja. Every time he sees him do it, he chucks it miles down the leg side. Yeah, totally has.
That's brilliantly disguised to the last
thing I've seen in a while.
Yeah, I mean, Jadeja, what, 36? I mean, Kay's a spinner. How many more years does he have? And he somehow didn't get bowled that time. They got a leg slip, actually, as well. And that one, I swear went over the top of the
I don't know how
stump.
that didn't go to leg slip. That should have either bowled him or popped up to leg slip.
If he does get him out with a third premeditated leg sweep, then you'd have to look at Ducket and go, he had a brain fade.
Well, he's determined to get it, isn't he? This time he just defends into the leg side. Now, the thing about Ducket is he likes to keep scoring, doesn't he? And he thinks, well, I mean, they've left a space there purposefully so that he can reverse sweep it into that space if he can get it. And it's a game of cat and mouse. He needs it straight enough. This time it's too short for Jadeja, and he just turns it around the corner. And there's a single. But he doesn't like to leave his crease and come down and hit over the top very often, Ducket.
Yeah, but it's a game it's a game of cat and mouse that the bowler is always going to win because the batter only has to bugger it up once.
True, but if the batter gets 155, then buggers it up. The cat eventually wins, but takes a lot of bruising in the middle. Mouse gets a few counter punches in.
Yeah,
and we're all happy. I mean, if Ducket gets 150 and then gets out to a stupid shot, I don't think you can complain too much. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, it might depend what the state of the game is. If the rest of England has collapsed around him and we're still well short, we might be a tad angry.
I mean, the thing about Ducket is you can never say he's going to be the man who's going to stick there like glue. He's not really cut out for that role. Pope, Root's the man for that job. That one is defended by Pope, and there is no run. But I mean, India might come to rue the fact that they let their last 6 wickets go for 40 runs. Essentially, I mean, they were in the box seat to get 650, and they somehow contrived to get themselves out for 471. It's quite interesting. Pope, England has still got a long way to go, obviously, but they've got a decent batting lineup. That was defended into the offside, and there is no run. End of the 26th over, 114 for 1. What's tickled your...
Right, well, Lucky 6 says, Ducko isn't just a man, he's an idea. You can stop a man, but you can't stop faith.
Ah, yes.
Jeff Energy says, cheers guys, till later, hopefully see you back. Jeff J, although you won't know I've said that if you've gone. Nearly 6 a.m. says, nearly 2 a.m. here, says Lucky 6, and the second bottle of Shiraz has just disappeared in front of my eyes because an ad appeared. Second bottle of Shiraz is having a near-death experience. If a bottle of wine can have an experience, Gary would know. Go the duck. Not sure why Gary particularly.
Well, Gary can. Yes, well, we know Gary can talk about anything.
Oh well, this is very true.
With existentialism.
Yes. Just wind him up and give him a subject and let him roll.
Yeah. He's got an idea on it all. It's not always the right idea, but he always thinks he's right. Ducket works it into the leg side, and there'll be no run.
Yes, indeed. I'm really hoping Joe Root can get a century. In the first innings, says Ravi Natarajan. Well, hang on, hold on. Well,
you don't
cool your jets, Ravi. We don't want him in.
I'd like these two to get centuries first, then Root can get a century.
Frank Rockefeller says India are looking ordinary.
Didn't get a century. And
sorry, Will.
I was just going to say, I'd rather he didn't get a century and these two just stuck around until the end of the thing and they declared. That's the ideal.
Well, these two would. Well, if England had declare, that's down the leg side, clipped nicely. Good timing by Ducket. Oh, bit of fielding by who's that? Cameron there? No, Shardul Thacker. Down at deep square to get back to 2.
Obviously, that's not going to happen. But like that, if we're talking kind of ideals.
Well, if England had declared, these two need to get triple centuries each if no one else is to bat, at least, which would be amazing. But I mean, you know, England, unless England gets 750, they're not declaring, I don't think. If they get a lead, they'll be happy. If it's about parity, it'd be interesting. Bumrah in, edged along the ground to the gully, and there is no run. Bumrah is obviously the danger man. I think England have played him all right. He's bowled a couple of absolute cracking deliveries. And he has got the only wicket to fall so far.
I think that's the thing, is that he just has that ability to throw you one of the best balls you'll see just randomly. And
well, I mean,
you can't ever sort of get into a rhythm, you know.
If he hadn't broken down in Australia, you wonder whether India would have tied that series in the end. That's clouted out through the covers. He'll get a single. I mean, he was basically a one-man destroyer for Australia, for India in Australia, wasn't he? And then it just couldn't manage the last test.
Pope's another one who has a very different home batting average rather than a away batting average when it comes to playing India. He averages 26 in India and 41 at home. Overall, he's played 13 tests, averages 25, highest 196.
Who's that?
In Hyderabad, Ollie Pope.
He's only played 26 tests?
No, he's played against India.
Oh, right.
Against India, he's played 13 tests. At Headingley, he's only played 1 test. Against New Zealand, he made 5 in the first innings, but 82 fell to Bolt and Southey.
Ooh, that one's come back in at him and it's a bit shorter. Pope, I think, got inside edge. Well, it looks
he
like
did.
Maybe it hit his arm. I don't know.
I thought
he was in a bit of pain there.
I thought he played it down with soft hands, actually. So
I thought it got an inside edge.
Things.
Yeah, I thought it got inside edge onto maybe his back thigh and then just died into the ground. But looking at the way he's looking at his arm, it's gone under the bat. It's hit his back here. Just before the elbow.
That will hurt.
Yeah, that will hurt. Fortunately, it hasn't hit the point of the elbow. He's a tough lad, though. It's interesting now, isn't it? Thigh guards have gone out of fashion. They have these little discs, basically, don't they? I don't know what those are supposed to do if it doesn't hit them, but hey. This one he just drops into the offside, and there is no run.
It's a bit like shin pads, isn't it? They've just got smaller and smaller and smaller, and now they're just pointless.
They are.
Right, yes. Let's see who's with us. Lucky Six again, who's enjoying himself today, I hope. Or tonight now for him. Talking about getting a lead and maybe declaring while 350 behind is Mint. Frank Rockefeller, time for an oil change. England have got this in hand. Plain sailing, all steady. Sy Tyson, which cricketer would you say is the best you have all personally seen watching live? Ooh. There's a question. I'd certainly put my hand up for Viv Richards. Tendulkar, I would say, possibly.
Well,
I mean, Joe Root I've seen many times.
Yeah, I've seen Joe Root. He looked fantastic in a game I saw. That's defended back down the track and there's no run. Basically, I watch so much cricket on the telly doing this. I've been doing this since 2009, so I've watched an awful lot of on the telly. The only stuff I've seen live was obviously 2019
Chapel
World
Brothers.
Cup.
I could go back saying we've seen plenty of the Chapel Brothers.
But you've got he wants side.
If you have to name one, that is a really
tough.
Michael Holding, Sir Clive Lloyd.
Here he goes. He got it. Finally, he's got it. Yeehaw! Ducket has
The
reverse
reverse
swept Jadeja, and he's belted it out to the cover boundary. He's made it, and it's 4 runs.
And the Duckster has completed cricket.
All right.
I realised the answer to that question is loads of people so far, and I haven't narrowed it down to one. I might go Viv Richards. I might be just for pure presence, power, the fact that he was part of that magnificent West Indies team under Clive Lloyd.
I did actually, yeah.
I'd find it hard to look too far beyond Sir Viv if I was to be honest.
I saw Kirtley and Courtney bowling. That was pretty impressive. That's whipped into the long onside. I've seen Jofra bowling live is pretty interesting. He is pretty fucking rapid. And it is noticeable.
I was going to say Mark Wood bowling live is insane, just because he's so rapid.
I mean, it's interesting, isn't it, when you see that's clipped into the leg side and there's no one. I mean, they always have the speedo thing on the TV, and you think everyone's bowling around the same, but when you're there, some people look noticeably quicker than others.
Yeah. And, I mean, Jofra looks like a fast bowler.
Yeah.
Woody doesn't.
Down the track comes Ducket, and he plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Well, I tell you who we didn't mention in that list, Shane Warne.
Yeah, I saw him live. Saw ball of the century, didn't I? Stoned at the back of the Old Trafford there.
Well, he was or you were?
No, I was. He might well have been too, yeah.
I mean, in terms of best people, like even Viv Richards as a charity game, I'd still put him up there. Like, and this was like 15 years ago, so, and he was still it was something to watch, you know.
I can imagine. I bet he can still fucking lump it about now, and he's what?
Oh yeah,
75 now?
Amazing.
80, I don't know how Viv is.
Like, it was so cool. That is the best cricket experience of my life. Is like I got to bowl an over to Viv Richards in the nets, like warming up, and he smacked me over the head for 5 of them, and the 6th one he let me bowl him
down the leg side, and that one, I think he got a bat on that, did he? Leg bar. It is, yeah. A little inside edge from Pope, and he gets it down to the fine leg boundary. It's going to be 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
There's some interesting suggestions here. Cy Tyson says, yep, RIP Shane Warne, what a player and character. Daniel Peters says, Barry Richards, awesome, yes. Saw him a lot playing for Hampshire in the old John Player days when he played for Hampshire in the John.
Well, they shouldn't have been given 4 runs to Ollie Pope.
Didn't he get anything on it?
Nowhere near it.
Oh, well, he got lucky.
But he'll take them. Edge, short of the slips. And they're going to get a run. Ducket has called him through. Is that Gyswell? Has got a nasty one there. Hit his wrist.
Oh, Lockie 6 has just surprised me.
The bounce just before it got to him, but he's okay, I hope.
Well, because I thought Lockie 6 would immediately have just said Ducket, or maybe he counts Ducket on such a different plane that we're now just looking at anyone who isn't Ducket. He says Richard Hadley at the Basin Reserve back in the day, late 70s or early 80s. Yeah,
I imagine that was quite a sight to watch. Yeah.
Freddie, because he was pretty much the reason I love cricket.
Well, he's bowled him.
Played on.
Ducket has finally got himself out. He's driven it outside the line of it. He's got an inside edge back onto his stumps. Ducket's got himself out. What a shame. England lose their 2nd wicket even, and they are 126 for 2. He's a bit upset with himself, but he's taken his life into his hands at certain times here, and he's gone.
The crowd says, you're out.
Dragged it back onto his stumps.
It always looks bad, those drag-ons, because the feet didn't really move, and he was reaching for it, and he knows it. And he realises that he needed a big 100 and something, and he's gone for 62. Which suddenly makes the 3:45 England trail by look quite a long way. And we do get to see Joe Root.
We do get to see Joe Root,
who may or may not get a jingle.
He'll get a jingle. He always gets a jingle.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Joe Root, actually. 13,006 runs at an average of 50.8. That's pretty
Did you know
fucking
that
impressive.
Joe Root has scored more runs in centuries than Ian Botham scored at all?
What do you mean?
In tests.
So, well, how
like
many
so Joe Root has scored
30 odd centuries now, isn't it? Or 29? Or?
Yeah, so he scored 5,400 in like centuries alone, and that is more runs than Ian Botham made
in his career. Interesting.
Yeah, which is crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because like people think of Ian Botham as like this kind of power hitter, kind of run machine.
I mean, his pomp Ian Botham was amazing. It's just such
It's
such a shame the guy's an arsehole.
Yeah, he is a complete.
He's a wanker. Joe Root just dabs that down. Backwards square on the offside, and there is no run. He's a disappointment, really, Ian Botham. Mind you, apparently, Cookie's a bit of a Tory right-wing nutjob as well.
Well, Joe Root is 282 behind Raoul Dravid, 283 behind Jacques Callis, and 342 behind Ricky Ponting.
Well, I did say
before he gets to Tendulkar.
Well, yeah, exactly that. I think by the end of this summer, if he has a good summer, he could well be second on that list with only Tendulkar to hunt down. Oh, he's gone. No, another one that's gone a miles and beaten the outside edge.
That moves so much, actually. Like, that was crazy. How does he do it?
I don't know, but every time I keep thinking someone's edged it, and they haven't.
It's like he dislocates his wrist or something.
He's going to have to go a long way.
Wasn't it Houdini used to dislocate his shoulders? Wasn't that one?
Yeah, that's how he got out of shit.
Oh, yeah.
Technique to escape stuff.
That's how he didn't die. Didn't he end up drowning in his own stomach or something?
He drowned because someone punched him in the stomach when he wasn't ready.
Oh.
And he was suffering from appendicitis anyway.
Okay, and he was, Oh well. That one is up to mid-off. Last ball defended by Root. Yeah, to get off the mark, no run. Bumrah has 2 for 37. England 126 for 2.
Right, yes. Sorry, Will.
Oh, go on. No, I was just going to say he had a long-running feud with Conan Doyle.
Botham was overrated, says our David Durrell. Nitin Deshpande, I'm bored. I think change all the rule. Boris Bracker surprised to no 5-day games with no results. Note the modern world is fast and very fast, and history is outdated. I'm not quite sure I understand the question, to be perfectly honest. Ducket, fuck it, says Dave Durrell. Yeah, he was looking good, says Tyson. Jack Callis, without a doubt, top batter, top bowler, and awesome in the slip, says Paul Stratton.
Yeah, he was.
Cy Tyson said, yes, sorry, Cy said, that's a really cool story, Will. Yeah, it is. Not many people can say they bowled an over to Viv Richards and got him out. Albeit, he may have allowed you to.
He literally, went, you're 17, you've been fucking about for ages, have something nice.
Yes, after I smashed you over your head for 6 anyway, 5 times in a row. That one is cut out to the man on the boundary by Pope. Gets himself another single. Root comes back on strike.
Yeah, that's not quite put a totally different complexion on it, but England could have done without that. Ducket, if they need someone to go on and post a big one,
yeah, of course,
then that gets you safely to the follow-on target. I mean, England's goal must be to pass India after that collapse. It just feels like batting is so different than it was on day one. I mean, we'll keep coming back to that decision.
No, it doesn't look that different. It just looks Bumrah is in a class on his own, really. I mean, the rest of them don't look particularly trying.
Siraj has bowled
got the odd one
well
to move, but I mean, the ball's over nearly 30 overs old now. England are going along at 4 and over, same as India. That one again leaves Root through to the keeper, and there is no run. I mean, you're always vulnerable when you first come in. Even the greatest are vulnerable.
And then you'll look up, and he'll be on whatever it is
30.
we say, 30 or 40, isn't it?
I think he teleports in 30s. Because he's like, he just goes up in those increments. You just look up and
He's
you're
certainly
like,
got an all-encompassing deal with his kit supplier.
New Balance.
Yeah.
Yeah. Siraj in, Root lets that one through wide, and there's no need to play at it, and he doesn't.
Because we had the sound down, but we were watching the thing about him during lunch or tea. Lunch, wasn't it? And he was playing, was it pickleball? Oh, you weren't here, it was Jason and I.
Yeah.
He was playing pickleball. All his kit for that was New Balance,
Oh, really?
including his pickle bat, whatever you call the bat in pickleball, pickle racket. And that was all New Balance stuff as well.
Okay. Pickleball it's kind of like
mini tennis, but
with a sort of oversized table tennis bat.
Yes, basically, yeah.
That one is really wide, and Root lets it through, and there is no run.
yeah, they're like those swing ball. You know, do you
Yes.
remember like swing ball? Like,
That's
do you
exactly
know
what they're
those
like.
rackets? They
Yeah.
look a bit like that.
But why do they
Weird.
call it pickleball?
No
I'm sure
idea.
it was called something else till about 3 years ago.
Is it the same thing as that paddle thing?
Well, that's it.
That they
That's
all
it.
play
That
now.
paddle thingy. That's the same thing, isn't it? Yeah, exactly.
Is it the same thing? I don't know.
I think
like,
so.
'cause
I
people
think it
talk
is.
about-
Siraj again beats Root's outside edge through to the keeper. No run.
You're right, Jason. Have you lost something? Oh,
He's
all
charging
right.
his phone, I think.
Ah, right, okay. I'm trying to work out how Boris Becker got into this conversation from Nitin and what he's got to do with this. Was he
didn't
surprised to
Boris
know that there was a
win-
5-day game that ended in a draw? Was he one of the people that said that? I mean,
I don't know.
a few have said that, haven't they? Often Americans.
Yeah, well, Americans don't understand that.
Well, one or two listen to us who do.
Well,
but
obviously.
there are the exceptions, of course.
Yes. And of course, they've got the World Club Championship going on over there at the moment.
Yeah, which is the biggest waste of time ever.
Well, exactly. And again, he's beaten on the outside edge. Root beaten about 3 or 4 times in that over. But he's still there.
Stick it out, Rooty.
Exactly. 127 for 230 done. Over to you, Tone.
Right, yes, unfortunately Ducket, this is Paul Stratton says, unfortunately Ducket does not have test match technique, plays with bat too far away from his body. That certainly is what did for him this time around. Yeah, something about
did a
Boris
classic
Becker,
Ducket,
tennis
didn't he?
champ,
You know,
world number 1.
16 out.
Okay. Oh, we need results, says Nitin. Well, not always. We can have draws. For wrong, Sri Lanka were deducted points against Bangladesh for unsporting behaviour. Not once but twice. -2 points due to rain. Indian innings very similar to Bangladesh collapse. Okay. Ravi Natajan. It's called pickleball because this game is played by old people who are all wrinkled like a pickle. Oh, okay.
I'd like to think that's the case. Pope clinks that out to clips that even out to mid wicket, and there is no run. I somehow doubt that is actually the case, but it'd be nice to think it was.
That's it is associated with
Old people.
older retired folk.
Yes.
It must be said.
Well, the net's lower as well, isn't it? It's not a full-size net. It's like a 2-foot high net rather than a.
Yeah, it's a bit like walking football. It's something if you're not up to proper tennis anymore, it's something you do instead, I think.
Yeah.
But if you're a big pickleball fan and I'm completely wrong, do feel free to tell me.
Exactly. That's cut hard by Pope. Can't beat the man at backward point. They do get through for a single anyway. Root was on it.
Jadeja, wasn't it? Yeah, it was.
Am I on, gents?
It's time for a change, yeah.
Is it time for? I think you're right. You may be right. We've been rather lost the plot.
Yeah, because of all the timing.
Because of all the timing changes. But I think you are. Yes, it's me. Is it 5:40? Goodness me, yes it is. Right. You have actually got some time off. Only if Mayank shows up.
He's not showing
I can
up.
stay longer. If I can sub for somebody, let me know.
Well,
I'm
if
happy
you
to do
want,
it.
you stay. I was going to be on ball by ball. Bear, do you want to?
I'll sit here.
You're going to stay there and just do the controls. But then we need to be able to see. Or that one's worked away to mid wicket. No.
So
run.
who's actually on?
On is supposed to be Tony, Mayank, and Ajit. But
Mayank isn't here.
Mayank is.
So either
I
Will.
can do socials. I'll just do socials, shall I?
Okay, in which case you sit here and I'll go off.
Done. Sorted.
Okay, lovely.
There we go. We have a plan, Stan. I shall move across after this ball.
Root is being subjected to a little bit of third degree.
Well,
Actually,
he
second
certainly
degree.
has. Okay, Joe Root is going to be facing Jasprit Bumrah with 3 slips ready, and that's on his leg
dear.
side, and it's whipped away round the corner by Rooty down to fine leg. He takes a single. There'll be a short intermission where I change seats.
It looks like I had jinxed the bowling by saying they actually have been applying the second degree at least, if not the third one on Root. And immediately they bowl one down the leg on his pads. Has been dinked down to fine leg. He'll be very happy to get off strike, isn't it? But this is going to be a very crucial spell if you are an Indian fan or if you're an England fan, because the first couple of overs, I think most batsmen, like every other time, are still tentative, no matter how good the pitch is. And I think Siraj is bowling very well.
3 slips go down.
Bumrah.
Bumrah is in, and that's very full. Probably just going down leg. And yeah, indeed, he turns around and is not overly interested. Ollie Pope, his scalp now becomes highly prized. Those remember
Pope
3
scalp, you say?
Well, 3 centuries in the India innings. England really do need 1 or 2 players to stand tall. They're not going to keep themselves in this game. Well, we're just seeing Harry Brook, who's let go the most enormous yawn.
What would Headingley give to have those two back together?
Wow. 2 Yorkshire boys, that one's cut and
dear.
stopped brilliantly by Gyswell. Now, Gyswell had a fair bit of trouble with his hand, didn't he, Ajit, if I remember rightly, in the first innings.
I think he was cramping
cramped,
in the
though.
forearms.
But twice in the field today, he's taken a bit of a blow on that hand.
Yeah, I think that was a very good
I'll
stop.
have another
He
look for
definitely
you
saved
here.
the boundary there.
It's
And
on
it was,
the bounce.
Was that a catch, I wonder?
No, I don't think it was. Oh, it was it?
It was a catch. It was a catch.
Oh, well.
That's why Bumrah had the cap on his face as he walked away.
I thought it
Tough chance, but a good one because it went straight to him and he actually had it covered.
I beg your pardon, it was a chance. I thought he'd played that down quite nicely, but well.
And it was travelling. It was travelling. He was at full length diving to his right, his wrong side, and unfortunately he couldn't pouch it. It slipped out of his hand as he jarred onto the ground.
Well, there's 3 slips. There's a backward point cover and a wide mid-off, and that one is played off the back foot by Joe Root. A little bit outside edgely to that man at short cover.
So the second degree continues because he got a little turned around there. He's not looking very
Are we going to see,
comfortable
is this
outside
the
the
drop
off
again?
route.
Yeah, it's played. Oh, it was a drop, you're absolutely right.
It was a drop.
And he caught it on the hard part of his
I think
palm.
that's the second time he's getting hit. One of those balls he tried to field to save a boundary at the slip. He got
Has
it
he
on
dropped the Anderson Tendulkar trophy? I don't know. I think it may be a bit early to say that. That's nicely worked off his legs by Joe Root. Through
Fair
square, 4 runs, easy as you like. That's more like the Rooty that we expect. It's a lovely shot.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4.
Sounds like the bear.
Beautiful
He
timing,
can do a
Ajit.
fairly good. That was beautifully gifted onto his legs, right? Something bread and butter for.
True, we still got to hit him though. He moves on to 5. As you've said, he's been getting a bit of a working over, particularly from Bumrah. But Siraj, who's taken it up and he's beaten
There
the
is it.
drive, and that was an expansive drive from Joe Root. The ball swung away, it smacks into the gloves of Richard Pant. And Joe
You
Root.
rarely see this, that Joe Root is getting beaten outside the off 4 times in an over, which happened last over. I think that boundary ball was a gimme to try to get him to chase the next one, which he very nearly did, but was lucky to not edge it back to the keeper.
Well, he held the pose, but I think he held the pose because he knew he'd been beaten all ends up.
3 slips, staggered and waiting eagerly.
Forward comes Root, pushes to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yes.
So yeah,
There you
that
go.
ball.
Now you see a bit of that where Siraj is hitting that uncomfortable length on this pitch, where it's tough to get forward or back, and Root sort of little tentative on the
But
fourth
it's
and fifth
really
stump line.
moving. It's kind of moving in, and then when it pitches, it moves away quite sharply. He's got a lot of lateral movement on the ball to go past the
Good
right-hander's
swing,
outside edge.
good seam, let's say, from Siraj.
Yeah.
He's in his groove now. He's hitting that, let's say, ramming speed or ramming rhythm, if I may call it that. He's really a rhythm bowler.
Well, Joe Root sounds tall. He is a tall man, Joe Root. That's full. It's defended towards backward point, and there is.
He's a full 6 feet, isn't he?
He is.
Give him the credit.
More
He
than that. I
appears
think
slight,
he's
but
6'1" or
6 feet tall.
6'2".
Which is
Yeah,
very
very
odd.
good.
He doesn't seem it, does he?
No, well, yeah, no, exactly. He's a tall fellow. 133 for 2. 338 is what England now trail by.
I mean, they really won't worry about the 139 runs remaining, but they'll probably look at the bigger picture. Brook to come and Smith to come. They have some power in the shed yet.
Remember earlier today, India went from 430 for 4 to 471 all out. Up onto his toes goes Root. Plays this nicely.
Oh yeah.
To short third. Jadeja dives and fields. It's the end
Well
of
done,
the
man.
over. 32 done. 133 for 2. Will, who have you got on YouTube?
We have. So I think this is vaguely where we left off. Pickable is a load of old gherkins, says David Durrell. Ravi says, I think Ajit is the best commentator amongst all the OG GC World commentators.
Whoa, there we go.
Nitin says, Test cricket means empty stadiums, nobody's interested. I don't agree.
Outside of the big three, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Chad Wright says pickleball was a rainy day game for PE when I was in high school, which was about 15 years ago. So
Okay.
that generation grew up on it, and it exploded over COVID.
Bumrah is going to continue. Those 3 slips stand ready. Angles the ball in to the right-handed Pope, who pushes to mid-on. There's no run. You can finish off those messages, Will.
Oh, okay. Chad Wright says it exploded over COVID because an outdoor tennis court could be divided into 2, and more people could play and organise leagues and stuff. Lots of pickleball chat. Basically, it's what people played in PE when it was raining, and then it got big because
Bumrah in
because of COVID.
Defended in front of his off stump by Pope, solidly back to Bumrah, who's sharp about his work to field, and there's no run again.
Very lovely shape on the ball. That ballooning shape as it leaves his hand and ducks in sharply at the end. And well, Pope can't do too much about it. Both these balls, he's very, very watchful as he blocks them back in the direction they came.
Yeah, it's that. He has a lovely follow through, actually, does Bumrah.
As well.
I mean, everyone
Yeah.
focuses
Yeah.
on the hyper-extending risk, but his follow through is actually really rather classical. That's nicely worked towards mid wicket. They scamper a sharp single, so it'll take Pope onto 61 and bring Root back onto strike. I think Shubman Gill, who we're looking at now with his white wraparound sunglasses, and proudly sporting his
very Bollywood
Indian cap, he will be feeling reasonably happy with his debut performance as captain. Got himself a ton. Has England under a bit of pressure here, although that removal of Ducket has just set them back on the heels. My goodness me, what a ball
has he nicked
that
that one?
was. I don't think he's nicked it, but
Wow,
it
he's been on the
shagged
top, though.
back at Root, who, well, how he didn't get an inside edge on that, I don't know. But would you believe it? It wouldn't have counted if he had been out, because it was a no ball. So out of it, England get 1 more to the score, and but that doesn't alter the fact that Let's see.
Oh, cut him in half.
Cut him
Top
in
of the middle
half.
stump.
And,
Good
but
cards.
it was a good 6 inches over middle stump, I think.
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry,
3
Smokey,
slips
you were over the line.
and a 5th slip. And that one is left alone carefully and very watchfully and attentively by Joe Root, who, no ball or not, he will know that that last ball really did, as Ajit quite rightly said, cut him in two. And he's up against...
You can see England's run rate has dropped to about 2.8 in the last 10 overs. That's where they got Ducket's wicket. And this is a really testing phase after tea for England.
It is Bumrah. That sort of false start to his run before he lopes in. It's worked away tidily off his legs, back with a square. They're going to come back for 2, comfortably enough. And a shocking throw, to be honest. I'm not quite sure who that was, actually. Did you see who that was?
Looked like Rahul.
But if
I think that was educated inside edge by the looks of it, but we'll know more.
Yeah, the fielding was shocking. I mean, you'd see better fielding in under 12 matches, third 11s.
I think he was too eager to get the ball back for a run-out chance. And
poor old Rishabh Pant was kind of looking back at him going, well, somewhere near the stumps would have been nice. Anyway, Joe Root is on 7. Going to be facing Bumrah. I think KL Rahul's at first slip, isn't he? That's defended back to Bumrah. And there was
somebody else for sure, not Rahul. Maybe Shardul or somebody. Yeah.
I think that was the last ball of the over. In which case we can go back to Will for more of your messages.
Yep. Ravi asks Chad if you eat pickles while playing the game, and Chad says not necessarily, but encouraged. Then Victor Pearson says that both of them played for Scunthorpe United, which I didn't know. Did either of you know that?
Did. He absolutely did.
And then Chad says, you can just be pickled while playing. Then Nitin says Newlands cricket board have no money, so they have to rent the stadium, which I was sort of aware of vaguely.
Siraj into Pope, who jabs him down past slip. There is a man coming around from back the point, and they'll take a single. Yes, Ian Botham. Now that's one of the most popular catch-out pub quiz questions, isn't it? Is name 3 Scunthorpe United players who have captained England, and everyone goes, ooh, and they'll normally get Kevin Keegan. They'll probably normally get Ray Clements, but very rarely do they then go, oh yeah, Ian Botham, as being the third one. I think he only ever played for the reserves for Scunthorpe, really but he did play for Scunthorpe, and of course he captained England at cricket famously in 1981, ceding the captaincy back to Mike Brearley. Thereafter came the heroics of Headingley. Right, Siraj again. He's going to be into Joe Root. Quite wide, went wider. Left by Root, taken in front of first slip by Pant. And there's no run.
I like those two fielders. One at sort of a wide third man, sort of long leg. The angles at which they are placed is very cleverly done for the pace of this pitch. You will not get twos, but you are covering the boundary. Even in case there's a finer neck, you give yourself a chance. So I think that's good captaincy, or maybe it's worked out before or during the break. It's good captaincy, I think. Knowing what you have to defend, and you don't want to give away those runs.
Have either of you been to Headingley? Just out of interest.
Yes, I have.
Yeah, so have I a few times. But as that one is driven by Root, fielded at cover, there is no run. What I was interested in, because I've never actually been up there, I've been most of different places at Headingley, is at the football stand end. If you're at the top of the football stand, what is now the Howard stand, can you see over to the rugby stand? And if you're at the top of the rugby stand, can you see over to the cricket ground? Or is there literally no way that you could see from one to the other, even though they are literally effectively the same structure on it, kind of back to back?
I don't know. You'd think that you'd be able to see, but I don't know. I really don't know.
If anyone knows, just let us know. That always slightly fascinated me. That was defended stoutly by Joe Root out towards extra, and there is no run. 2 balls left of Siraj's 12th over. England are 138 for 2. Jason is departing the building.
pattern,
I know
actually.
he's
Oh,
off for
sorry.
a curry.
Yeah.
On a hot
curry,
night.
yes.
He's off for a curry on a hot
So
night.
curry or not, curry is always the right option, isn't it?
Well,
100%. All right. Now I was going to say there's a pattern in how Siraj is bowling. It's always one up and closer to Joro to get him to drive. The other is sort of slightly wide and away from him. I think there's some sort of a pattern, and the 4th or the 5th ball will come in sharply. I'm expecting that will be this ball. I don't know if it's going to happen.
Well, you've had the prediction from Ajit. What's going to happen? It's full and on leg. I think that's going down. Oh, he's given it. I thought that was going down leg. Roots reviewed immediately. India know the value of that wicket. Siraj is being, leapt upon. Root is immediately saying to Pope, I think that's going down leg. But the crucial factor here is that Paul Rifle has given it. And if Paul Rifle's given it, it has to be very tangibly missing, because umpire's call would be in England's favour. This could be a pivotal moment in the match.
Oh dear.
I think he might be in a spot of bother. There's definitely no inside edge. It is angled across. I think that might just be clipping his leg stump. And if it's clipping his leg stump, we'll just double check for an inside edge. No, there isn't one.
I think that's flush leg stump, or the.
I don't think it's flush leg
let's say
stump.
60% of the, let's say the right side of the leg stump.
Doesn't impact his
he might
outside
get away
off.
with it actually.
It's
He might
missing.
get away with it.
It's missing.
Yes.
It was going down leg. Missing by miles. Paul Rifle join the Joel Wilson Specsavers Club. Get those dark glasses off, mate, and don't have your hat quite so high down, so low in front of your eyes. It's quite interesting
But
here
that was-
how the Indians amongst us went, oh, that's out. the English amongst
Those
us
are
went, oh,
very
I think that's
embarrassing.
going down leg.
Yeah.
No favouritism
Some of us
here.
pumped our arms. Some of us even pumped our arms at picking the ball that was going to come in.
Well, so big let-offs. You could. What? Okay, if it was proven
That was
not out, it's
incredible.
not a let-off.
How you predicted his next ball. That was
Right,
great.
it was, and that one was defended solidly by Root.
There was a pattern building up over the last 2 overs. That it was an educated guess, educated edge.
Maybe mentally regrouping, I think, with himself, Joe Root. He was absolutely. I mean, Joe Root as well. Goodness me, a man of his extraordinary experience. He was adamant. Some batsmen will review thinking I'm done here, but I'm important to the side, so I might as well. When we watched review, his body language was I'm 100% not out here. He was fully confident. So, umpire Rifle, not his finest moment.
In his defence, to the naked eye, it looked out. Even in the first 2
Well,
replays,
to your
when they were
naked eye,
checking
possibly. Maybe you need to
Fair
put
enough.
a pair of pants on your naked eye, because to my naked eye, it looked very much not out and going
I
down
had to
leg.
have the power checked on this.
Will, what about you?
Yeah.
I thought it might be umpire's call, to be honest.
Frankly, yeah.
There you go. All right. Right, anyway.
What's up? Joe Root's taking a walkie.
He has gone for a walk. He might be... he's having a chat with Paul Rifle. Or is it...
How dare you give me out or something?
No, I think
That's the other guy, I think. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it must be Gaffers.
Not
It must be Gaffers.
Yeah.
But he might be going, Gaffers, mate, go and have a word with Paul Rifle.
There's a change of bowling.
There is a change of bowling. It's going to be Prashi Krishna who's going to be bowling with 2 slips and a gully into Pope, who whips him off his toes out towards mid-wicket. They will take a single.
Oh, it'll be 2, I think.
Siraj sweeps around. They should come back for 2. Indeed, they did.
This is going to be a crucial moment because, look, they've bowled really well from the moment they came back from tea. And now is the first change. This is also a good test for Prasidh, the bowler, how far he has evolved.
Pant was giving it the full. Who was there?
Pressure.
Almost a Dick Weller. He wasn't bouncing like Dick Weller. he gave it. It was more it was the Christ the Redeemer appeal, whereas he just held out his arms wide.
Yeah.
And just stayed there like that, with his mouth open, obviously screaming, "How's that?"
Yeah.
But the Western Terrace rose as a man when
it looked like a plan as well. Captain
that's
was
down
happy.
leg, flicked out by Root through to Pant. No run.
That was a miss.
sorry,
I think a missed opportunity to get some runs. That was a gimme.
140 for 2, England have advanced to 331 behind. Remember, the first target in their sights is going to be that 271. Well, look, exactly, we're watching Ravi, is it Ravi Shastri? Yes.
Yes.
And Ian
he
Ward.
was giving it out by the looks of it.
And obviously, in the role of Ajit was Ravi Shastri going, oh, that's out, that's just driven straight to mid-off, no run. Yes, playing the part of Ajit from Armchair Cricket Podcast was Ravi Shastri. Playing the part of Tony Bishop was Ian Ward.
Ian Ward,
Shastri,
yeah.
Shastri immediately just he said, you're out. Ward, he obviously said to him, what the fuck are you smoking, you blind bastard? And the net result undoubtedly went in England's favour on that occasion.
Something to that effect.
On that occasion, no, probably not as they're on it on Sky TV. That one is played off his legs. They're going to take a very sharp single. Siraj, Prasid Krishna chased after it, but he was never going to get there.
He's a giraffe-like man. He couldn't bend over. I think he was a giraffe-like man. Way long.
He was tall. Well, there's God. We're also seeing good old Dickie Bird. 92 is he, Dickie?
Good God, holding up well. And may you see 100, sir.
Interestingly enough, now he's 92 and his name is Bird. They've given him the tiniest little balcony there to perch on.
I think he has somebody next to him, but he
I
does
doubt he's actually flown for a while, and I have to say, he's trying to find something in his pocket. Bless him. Right, over the wicket comes Krishna, defended in front of off stump by Root, and there was no run. Yeah, now Krishna, of course, you'll know more than me here, Ajit, that selected really for the fact he is tall and he gets that extra pace and bounce, doesn't he? I think Dickie's looking for his heart pills or something, isn't he?
Absolutely. He's looking for that, not Mr. Dickie Bird, but hit the leg length sort of a bowler. Air quotes, Hazelwood sort of a length bowler. Somebody who can do the Siraj role once Siraj needs a break. And he's evolved. I can tell you one more thing. He's an alumni of my school back in Bangalore.
Is he, by Jove? Oh, that's good to know. That one's wide and left. Yeah, but it is that extra bounce that he gets as a tall man.
Yeah.
A good 17 years removed.
No wickets for him yet, though. Number 35. We can have some more messages from you, Will.
Right. Kieran Roseblade says, breaking news. I live in Ireland, which is outside the UK, and curry is available here. And Kawaida Singh says, wicket loading. I think that's probably true. Chris the Choir says, words you didn't know you needed. I can't read that because I'm dyslexic. Words. What? Anyway.
Where are you looking?
I thought it was an impolite word. Okay, maybe that too.
No, it's like it's really long, and I don't know.
Maybe a Scottish town or something.
I'm watching.
Yeah.
Oh, the Nürburgring 24 hours. Is that the one? Chris the Choir?
Yeah. Okay.
It's Nürburgring.
That's a race. Yeah.
Siraj, in he comes, wide of off stump and left alone by Pope. No run.
Speaking of curry, there's a restaurant in Scotland that claims to have invented the chicken tikka masala. So we know that was born in the Isles rather than back in India or in the subcontinent.
I've heard. Was it? So you're saying is it an English adaptation of Indian cooking?
Yes. It's actually a Scottish restaurant of a Pakistani origin that claimed to have invented.
I had heard that.
The owner actually has done a documentary on that. So
it's in Edinburgh, isn't it?
Siraj in. Oh, Pope has a wild drive at this and nearly gets an edge. It was dying by the time that it got to Pant, but it was he would have taken it.
The pattern continues, by the way.
Again, it was outswing that did it.
And he was lured.
Very, very similar in a way to the Ducket dismissal. Just looking for that big booming drive to one that just swings away and without really
Ducket,
quite...
didn't the ball come in and take his off stump, or he played on or something?
Yeah, but he did it by looking for a big expansive drive, which got an inside edge to. That nearly got an outside edge. But it was the lack of footwork and the reaching for the ball that caused the problem. This one's fuller and defended by Pope. No run.
Well, they're continuing this. I like it. At least Prasid has done in the first over that he's bowled. He's done a little bit of justice to what needs to happen. In the meantime, every time Pant does that celebration, I'm worried about his back. You can see at some point in time he's completely in an arc shape as his legs go over. Sorry if I'm
in pads.
What I quite think is quite amusing.
That's the thing.
He stands
Yeah.
for ages waiting with his arms open, waiting for Gill to actually give him a cuddle. And I think Gill, it's almost as though Shubman Gill goes, "Oh blimey, I suppose I better have that."
All right, come here.
But he didn't look exactly keen, Will, did he? Right, in comes Siraj
No.
again, defended in front of middle
Solid.
and off by Pope, and again no run. 141 for 2.
Very happy to be doing this. This is very high quality cricket because this is testing good test cricket, not just a lot of runs.
Oh, no, it's good.
while I'm here, so I'm happy to
Absolutely
see that.
enthralling stuff. Partly crazy. Some of Pant's shots earlier today were ridiculous.
Oh God!
The ones he missed
Why
as
would
well
you do
as the
that
ones
to a
he hit.
spinner? It was a short ball outside off. He almost fell over trying to flick it, and he fell over, flicked it over his shoulder. I don't know what he was thinking. Could have just cut that before.
Then we got the backflip. Then we got the crazy dismissal. Was it Pant? Oh no, it was who did Pope get? Oh, Pope got Cannon Nair, didn't he, with that crazy dive?
Oh yeah, the catch.
That's short and cut, but cut into the ground and taken on the bounce at third slip, so no run. Siraj has got 1 ball left, still no wicket. He will argue, I think, he's deserved one, but he still has a 0 against his name. The one he didn't
Always,
deserve
every bowler will tell you, even if they bowled 3 balls.
was
Yeah.
Joe Root.
Sorry.
Because
Not only
he
that,
wasn't
I
out.
think the Knicks, he could have got one of those balls to be nicked back, nicked behind. It didn't happen. But yeah.
Interesting though, I'll tell you what is interesting. I think Joe Root was on 7 when that appeal happened that wasn't out. He's still on 7. And that's been
10
quite a
balls
long
almost
time.
later.
Yeah. They've really been on the money when it comes to giving Joe Root very little to hit. It's Pope who's facing at the moment though, drops the bat on it.
Oh.
They run a very, very sharp single, and there's going to be overthrows here. That was a wild throw, no one backing up. Where was Rishabh Pant? I think he has to have a look at himself. Siraj is furious,
Oh dear.
furious. I wouldn't.
You don't want to be the fielder who
I
puts the
wouldn't
ball
want to
down.
be in earshot
No.
of as Jaiswal, I think, who put the throw in, and Shubman Gill is just having a little chat with him, and he's probably going, "Cool your jets, Mohammed Siraj. Mistakes happen.
Yeah.
I'll have a word with them. Don't you worry about it." 143 for 2, 36 overs completed. Will.
There's a bit of discussion between Kieran and Ravi about whether which bit of Ireland Kieran's from. He's from the Republic, which isn't Northern Ireland, and thus not in the UK. Although and then David says Dicky Bird always seems to sit on his own, probably not related to members having heard all his stories many times.
Oh, possibly. That's pushed nicely by Root.
That's-
2 fielders, both sort of half do it. It's Bumrah and Shubman Gill, who seems to be a very willing fielder, Shubman Gill.
Yes,
and
he's very keen.
applauds
He's good.
Bumrah for his efforts as well. It was a good on drive by Pope.
Finally, Pope gets off the 7. He goes, Root gets off the 7. He's on 10 now. Wonderful
Root,
shot.
yeah.
The toughest shot, they say.
He
The
does
one
get
between the
off the
middle fielder and the umpire or the bowler.
It's a good willing effort by Bumrah. I think Shubman Gill was probably thinking, steady on, Jasper.
Oh, no, it was going to still roll over into the fence, so he had to intervene, Gill.
Superb.
The ball was not
Defended
far
by
away.
Pope again. Just dabbed out towards backward point. They can take a run all the time there. Pope is desperate for a drink. As we all are.
He looks like that.
I
yes.
don't know why you should get any kind of preferential treatment, Ollie Pope. We're all sitting here parched on a
Fair enough.
very hot day. It's been an interesting day weather-wise. I mean, we thought it was overcast this morning, but India looked comfortable enough for a wee while. Then there was that Collapso. Not surprisingly, immediately after which the rain fell. England never got out the first time. That was well defended by Root into the offside, no run. Which means sort of weather-wise, the coming of the rain would have been at which the oppressive nature of the atmosphere would have been at its worst, and that's the point at which the ball was doing its most tricks, really. And it certainly
India
helped.
lost that all those wickets.
Well, yes, exactly. It certainly helped that collapse.
They helped themselves. Some of those shots were not good, but all right.
Should have a change at the end of this bowler, end of this bowler. We're not having a change at the end of,
So
sort of at the end of this bowler, but also mainly for the over. That's defended by Root back towards Prasid Krishna. No run. None for 39.
He might be conceding a few runs, but I think he's still doing a good job of questioning the batsman. He's pinning them to the crease, sort of attacking the stumps with 3 or 4 of those balls.
He should indeed. The Bear should be joining me. Will, you're still staying on.
All good.
If you
I
don't
think
mind.
I'm on till close now.
Well, I think you are, given the extended session. That one is full. Oh, hello. Now then. Root, that was full. Root dug it out comfortably enough. Krishna followed up, picked the ball up. Root had gone nowhere, and Krishna still threw the ball back and thumped Root on the foot.
That seems
Yeah.
utterly pointless.
Little bit unnecessary, I think, and I think Stokes, who's looking on from the balcony, doesn't look too enthused either.
Yeah, but he had his back foot back.
Oh, hit him at the back of the heel. That's not a good place to be stuck.
Well, it's
as
not a
well.
good place to be stuck. So England are taking a little bit of time out. Krishna's going to bowl the last ball of his over now, over the wicket. Doesn't quite get up enough, and Root plays an ugly shot. And I'm sure that's not entirely unconnected with the fact that he's slightly discombobulated by the events of the previous ball. But he works it away to leg somehow. It's the end of the over. It's a drinks break, which Ollie Pope had been desperate for. He's on 68. And as the Bear prepares to join me, Will, do you want to give us some final messages?
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh, actually, you can give us final messages of this stint. Thank you, Ajit. But then you'll just carry on doing the same job anyway. But I am.
Yeah, or I can summarise, like, whatever. I'm all good.
I'll do social. There we go. So you do the final messages here, and then I'll pick up from there.
Okay. So lots of talk about Ireland, basically. Just thought of another curry that was invented here. The Balti was invented in Birmingham.
The what? Balti?
Yeah.
I know. I didn't know that was invented in England. The Balti. You may be right, Will.
Certainly, the tikka masala was, wasn't it?
Yeah, tikka masala. We definitely know as a British invention.
It's shit as well.
It's had to do it.
Oh, was it the Scots? Yeah, I thought it was. Well, I presume it was an Indian Scots for an Indian market, for an English market or Scottish market, whichever.
Possibly.
For idiot English people who liked creamy shit that tasted of nothing.
Yeah, it really does just taste of nothing.
Yeah, I know.
That's the thing. Just like, I don't know what.
I like curry to be hot and spicy. How it should be.
Yeah, it doesn't even need to be like that
super
point
hot.
where
No.
people are like blow your face off hot. That gets pointless. But like you want it to actually sort of be interesting, you know.
Exactly that. Totally. Right, where are we at? We're at England being kind of. Yeah, they've been bogged down a little bit in the last half hour, really.
I have. India have bowled very well. Still enough movement in the air and off the seam.
Terrible decision by Rifle giving that LBW. It was fucking miles down there.
Well, not according to Ajit. He was adamant it was out.
Oh, really?
As interestingly as we were saying, because we then saw Ravi Shastri in the role of Ajit, convinced it was out.
No way near out.
Whereas Ian Ward in the role as me was obviously going, what? No chance. Root knew he wasn't out. That was the really interesting
Yeah, I mean,
thing.
he seemed incensed that he'd been even deigned to be given out. They've missed some chances as well, haven't they? Yeah, they dropped Pope and they dropped Ducket. Ducket's now out, but Pope is still there. That one.
And Pope's sort of gone back into his kind of
shell,
weird kind of 60 to 80 then out role.
He seems to. He's fiddling a bit now, isn't he? I think if someone is batting fluent at the other end, he kind of soaks up what's going on at the other end. So if anyone's stuck at the other end, he kind of gets stuck as well.
Apropos of absolutely nothing. Adara is easy. I don't know if you read this, Will, but maybe if you did, stop me. So I have a driver that cooks and cooks when he drives.
Cooks when he drives?
Is it Dara who's our
he's our
homicide detective?
Yeah, he's our. Well, is he a homicide detective? I know he's a policeman and he's in Texas, isn't he?
Yeah, I think. Tell us if that's right, Dara. And now we're fascinating. Either that's just a quite
well,
humorous.
I've seen programs where people sort of wrap up a piece of meat in foil and put it under under the bonnet and drive 100 miles and it cooks your steak sort of deal.
Yeah, and all that kind of
Outback cooking
open
or
your
whatever they
bonnet
call
and-
it. Yeah.
and fry an egg kind of thing.
Yes.
Dara also says Will's doing social without doing social. A very talented lad. Oh, there's no doubt about the talent. We go along with that. Frank Rockefeller says chicken tikka masala has to have tandoori chicken to be decent. Yeah, I go along with that.
Yeah, but then even then, it's just basically fucking cream and shit.
Victor Pearson says Balti Brummy. Nitin says Joe Root will make 100 and the match will be a draw.
Well, I think
Too
there's
early
enough
to say
time there
that.
for there not to be. I mean, we're only on day 2 and England are 324 behind. Whatever happens tomorrow, whether India bat towards the end of the day, England get all out, there's certainly enough time still left for a result here.
Arizona is where Diarra is.
Okay, not
and
Texas.
He's in major crimes, which includes homicide. Oh, hello.
Did he get promoted from sergeant crimes?
Not
Siraj.
private crimes.
Siraj is still going, and it's just knocked out square down towards the boundary. To a deep point by Pope, who moves on to 69. Root on 10. Stager out in the deep. So I'll go back to him soon. Has Shardul Thakur bowled at all yet? I don't think he has he?
No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't. Wasn't it Shardul Thakur wasn't it one of the ODIs or a T? No, it was a T20. One of the T20s in the last India series, where a bowler, a non-bowler had got injured, and they replaced them with Shardul Thakur, who was very much a specialist bowler, and then he ripped England apart by taking 4 or 5 wickets, and we lost. And he was on as a substitute, wasn't he? And we all said, hang on. I thought substitutes had to be like for like.
Yeah, there was something dodgy going on.
I'm pretty sure that was Shardul Thakur.
I don't think it was Shardul
I
Thakur.
thought that they couldn't, subs couldn't bowl. Unless it was a concussion sub.
Well, that's what
it was. A concussion sub.
But equally, a concussion
right,
sub has to be like for like, and there was no way that substitution was
Yeah,
like
I
for
do
like.
seem to remember that. That's nicely played by Rooty. Clipped out through mid wicket. It's not going to make it to the boundary. It's cut off in the deep, but it'll get a couple. Root's not looked the most fluent today, but he's still there.
No, he hasn't at all.
That's all right. It's Rooty. As long as he's not out, he's getting runs.
Yeah, but by now we're normally going. You look up and he's got to 40. Here we're looking up and he's
on 12
limped to 12.
Well,
Yeah.
They have bowled quite well in this little spell after they got Ducket out. To be fair, the ball is still doing a little bit. It's nearly 40 overs old. That's into the pads, and he's clipped it down again. Can't beat the fielder at mid-on. And get this sort of one. I mean, I think they think if Shardul Thakur bowls, he might get a bit of tap, but he's kind of got a little bit of a golden arm at the same time. He is pretty shit, I reckon. But hey, he's a kind of medium pacer.
Yeah. But medium pacers are pretty good in England. It is
Well,
the
yeah,
place
exactly.
where medium pace can do something.
Well, exactly. Wokesy is medium. But did Wokesy end up getting a wicket today? I didn't see the last 3 wickets. Or was it Joss Tongue ended up with a 3 for? I need to check on the scorecard, to be honest. Siraj is in, just dropped into the offside. Think about a single, but it's not there. No run. I could get the scorecard up, couldn't I? Because I have a computer thingy next to me.
Hang on, I'll have a look.
Oh, that's an interesting sunshade. Made out of a cardboard box, look.
Into a big cowboy hat.
Is that what it's supposed to? Well, it looks like a big cowboy hat, but I think it's genuinely supposed to be a sunshade.
Well, it is.
Made, fashioned out of a cardboard box with just a hole cut in it. Possibly effective. Not for the top of your head, though.
No, yeah. Scorecard.
Unless he's wearing a cap upon which the
India
cardboard thing is sitting.
No,
Wokes didn't get a wicket.
No.
Cost got 1.
Oof.
Tongue got 4. Stokes got 4.
Pulled
and
by
Shaw
Pope.
got 1.
Pulled out to deep mid wicket where Jasper is fielding out on the boundary, and I get a single. Yeah, it's amazing. Joss Tongue didn't really bowl that well yesterday and ended up getting 4, which is interesting in its own right, I suppose.
Yeah.
Nitin Deshpande thinks they've built a really flat pitch and is upset about it. Well, I don't know that it's that flat, to be honest. I mean, it certainly was yesterday, but India have extracted a fair bit of life and movement with just a little bit of cloud cover and help today. So I think they're being a little bit harsh. Headingley, I say, the only grounded Test cricket since 2011 where the average scores have got higher innings by innings, so from first to fourth.
And to be fair,
so it does flatten.
Big drive attempted by Ruti, gets in fat inside half of the bat, which goes down into the ground and just dribbles out on the leg side. It is only day 2. I mean, it is a Test match pitch. With a bit of luck, it deteriorates, but it should be good for batting on and not be doing too much on day 2, really. I mean, in India, you can have bloody Bunsen burners from day 1. Can't stand that haircut, man.
I think he looks quite sharp.
No.
But the thing was, Ruti had dropped the ball into the ground. He'd gone halfway for down the track. Siraj, who'd been the bowler, raced like a whippet, skidded along his knees and was about to throw at the stumps when Root put his back down again. And then Rishabh Pant sort of wandered up to Siraj and said, "It's all right, Mohammed Siraj, just chill."
Yeah,
he does get a bit. Don't do yourself a damage.
He's quite like that, though, isn't he?
Yeah. And then Siraj did end up by kind of laughing. I'll tell you what, there's a hint of the Indian Andy Caddick about Prasidh Krishna. He's got slightly FA Cup ears, hasn't he?
That's got to be close. Well, he hasn't given that one out. I'd be reviewing that. It's just gone out on the leg side, unless he got an inside edge, which he might have done. And no one looks that interested, so yeah, I presume he did. Or maybe it was going down. Maybe my eyes are going. Who knows? There's no run. That looked quite close, didn't it? It's quite straight. There's big inside edge. That's why I was.
Yeah, big old edge.
That's why. Well, Crawley having a chat with Stokes and Southey.
Who's that in the middle? Is that
Tim Southey, isn't it?
Oh, Southey, of course it is. He's had a shorter haircut somehow, hasn't he?
Joining English.
Basically, I think, isn't the entire England back room
driven? Well, quite well timed. It's very full.
Yes. They're all Kiwis now, aren't they?
Yeah, you are really. Yeah, to mid off, there's no run. We've got Baz running the show. We've got Southey as supposedly our fast bowler coaching.
Patel.
And we've got Jeetan Patel as our spin guy.
Yeah, it's got a very New Zealand flavour.
Baz is just like,
come on, lads.
For mates.
Yeah, next thing it'll be Ross Taylor over for batting practice or something,
Yeah.
Or at least we could dig out his jingle. Well, I've got to know his whole name. Something Patoa. I know there's Patoa in the middle of it.
Prishna, that's pulled by Pope. Doesn't really get up, but there is a man out in the deep. It should get back for 2. Oh wow, quick running by whoever was. I think Pope. No, it must have been Root coming back to the non-striker's end. He was there, or Pope was just leaving his end, and he's saying I couldn't hear, and Root saying yeah, well I called. No, they made it quite simply. Pope's into the 70s, he's on to 72. Root's on 13. England 154 for 2. The trail by 317. It's going okay. It's slowed down quite a lot, really. Actually, they're under 4 and over now, which isn't very Bazball, is it?
No.
Well, I think it's harder to go Bazball when you're actually chasing the first innings score, isn't it? Really. Inside half of the bat played out towards long leg. They go for 1. They're going to come back for 2 again. They are. It's good running.
And also, isn't there something about Headingley being kind of the least kind of Bazball friendly kind of pitch since they flattened it out again? Because there was that massive slope, and they've been kind of gradually kind of trying to. I don't know whether that's sort of changed.
I'm trying to think. The Ashes, it wasn't the Ashes test at Headingley where we bowled Australia out for 100. It wasn't that when Marsh got a ton, or when we dropped him. But they were all out for like 180.
23. Yeah, it was Wood and Wokes that saw England across the line then.
Yeah,
and I think we've given them a first innings lead as well.
Yeah, we did. We bowled them out for fuck all, but we let Marsh off the hook, and he got 100. And no one else got any runs.
Yeah.
And then England were in all sorts of shit, weren't they? And then Wood came out after lunch and smashed about 30 in 5 balls. and then we ended up about 30 runs behind, and then Wood ran through them again, and we didn't need much to win, and we kind of got across the line. It was a very low-scoring game, I seem to remember. That's driven nicely by Root, but straight to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, he played that beautifully. Right, 157 for 2 after 39. England has swing up their sleeves. Flat pitches are just a confidence trick, says Frank Rockefeller. Locky 6, I wish Germany made good cars again. In the 80s they were simply the best, better than all the rest. We don't need it to deteriorate, says Frank Rockefeller, unless England have a 100 lead. Kieran's, I think, possibly winding up the Indian contingent. England are coasting against a mediocre Indian side here. I think that's possibly a wind-up.
But I don't understand what Ravi's trying to say. Read that out.
Well, Ravi is going, why can't England invite top talent like Bumrah to be part of the national team?
Well, I think because he's Indian.
Well, I think
he's Indian.
Well, because he's Indian. But then we've had enough South Africans that got away with it. Here is your man, Shardul Thakur.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, I know, but like, if I had a choice between playing for India and playing for England, I can kind of see why Bumrah went for India.
Well,
you know?
you get paid proper money. Well, you get paid proper money if you play for England, but I mean, exactly that. You're a superstar in India, aren't you? And plus, he was born in India. He lives in India. It's not like he's a kind of coal pack or someone who's come over here as a child and needs to change it. There's no way he's ever going to play for India. Unless he means, and that's cut well by Pope, but straight to the man on the boundary. Is it? It's a danger out there, of course it is.
And it's
unless he means county cricket, but then hardly any of them get released to playing county cricket, do they? Unless they're towards the end of their career.
Bumrah hasn't played county cricket for ages, has he? If it's
Shall I jingle up Shardul Thakur?
Yeah, why not?
Well, the picture's just a road, need to share the workload. I got 7 players on my mind. All the life he pays too deep in disgrace. One looks like he might be fine.
I think that's going to get a ding.
Shadow
Probably. Shardul Thakur is into the attack, and Root just guides him down towards third man. Nicely dropped his hands. He's going to come back for 2, and he's going to make it. That's nicely guided. Really dropped his hands and let it run off the face, so he got the angle now to get back for 2. Yeah, I don't know quite what you mean, unless you mean county cricket. I mean, who Indians have played county cricket? Cameron Nair's played this year, hasn't he?
Not this year, but he has played for Northants in the past.
Okay, presumably when he's not in the when he's not in the national frame.
Virat Kohli has played, I think, 1 game for Surrey. Didn't he play 1 game for Surrey?
When? That was years ago, wasn't it?
No, not that long ago.
No, wasn't it? Defended into the offside, and there's no run.
Obviously, Ajinkya Rahane has played at Hampshire for
Chanderbal played a couple of seasons, didn't he?
We had Umesh Yadav at Middlesex for a while. Yes, now there must be plenty more. Obviously, go back historically.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about.
Dev played over here. For
I'm thinking more about the guys recently who are round and about the test side. I don't think they kind of.
Yeah.
Apart from Chanderpaul, I can't think of anyone. That's nicely played by Root. Cut down towards third man. He'll be fielded again. Jadeja's busy down there. This time they'll only get the single.
I think basically since the IPL, people like Indians don't really come over here.
Yeah, but that shouldn't be really be the case, should it? I mean, their season runs not directly through. I suppose their summer is the same as our summer, isn't it? It's still a Northern Hemisphere thing. I don't know, but
I think that's. But I think it'll probably happen more now that.
That's played up to, out to the covers by Pope, and there is no run off Thacker.
Now that the IPL have invested in the 100 and therefore quite a lot of the counties, I think it will probably start happening again.
What are these cartons they're giving that look like cartons of milk, which I'm sure they're not being given milk on the outfield?
Arshdeep Singh played for Kent. Thank you to Karthik Kumar for telling us that, and I think, yes, you're right.
How long ago? because he's quite young. I mean, this is it. Maybe there's a fair few of them come over when they're young to get some experience. That's a lovely drive this time. He might make it this time. No, across the ground really well, but it didn't stop it. Tried to play a bit of footy to Jada, but he didn't quite get it right, and it went through his foot and onto the sponge, and we get 4. Pope moves on to 80.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
It's now 6:30. God knows what we don't even know what the actual close of play is, do we?
There's
7?
About 20 odd overs left, I think.
Well, but they only lost half an hour, 40 minutes maybe.
Kartik Kumar wants India to get a couple more wickets before the end of the day.
I'm sure he does. I do.
Yeah, I can see that likely to happen. Hombre Nuevo. Unless it's Australia versus England fans, I like to think toxic nationalism is second to just watching great cricket. And even then, we appreciate and applaud when they do something special too, begrudgingly. Yeah, I agree with that.
Oh yeah, no,
absolutely right.
Absolutely
right.
You know, you have to. I think it's the one thing great about cricket is you appreciate the opposition when they do well, no matter how much it grates and how much it hurts. I just think about Test cricket. It's over 5 days. If you get beaten and you get beaten well, there's a reason for that over 5 days. Oh, that one seemed to do a little bit in the air. Seems to tail away a little bit. Root was trying to turn it into the leg side. Outside half the back goes out to cover, and there's no run.
He's definitely not looked fluent yet, has he,
No.
Rooty, by any manner of means.
He's only got his highest ODI score not that long ago. I suppose that's white ball cricket, isn't it? A different ball game. Ball doesn't do much.
Yeah.
And it's good to see that, you know, in this test, even the older ball is okay. It's got softer and slower off the pitch, but it still managed to do things. Guides that one nicely down to presumably Deja.
Are they?
No.
Are they using the new batch of Dukes?
I presume so this year. Last year's and
'Cause
the year
they've
before was pretty shit. Isn't it?
They've made more changes to the way that the seam is stitched since, because you know they did that, like they did the second seam thing, like was it 2 years ago, and they've made more changes to it this year. I think,
Explain
as well.
more. I mean, there was a bad couple of batches, weren't there, for 2 years in a row post-COVID.
Yeah.
That sort of fell apart and were pretty crap.
Yeah. So they, I mean, I'm no expert at all, so, but they basically put a sort of an inner seam under the main seam to sort of hold it together more.
Oh, okay. Popey tries to dab even down towards third man. Gets an under edge into the ground and there's no run.
And also because the Duke's hand stitched like completely.
Yeah.
They're able to pull that, like each individual stitch is pulled tighter than a machine would. So although there's technically less uniformity.
Over the top of the slips, down towards third man. No one's going to stop that one. 4 runs for Popey. Good shot. 4 runs to Popey. Good shot.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I thought you were staring at your phone still.
No, I'm going. There's a lot of messages I'm having to tiptoe my way in and out of and pick the right ones.
Also,
I was just
I
double
think
checking
they're
those.
working. They did some work with Reader as well, so they're like kind of now sharing expertise or something. And I think
because
that has changed.
Duke was
the way
bought
that
out a
it's
few years ago, wasn't it, by some Indian dude? And that was just
Yeah.
around the
Ooh.
pandemic. That's short and over the top of Pope. It's been given as a wide. He didn't.
And I think it's because they wanted to. Do you remember? I can't remember what it was.
Wide.
But when the championship, you could choose whether you used a Dukes or a Reader.
Oh, I didn't realise you could do that.
Readers, I only
But
remember
it
from
was
playing
a
at
while
school.
ago. It was like 20 years ago.
Oh, right, okay,
More,
yeah,
probably.
yeah.
Like, you know, kind of 90s. I think it stopped in the 2000s.
Krishna down the leg side, pulled, not great timing, but enough by Pope, gets down to long leg and gets himself a single. Yeah, because I mean, now they do a certain amount of games with the Kookaburra, don't they? But the Kookaburra's changed as well for the better by the sounds of it. bigger seam.
Well, they've supposedly harder lacquer and a slightly prouder seam. Is the plan.
It's certainly
here's
been
an
doing
interesting
more.
idea. Oh, sorry, I'll wait till the end of the year. I didn't.
Yeah,
thought we
I
were
mean,
that
it's
big
been
on.
certainly more noticeable in that series against India that wickets were easier to come by, it seems, by good bowlers in Australia in that last India-Australia series. And if that's the case for the Ashes, oh look, we've got a super chat. That would be really good. There's Tuffers looking like he's about to fall asleep. And next to Alistair Cook, who's kind of nodding off.
Don't look like they've got the best view in the world, wherever they are. They're presumably the back of the commentary, the BBC's commentary area.
Tuffers looks old these days, doesn't he? That's an attempted Yorker maybe by Prashid Krishna, but it's jabbed out by Roots down to Gully. There is no run. It is the end of the over. Now you can pontificate all you want.
Well, it's other people's pontifications, that is what I do at the moment. Right, Frank Rockefeller says, sports value is the ultimate dichotomy between winning and losing and the dualistic competition which we all appreciate, even Australia. Yep, I go along with that. Which made me realise I didn't read out one of your messages from earlier. But that's because it was from Kieran Rosebley, who said, how about we spice up sport with the ultimate tests in big capital letters, 20 players per country, they play 3 cricket tests, 3 rugby players, then 3 football matches, but have to stick with the same 20 blokes throughout.
Oh my word, now that would be entertaining. I think rugby would have to be last because there'd be some injuries.
Do you remember Superstars?
Yes.
When they did like all sorts of different sports. Kevin Keegan injured himself really badly doing the cycling, didn't he?
Cut hard. You'd never be able to do that now, would you?
No.
Down to the man.
Not with the value.
I mean, he did his Achilles tendon or something, didn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like, can you imagine Man City letting out Foden, and Foden goes on a bike or doing squat thrusts and does his Achilles? Fucking the insurance claim against the BBC.
Have you seen the stuff in their contracts that they're not allowed to do?
I can't imagine they're allowed to do anything anymore. I know.
Like, so if you sign for either of the Bristol clubs, apparently there's a thing in your contract that means that you can't walk up Park Street because it's so steep.
Really? Oh,
yeah,
for
it's
fuck's
like
sake.
weird.
Defended up to mid on. There's no right. And what, just in case you ping a muscle because it's too steep.
Because do you remember Tom Lockyer, who played for Luton when they were in the Prem, and he
That sounds familiar.
had that head injury?
Don't remember the head injury.
I try and sponge anything to do with
He
Luton
played
from my
for
memory.
Rovers for years, and he basically fell over down Park Street and rolled down basically all of it, and it's like that. And he was out for about 2 months.
Oh Jesus! Guided by Root, can't beat the man at Gully, Gileswell, and it is no run.
Which is like mental. But that's now become like a thing in quite a lot of the West Country sport.
Oh yeah, very much for the football players. They're worth so much money they can't do fucking nothing, can they?
Yeah. But now that's true of like all the Bears players who the rugby team, the Bath Rugby. I think they all have the same sort of thing. You can't like go up Lansdowne Hill because it's too steep or whatever.
Oh my god.
Which is mental.
Shardul Thakur is in. There's an appeal for OBW. What the fuck are you on about, man? Came off the bat. Thakur, I think, thought it kind of brushed the pad and then went onto the bat, but no, it was definitely bat first. Yeah, I like the idea of that. I think you'd have to play cricket first because, well, you're probably least likely to get injured in cricket. Football second like
then
least
rugby.
likely, and then rugby last, so they can beat the shit out of each other. With only 15 players, I think you'd have. Well, maybe they play sevens rugby rather than full 15s.
Yeah.
Because you've only got a squad of 20. A couple of injuries on the way down, you might not be able to play rugby union. Guided by Root, lovely little shot. No one's going to stop that. 4 runs, Rooty moves into the 20s. Thakur leaking runs here, which kind of understandable. I don't get why he's in a test side, I've got to be honest.
I suppose.
I mean, I get that they I mean, with Pant at 6, Pant at 5 and Karen there at 6, if you want an extra batter, I guess they see him as an all-rounder, but he's...
Yeah, I guess.
There's got to be a better choice
a bit
somewhere,
weird.
isn't there? Yeah, you'd have thought so.
I'll do one more over after this one, then I'm going to have to move.
It's just me and you, Will, till the end. Don't know when that is.
To the end.
To the end.
Clipped into the leg side and there's no run. I don't know if you can put out a quick shout out on the
I've
on the
done
WhatsApp.
It. No fucker replied.
Oh, for fuck's sake, everyone's useless. So no ball.
No ball, lordy. No ball and leg buys. Goodness. Oh, well, I won't jingle it.
Yeah.
You're over the line, Smokey.
Yeah.
And
That's a
he
foul.
was. He certainly was.
Just about. Root facing up. And we don't know what time the day finishes, to be fair. Saka is in, it's defended out square on the offside. Get a single. And that's that.
181 for 2.
Yep.
Right, there's been a lot of discussion around why America has a team, US has a cricket team. Why don't China and Japan? The answer is they do.
They do?
Somewhere down, yeah, they do. Somewhere down in the ICC rankings. Leah said there's a Japanese under 19 team that seems pretty good. Apparently Kobe is the centre of Japanese cricket. I hope they have an all-rounder there. They could nickname the Kobe Beefy. Very good. Very good. I used to go to Kobe. Used to travel to Kobe a lot.
I've never been to Japan.
Beautiful. Kobe's nice. Not that far if you jump on the bullet train to get from Kobe to.
Well, nothing's that far if you jump on a bullet train. It seems to me.
Kyoto.
Yeah.
It goes about 400 miles an hour, doesn't it? Something stupid like that.
They've started using those like magnetic ones that hover that do go
Yeah,
up.
exactly. I thought the bullet train was one of those.
County cricketers, very quickly. Chris Acquire says Ishan Kishan, Northants, Tillack, Varma, Hampshire. I'll carry on after this ball.
Into the hit of Root, they got a leg slip and can't beat him, and there's no run.
Guy Codd, Rutraj Guy Codd played for Yorkshire. Yuzvendra Chahal played for Northants, and Sai Sudharasan played for Surrey. That's because at some point everybody does.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Was that in all formats or just T20s or? No,
Or
probably.
just a random one-off game to piss off Somerset fans.
Yeah.
Chris Acquire says.
Not that I'm still bitter about that game last season with Surrey.
Yeah, well, that one's pulled down to long leg and there's no run. What the pointless getting over of what's his name?
Yeah.
Shakib.
Yeah.
He did fuck all, didn't he? He got out for none and
He
bowled
did
like a
absolutely
train.
fuck all, but like basically it was like still kind of Surrey dick swinging, going, "Oh, we can do this for a game." Meh.
Japan said Chris the Choir have a great all-rounder, except the wrong sport, baseball. Shohei Ohtani is a genuine superstar who'd probably be great at cricket as well.
Oh, he's the guy who plays for the LA whatever they are. Down the leg side and there's no
Oh
run.
yeah, baseball's huge in Japan, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And he went over to LA. He's got like £300 million deal or something, and it wasn't it his translator or something who nicked $5 million off him to go gambling in Vegas or something.
Dave Durrell says Botham was on Superstars. Yeah, I remember he was. He was fat and rubbish. I remember him being on it. I don't have any recollection.
Brian Jacks was
kept
the
winning
king.
it, didn't he? Yeah, he was.
He
was a judo player.
He was a judo guy,
fighter,
yeah.
whatever you call them.
Oh, I don't know what the fuck is going on there from Pope. He's gone down on 2 knees and he's tried to ramp it over the keeper. And then Krishna's doing something like, I want to take a photo.
Ooh, apparently,
No
according
way.
to Ravi Natarajan, Shohei Ohtani's contract with the Dodgers had a contract for the Dodgers worth $700 million.
That's the one.
Man.
And his translator dude nicked shitloads of money off him. Went to Vegas and spunked it all.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, Leah's pointing that out as well. He played for the Dodgers. Who did you say he played for?
Something in LA. I know it's the LA
Oh,
something.
okay.
I think it's the Dodgers, yeah.
I was just thinking about the football cricket thing. You'd need someone like Phil Neville.
Pulled over short leg. Is he going to get that? I think it's gone all the way, isn't it? 6?
No.
4. But he's on to 90. Hoping he can get a ton before the close of play.
Hope you don't do this to me. You're not going to get it before I have to leave. I'll have to follow you on Cricket Info till I get to
You
the
could just
car.
stay another 20 minutes.
No, I really have to go, Bear. I'm sorry.
Well, just speed home. You can make
No,
up
I
the 20
don't
minutes.
do that. speeding on where it's basically 20-mile-an-hour limits all the way.
Well, you just got to know where the speed cameras are, Tone. There's a few on the South Circular.
I know, which is, I don't know.
Well, you got to slow down for those
I'm
ones.
still at the stage where my sat-nav finds a different route every single time.
Oh, mate, you got to remember your routes, man.
Today being the quickest so far, I must admit.
Which way did you come today?
Well, apart from a couple of slightly different twists and turns close to here, I pretty much headed towards the studio, but then went down Streatham High Road and right onto the South Circular.
See, I would avoid Streatham High Road at all fucking costs.
Wasn't bad at the time.
No, I imagine that Saturday morning, when it's a hot day. But in general, I'd just avoid Streatham High Road. It's shit. Either cut it across it earlier or later.
Ooh, that's nice.
Pulled, but can't beat mid-wicket from Pope. Hits Sightseas Arson at mid-wicket and there's no run.
Tell you what, the pub next door's jumping, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's all go.
Saturday night, isn't it? Full on probably till 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning. It'll be fun when we're doing the Ashes at Christmas time because they will be going.
Oh yeah.
It'll be noisy at night.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
Was that the end of the over?
Yeah, it was the end of the
over.
over.
Well then I probably should.
You're going to run off.
Will, are you
You're gonna
happy doing socials for us?
I'll do socials and.
If there's, I will do one last shout out. Can someone jump on and help the team of two that's left?
Yeah.
I will do that.
Why can't Ajit come back?
Ajit, if you're, well, he was originally not supposed to be on the third session. Ajit, if you are in with earshot, join us. Otherwise, well, I'll see what I can do for 2 seconds.
We're going to have a bit of Jadeja. Since we don't need to change this. Oh no, I'm going to have to move anyway, aren't I? Because I'm going to have to do your thing. Do the jingles and stuff. Jadeja is on. He is going to bowl left arm round. One presumes to Rooty. He is indeed. Root's on 23 off 50. Pope 90 off 111. Root gets forward first ball, just defends out into the offside and there's no run. Do we even know when the fucking close of play is? That's the question.
That's the thing. I've been trying to find out, and some places say 7:15, some places say 7:30.
Oh really? Fuck me, it's a long way to go for us two. That's dragged down, short, pulled. I mean, cut out towards the point boundary. There is a man out there. They should come back for two. No, they don't actually. It's good fielding.
Do you want me to take over while you shift?
Yeah, I'll only take a second.
Alright.
I've got to move the chair.
Joe Root looking.
There we
angry.
Go. All done.
Oh, look at you.
That was all quick. Is someone coming to join us then, Tone? You just switched over to allow two people to be on Zoom, but no one's there. Right. Jadeja around the wicket, bowling to Pope, who cuts, can't beat the man, a backward point, and there ain't no run. Well, at the end of a hot and sweaty day.
Yeah.
And that is cut down towards backward point, and there is no run.
If I can shoot up and come into the studio like over the next couple of days, would that help?
I don't know if it's. I think it's more tomorrow. I think we're all right back on Monday. The problem is Tone's got his issues with Vivian, obviously, and that's down to leg side and there's no run. And what's his name? Hendo's fucked off out of town. And Hendo goes, I can't do 3 days in a row because I'm too tired, like a lame bastard he is. Sunday's supposed to be my day off, and even then I'm coming in tomorrow, and that's driven up to back to the boulder, and there's no run as I did the other week when no one was turning up for a fucking T20 on a Sunday. But the second test, I'm off down to a park. I'm sure when I looked at these tests, there was
We have a super chat.
Oh, okay. We'll give it a little jingle. Goes like this.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Sippy Tuna sends us $2 and says, we appreciate you two, dedicated and handsome. Well, thank you.
Yeah,
I'm not sure about the handsome for me though.
He said he might come in first thing, but you have to communicate with him. Oh, okay.
And George McPherson says, surely India should have points deducted for being slow with their overs. Oh, Hombre Nuevo says sends another super chat, 199, just to help you keep
keep us going
and us going.
Well, I might have to get another beer to keep it going, which is quite easy because the fridge is over there. So at the end of the over, I'm going to do that. Well, that's a 4. Pope moves on towards 100. Cut nicely, hard as well. Shardul Thakur is a waste of a bowler. Well, he
really is a bit of a waste, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not great.
It's weird because you'd think that he has the sort of skill set for England.
Yeah, I do think this pitch is, and that's. I don't know if he's got bat on that. Is that leg buys?
I think that's
leg
leg
buys. Yeah, 4 of them. Suddenly runs are flowing a little bit.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Just angled into his legs. This is the thing. You need a decent. If you're going to bowl 4 seamers, you've got to have a decent 4th one. I mean, it was interesting with Josh Tongue, wasn't it? Because I thought he was pretty poor, and then he ended up with 4 wickets. Once he got Pant out.
That's your perfect bowler, isn't it?
Well, I suppose in a lot of senses that's defended by Pope to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I mean, you got to have a 4th bowler.
If you can bowl like a drain and still end up with a 4th, that's dream.
Well, yeah, I think his action's failable and not repeatable in a lot of senses.
I agree.
It's a bit all over the place.
He's heading for quite serious injuries.
Well, he's already had a couple, hasn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
but also they tried to change his action, didn't they? And it actually made it worse.
Oh, they always seem to do that. They have a big thing about that. I don't know why they bother. That one's. I don't know what Pope was really trying to do there. We got an under edge that bounced up to first slip, and there is no run. Oh, someone's trying to join us. Excellent. Is it Mayank finally? Mayank's finally got. Do you want to let him in?
Yeah. Yes.
And he definitely sprayed it all about. Is it Messi Jez? Messi! My word, look at that.
Fucking legend.
You are a legend. Shardul Thakur is in, and it's whipped by Pope down towards long leg. And it's going to be a single. How was your day in Bromley Park? You look actually a little bit pink. You're on mute.
Yeah, fuck, it was hot.
So you're around the corner in your Airbnb?
Yeah, I am indeed.
You could have just wandered in.
Packing. Well, no, I'd get up a sweat getting in over there. It's still 30 degrees.
It is. It's pretty hot.
It's ridiculous.
Well, it's good to have you in.
Thank you. So I've actually watched very little today, but I gather Pope has been batting beautifully.
Pope has been batting okay. Ducket batted okay. Crawley did what Crawley does. Which was get out. Bumrah has bowled exceptionally well. Siraj has bowled okay. That one's clipped down towards long leg for a single. Shardul Thakur is getting a bit of tap now at the end of the day. Prashant Krishna is okay. He's quite quick, but I guess there's not a lot of respect for someone new. That's the thing, isn't it? You've got to kind of get a reputation as a bowler, and he doesn't really have one. So he's been treated with a bit of disdain at times. But England, to be fair, Messi, this morning, knowing what the score was overnight, you kind of thought India were on for 650, and then it all changed in a space
I saw
of
so
about
many
30 minutes.
protestations of doom. I thought, God, people are jumping to conclusions really fucking quickly.
Well, it was kind of odd as they clipped down to long leg again. Pope moves on to 97. Pope should retain the strike because he got a single there. It's almost they didn't throw the wickets away, but in a way they did. It's kind of like, we're miles ahead of the game, we'll play some flashy shots, and suddenly a few wickets started falling, and then before you knew it, they were all out. And it was like, that's kind of weird. They went from 430 or something, 435 for 4 to 471 all out. So very un-English like. We wrapped up the tail.
Yeah, that doesn't happen.
No, it doesn't.
There is a super chat, by the way.
Yes.
Super chat.
Zippy Tunas sent us $2 says, now we have 3 dedicated and handsome gorillas. I love your messaging, Zippy. I like the fact that you're not too discriminating against us. Dedicated, yes. Handsome, well, in the eye of the beholder, I suppose.
Well,
but thank you for
we're
that.
all handsome. Thank you very much. Pope drives that one out to the cover boundary. Gets himself a single.
I will not be able to come to your aid tomorrow at this time. I shall be halfway between here and Doha.
Well, okay. Then have Wi-Fi on planes. That'll be a first. That's driven out to the covers, and there's a single.
My experience of plane Wi-Fi is it works for as long as it takes to actually pay the bill, and then it fucks up.
Ah, right. I thought it was free these days.
Well, yeah, I don't know. It never seems to work properly for me. Eugene Larkins also sent us €5. Thank you very much. It just says bare beer money.
Nice.
Oh, there can never be enough of that, Eugene. Thank you very much.
Well, exactly that. I'm going to have to go and get one of those out of the fridge at the end of this over, in fact.
You got Hombre Nuevo's super chat earlier, did you?
We did indeed, yes.
Yeah.
We're kind of up to date.
Yeah,
we don't know. We don't actually know.
Messi has more farewell appearances than Elton John.
Yeah, we don't exactly know when the day's play is going to end. Actually,
I do. I can tell you, it will be at 13 minutes past 7.
Ah, right. Okay. Well, he's coming over the wicket now, Jadeja, and Pope just defends, and there is no run. Well, for all those Pope doubters, he's coming in at number 3. Thought Bethel should replace him. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. He's batted well today. I mean, he did get dropped by Jarswell somewhere in the 60s. That one is clipped out to mid wicket, and there's no runs. Cut that under edge, but it's gone out towards third man. They got a single. There's nowhere. There's 2 there. But he moves on to the 99s.
Ooh.
Jay, I just saw that. And England are over 200, by the way. 203 for 2 now. trailing by 268. Still got 8 wickets in there.
Yeah, we have another super chat from Jay, who sends us £2 and says, "Come back, missus. Those boogers don't read out."
Yeah, rubbish, Jay. I don't read out, but then that's because I'm trying not to be on socials. But no one seems to get the hint about that. But you know, that was a reverse sweep by Ruti. He gets a single down at third man. He should still be on strike. 46 overs done. England 204 for 2. Over to you, Messi. I'm going to go and get a beer.
Well, wait for the Hombre Nuevo says 7:13. You say GPL. I say. So worth having a look at that. I think from what I looked earlier, Hombre is probably the only person who's in the running.
Yeah, I think he's pretty close, actually, isn't he, at the moment?
Let's have a look. So there's a 327 in there. Because I went high and then I thought it might rain and I went low, but it's going to come in somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
So I think India made 112 runs today, did they? So there's been 316 runs so far.
Okay, that's what I was about to ask. How many runs did India score today?
Just checking that. They started the day at 359 to 471. Yeah, that's 112 runs.
Yep, that is correct.
316 at the moment.
Okay.
And Hombre is on 327, so 11 more runs would get him home. And we've got
13 minutes.
13 minutes, yeah. Ooh.
Well, Jasperit's coming back into the attack. Even though it's a peach beer is a bit weird. But
Remy says, what's the day's tally for the gorilla belly dance?
Well, not enough. We'll have to set that. We haven't figured that out yet, but it needs to be 500 quid, and we ain't there. Jasperit is in. Root just plays that square on the offside.
I'll do pretty much anything for 500 quid.
Yeah. I don't know if we can talk about what you told Tony. I mean, I don't know if you want to talk about it. That's fucking outrageous. What the fuck happened there, man?
So basically, I've been being like, somebody's been like leaking out my account for about 5 years, but like doing like little
Small
bits here and
amounts,
there,
like,
and it's
yeah,
been, like,
micro nicking basically. So you didn't really
micro
notice.
nicking, but like, so I didn't see it, and then and they've taken like over the last like 5 years, like 20 grand probably.
Fucking hell, man.
Jesus Christ.
But so how did you figure it out? And do you know who it is? Or is it just some scammer online sort of deal?
I don't. So I think I might know who it is. Not really sure. But basically they got greedy and took
too much
and emptied me.
Fuckers, man. That's inside half the bat by Pope. He gets his ton. Not the greatest shot to get there. Not like
That'll do that.
Pant who hit a 6, but what the hell. It's another test ton for Ollie Pope. And all those doubters can fuck off, basically, I guess he will say to them. Because he has got to 100 and is a
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Apart the one catchable chance, which was a tough chance to be fair for Giles. Well, it went quick and it was low down to his left. Would have been a great catch had he caught it. He didn't. Apart from that, it's been a pretty good innings, you have to say. Root facing up.
It's been pretty unpope like.
Oh, and Root. Having said that, Root's just fucking edged one. Bumrah's got the third. He's the only one who can take wickets for the Indians. He's just prodded at one outside his off stump. Presented a very easy catchable chance to the slips. Who has taken it? England lose their third wicket.
Another one bites the dust.
So what Root was thinking there, to be honest.
I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
He's just prodded at one. It's very un-Root-like, really. And I think he was trying to guard it out. Third man again, but he didn't need to. Was that Shardle tackle or Karen there at first slip?
Shit shot. But
it was a pretty shit
doesn't
shot.
distract from the fact that we got another super chat from Zippy Tuna of $5, who says, "Celebrate the new Pope, same as the old Pope."
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Indeed, indeed, indeed.
Lucky Six says, "Messi always reads out all my posts, always has, never missed one, except when I said David Warner was mint." And Omri Nueva's excited, says, "Sounds good. I think I'm going to drink that costing wine and beer in the next 10 minutes through nerves." Yeah, it's getting a bit further away with that wicket. It's going to make it hard for them to get. What did we decide you needed? 213? No, 215.
So what did he have? I can look here, can't I? I've got it on my computer.
327, I think. Yeah, he's got 327. So he needs another. It's 215, so he needs another 9 runs.
What did we say? They got 112, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're on 318 at the moment. So yeah, another 9 runs. Should be 215.
And
well, no night watchman.
Get it.
Or is that night watchman? Is it Harry Brook? No, Harry Brook has come out.
Harry Brook.
He has a jingle. Sounds like this. And Bumrah, he's the only man who has taken a wicket.
He's a god.
Yeah, he is. He's bowled really well. Not a great deal of support. From the other, I think. Oh Jesus Christ! Nearly gets a wicket. Worst ball. It's full and outside off stump. Tempts a drive out of Harry Brook, and there is no run. Siraj has bowled pretty well, but other than that, not great.
Bumrah was really pissed off the Root. He said, "Why didn't Root run off? He does a slow walk of shame instead. Doesn't he know what's at stake?"
Well, you know.
I reckon. I mean, they must know what's at stake. That's why they sent Brook out.
Yeah, need 9 runs. God damn it.
Yep.
Well, Bumrah, 3 for 45 and 11.4 overs. Defended by Brook, and there is no run. And as we noted earlier, this is Brook's first real taste of a test match against India, because he missed the series in India and he wasn't really in the side when they came over. He might have played that one test. He might have been very new to the side when they came and played the end of that series.
Yeah.
Back in 23 or whatever it was.
But it was weird and didn't really count for anything, did it?
Well, I hate people when say that. It did, because it meant we drew the series. Because India went away.
No, I mean, in terms of his sort of debut and stuff, was in the series before that, and then they tacked that one on, didn't they? Was it the other way around?
I can't remember.
I
think it was the first test of the summer.
I'm supposed the old forgetful fella.
Yeah.
Pat Bedgell says that's a hostage to fortune, Will. Yeah, I'm really sorry about what's happened here. It's a fucking outrage.
It is, yeah. Jasper
it is what it is, you know. Fuck it. I mean,
Brook just plays that square on the offside.
I've had
no
a
run.
week to be sort of.
I mean, can the bank do anything? They should do. You got the police involved, I hope.
Yeah. So, but there's a statute of limitations or whatever. You know, so basically some of it's too long ago, but I'll get a bit back.
Cool. I mean, normally when the fucking bank thinks there's anything fraudulent going on with my account, they send me messages. So
so they basically whoever it was hacked into my account and changed my number, so they were getting the text saying.
Now you know what, that happened to me a few years ago, and I had to change all my bank accounts. It happened over a weekend, and I swear it was someone on the back foot. Goes Pope, plays it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I thought there was someone in the mobile phone company was involved in that, because it's the only way they could change my number. Because I kept getting defended into the offside, and there's no one. There was a time when my wife was trying to ring me, and it wasn't coming through to my phone. It was going to someone else's phone number. It was like
some people would find that a good thing a bit.
Well, maybe. Cut by Pope out behind square on the offside, and there's no run.
But in a weird sort of way, it's quite nice because I don't have any money or any way of paying anything, so I don't have to worry about it, and it's just cool. It's really weird. It's like being 10 again.
I
just love your attitude. Well, I think you're inspirational.
Yeah.
And Lucky Six says I'm outraged in sympathy, even though I have no fucking idea what I'm outraged about.
Some bastard has been nicking fucking Will's money basically for years. It sounds like.
For years, and it's literally all my savings. So and I've been even from when I got a job when I was 16.
Jesus Christ.
Defended by Pope, no run. England playing for the close here? I mean, it's if it's 13.
You'd think so.
If it's 13, there's one more over to go at the end of this one, really. That's miles outside leg stump for Jadeja, padded away by Popey. Out the mid-wicket, and there is no run. Now they'll have a little conflagration in the middle of the pitch, which will take us.
Conflagration, I hope not. Well, with this heat, they might. Paul Stratton's just think we're going to rue just how crap we bowled yesterday.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's just changed the whole nature of the game. The fact that they fucked it up right at the end and just capitulated in the way that they did, in a way, because it's suddenly given England time. We're only at the end of day 2. England 206 for 3. They're what 250 odd behind with 3 days to go and 7 wickets in hand. It's annoying that we've lost
Anything could happen, really.
Anything could happen.
Neil Harris is with us. He says, "Great to see you, Messi. You guys are doing a great job. I love Guerrilla Cricket Radio.
Thank you very much.
And a lovely day here.
We appreciate you all too."
Yeah.
And Steve Chilton says Bumrah could have a fifer. Indeed, he could. He probably will.
Well, he probably will.
Probably will. I mean, you know, he's a freak of
Genuine
nature,
world-class bowler, isn't he? Jasprit
Yeah.
Bumrah in, bowls to Brook, who just knocks him out on the offside, and there is no run. I don't know how much Brook has seen of Bumrah, to be honest.
Umbrella is not happy, I suspect, but he's probably just done a full bottle of wine for calm his nerves. But he only got. This is going to be the last over, isn't it?
Yeah, you still need 9 runs.
Yeah.
Don't think it's going to happen, Ombre. But there's always tomorrow. You know it, huh?
Always tomorrow.
It rolls over.
Muttley says his money is on an England loss or draw. Come on, chin up, Muttley. You never know.
Exactly. Long way to go yet. Defended by Brook. Back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Messi, we were saying earlier who's the best cricketer we've all seen live. You got any shouts on that?
Oh, Jesus. Well, the person I enjoyed seeing the most of all was probably Ted Dexter. Batter Ted Dexter, bowler Dennis Lilly, without a doubt. Absolutely amazing to watch.
Amazing.
Yeah. He's just set the whacker on fire so often in Shield games and Test games.
Defended into the offside, and there is no run. 3 balls left to go.
No,
it's a no ball. 4
They're
balls left to
trying
go.
for you.
Now they only need 8.
Least, 2
spawny 4s and you're there, mate. Couple of outside edges that race through the slips.
Yeah.
That's all you need. Oh, look. There's that man.
Gautam Gambhir.
Brook facing yet to score a run. Defended by Brook. Out to cover and so on. Do you remember when Bumrah bowled all those no balls at fucking Anderson at the end of that dark day when he was trying to knock his head off?
Oh yeah.
12 ball over or something, wasn't it?
Yeah. But he was really definitely trying to knock his head off and no one could see.
Yeah.
Umbrella says, oh well, it lives for another day. Indeed it does. We've got a pot carrying forward tomorrow of 204 quid, which is a decent prize.
Aye, Jasprit bowls that. Maybe there's a slower full delivery. It's defended by Brook. Back to the bowler, and there's no run. It's definitely going to be the end of the day. At the end of it, another no ball. He's trying to do the same fucking thing, isn't
he? Yeah. Frank Rockefeller says, enjoy the cricket, but I won't be pleased if we lose. Rich Turner says something very profound. He says, top bloke messes for stepping into the breach. I feel a bit more hopeful about this match than I did this morning.
Well, yeah, I definitely think there's been a big swing around the fact that, oh, top edge, pull. He's going to be out. Ooh. You fucking idiot. Brook has pulled the ball at a you fucking
Why
muppet.
would you do that?
Why would you do that? 2 balls left in the day. It's a no ball! Fuck off! Can't believe it! Still, you're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot, Brookie.
There's dying.
But unbelievable. I mean, Bumrah's what's that, the 3rd or 4th no ball this over?
Jesus.
I think that might have been the 4th, you know.
I think it's
Hang
the
on,
4th.
Right.
Oh, he's got away with one there. I mean, that was a pathetic effort. But Brook, just leave it. Just duck underneath it. It's the fucking end of the day. It's definitely a no ball. It's been looked at.
Yeah, it was his 3rd no ball with the over.
Bumrah in again. That one is full, and he defends it back to the bowler, and there is no one. You lucky boy, Brook. Lucky motherfucker. But you're a stupid twat at the same time. And you got away with it. Christ almighty. But Bumrah seems to be just serving up no balls.
The white ball captain. Because he's like got that kind of erratic thing about him, you know? you need, like, I don't know why, just in my head, you need someone.
Woody looked very upset. Yeah, 3 no balls in the over. 2 balls left in the day. Thank you. Left it through to the keeper. Short. Didn't have a fish
Good.
at that one. And 1 ball left in the day. And he can't. He's so lucky. Unbelievably lucky.
That's one of the biggest let-offs I've seen.
Yeah, exactly. And it could mean a lot, you know. Having Brooke in first thing in the morning with a whole day ahead of you. You know.
Lucky 6 says stupidity draws luck in the same way that shit gets wickets.
Very true. Right, last ball of the day. You need 6 off this for a win for Hombre Nuevo. It's another short, sharp delivery from Bumrah. Brooke gets himself in a little bit of trouble. Managed to sway out of the way. It goes through to the keeper. That should be the end of the day. England end up on 209 for 3. 3 no balls in that over. A wicket off one of them for Bumrah. Phew, England feel pretty lucky.
Yeah.
He could have quite easily got a glove on that one as well. It was a decent,
bloody good
decent
short ball
at the end of the day. Yeah, last ball of the day. As I said, Brooke won't have seen a lot of Bumrah. I wouldn't have only seen a lot of him on telly like a lot of people, but facing him is a whole different ball game, I imagine.
Yeah.
And so we do finally end at stumps at bloody 7:20. Pretty much.
Here in Rosebank says, I think Bear's last sentence contained more curse words than actual words. The result, he has never made more sense. Top man.
Well, you know. As Hendo said on our WhatsApp group, I could be in the World Championships of swearing.
Nah, you wouldn't. You'd only be for England. The Glaswegians would kill you.
Nah, I don't know, man. There's a lot more in my vocabulary. I kind of keep it down here. He says.
We hadn't noticed.
Yes. Well, that is the end of the day. It's been a fascinating day's cricket, actually. India.
It's been really good.
It has been really good. India kind of really. Well, I mean, they did throw away a really good position because they're in a pretty decent position getting to 471. But there was thoughts that when. I mean, Shubman Gill and Pant didn't look like they were going to get themselves out. And then all of a sudden they were both out in the space of no time at all. And then everyone else seemed to just give their wickets away or get good balls. And. Suddenly they were all done for 471 in no time until shortly after lunch, and which gave England an opening really in this game. And they got to stumps. I mean, they've lost 3 wickets, but they're 209 for 3. Still plenty of batsmen left. The pitch doesn't look too bad. Don't know what the weather's like tomorrow. I imagine there'll be a few showers, and it's still going to be hot and humid. I think the temperature's going to go down a bit, maybe a bit less humid, so it might be easier to bat. And, England should be at parity or above or all out. All of these things are possible. But with a whole day ahead, if England are still there at the end of tomorrow, you'd imagine they'd be in front of India with 2 days to go. And, suddenly...
I think it is going to be humid tomorrow. They're forecasting 60% chance of rain from midday, 80% by 4 o'clock. So, there's a good chance of showers tomorrow afternoon.
Depends how quickly India get tired.
And thunderstorms possible as well.
I mean, Krishna's looked pretty ineffective. He's going at 5.6 and over. Jadeja's looked okay, but I guess the wicket isn't really turning that sharply yet. Shardul Thakker's gone at 7.67. So you've really got Suraj and they can't bowl all day, Bumrah and Suraj. You basically see them out for their 5 or 6 over spells, and then you get to up the scoring rate. So England will hope that they can get a good start tomorrow morning, carry on, get through that opening spell. Another 40 overs roughly till how many overs have been bowled today? I don't know, about 45. That.
Yeah, there's another 30.
49, 31 overs left before the new ball. England will want to be up 310, 350 by the time the new ball comes. And then hopefully they can get up to parity or beyond. And then, anything can happen, as we said. So it could be an interesting day's play tomorrow.
Yeah, we have a parting super chat. Zippy Tuna sends us $2 and just says, cheers, gorillas, see you tomorrow. Thanks so much, Zippy. Karthik Kumar says, hope India makes the comeback tomorrow. Also says it was England's day. Well played, England. George McPherson says England have yet to hit a 6, which is a concern considering the bowling attack conceded a fair few. Muttley says, thanks for the coverage, primates, love and sausages. Leah says something in German, saying, no Brit will win any swearing World Cup unless they ban us Germans. No more swearing than the average year 11 pupil in Essex.
Well,
anyway,
that's
says Chris Clark.
Yeah.
It's true.
And Frank Ruckle says a fine duality. England have the win in their sights.
Well,
it's nicely poised, isn't it?
It is nicely poised with 3 days to go. It could quite happily go, and this certainly looks like it will go into a 5th day, even considering we're talking about 4-day tests now, and I can't remember that many 5-day tests. But this, with the big score that India got and the fact where England are, and I suppose actually if India dump England for less than 350 tomorrow, then possibly could be over on day 4 if they rack up some quick runs. But England look pretty set. The pitch looks okay. It doesn't look like it's breaking up, so England will hope to get to parity, in which case we'd probably definitely have a day 5. That's it. We're out. I've got to say massive thanks for Messi Jez for turning up after. Which part were you in?
It was what the hell was it? It's a big park, amazingly pretty park. I shall tell you in a second because I see where.
Sorry, it's down in Bromley.
Lloyd's Park.
It's got a palace or a mansion in it.
You were Beckenham Place Park.
Beckenham Place Park.
That's nice. It is nice. It's very nice. It's not really Bromley, it's Beckenham, funny enough. It's just down the road from here. And thank you, Will, for taking up all the extra time that you did.
That's all right.
You've been a superstar, as per normal.
In my head, I'm like using this as if I were getting paid, I'd be making money again. But
we all wish we were getting paid, Will.
I know.
I've been doing this for 10 years and I never got paid.
I've made a decent day's wage today.
Well, exactly. One day it will happen. That everyone who's on will get a stipend of some description or another. But not quite yet. We'll get there eventually. That's the plan. It's always been the plan, and I'm very stubborn. And on that note,
ain't that the truth?
Ain't that the truth? And on that note, we should say goodbye, play the theme tune, and see you tomorrow morning at about 10:50. Until then, goodbye, everybody.
Cheers,
bye.
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 Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us,